Yep.
Good morning, Teddy House.
Who got the belt? Who got the belt today? Russ Dog got the belt. Hey, congratulations, Russ. Well done.
Oh my gosh. Did you see this report that the Warriors are worth $9.14 billion?
Mhm.
Ooh, the what?
Yeah, man.
Wow. I'm intrigued.
If you had told me in 2010 that the Warriors were going to be more valuable than the Lakers one day, no chance. What's up,
Yeah.
Michigan? Hey,
Hey.
same, Russ Dog.
So this is Sportico.
Cut the shit. Sorry, go ahead. Sportico. What's up, Warren? What's up, Kyron? Good morning.
Yes.
What's up, David?
Sportico. So I don't know how
Miguel.
this is. The Sacramento Kings. Oh my god. They're worth 4.1 billion.
Jesus.
He bought this team 10 years ago for a valuation of 535 million.
This is why all the hand wringing over TV ratings is silly.
Yeah.
What's up, Sacking 7600?
4.1
Katrina, good morning.
billion.
Hey, what's up, Sass?
That's a good investment.
Chris? TCG, what's up, brother?
Little bites. Little bites are good.
That right there is why what you just said. What's up, Spencer? What's up? What's up, da baby daddy?
The baby daddy.
That's why I think the luxury taxing is stupid.
Not paying it?
Yeah.
No, I'm with you. I know. I think he's sitting on, he only has like 15%, 16%. So that's still a lot. Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Manny? What's up, Greg?
Good morning, friends.
What's up, Westsec? Loki, what's good? All right, here we go. Hey, the Sacramento Kings are back tonight. Let's go.
Let's go.
We got basketball finally. Good Lord. Oh, it's a Wednesday in the middle of December. No basketball games on because of the NBA Cup. Look, man.
I had a perfectly good Wednesday. I don't know what you're talking about, Kyle.
I would have liked to have watched some basketball. That's all.
I went and we got absolutely thumped in trivia.
That's fine.
Then I went on and hung out with Chatty House people for like an hour and 40 minutes.
Excellent.
Then somehow I mustered enough strength to stay up and watch all of the Survivor finale all the way to the end.
Okay.
So yeah, good little Wednesday.
Okay. I would have loved to have some basketball on.
Yeah.
That's all. It didn't necessarily even need to be the Kings. I'll watch Hawks Nets. I don't care.
Okay.
Look, here's the thing. This is the last thing I want to say on the NBA Cup, and then we'll get into Mike Brown calling out De'Aaron Fox again. This is never going to work in the United States. Adam Silver, and I get what he's doing. This isn't a knock on Adam Silver. Adam Silver is trying really hard to pull things from European sports models. And I get why. Like it makes sense.
Yeah, there's a ton of success. Like these things work, and like the EPL, like European soccer, it works. The Champions League, the Euro League, the Carabao Cup, like it all works.
You could go to Formula One, which is more popular now in the US, but it is much more popular overseas than it is here. And in that, you have like the Constructors Championship, right? Where your team, whether it's Mercedes or McLaren or Haas or whoever, your team gets money based on where you finish. And there are teams that just go into the year knowing, hey, we're not going to win. That's going to be Red Bull. That's going to be Mercedes going to be up there. McLaren's going to be up there, whatever. Like, oh, Ferrari, we know we're not going to win, but if we're not going to be in the top 3, can we be at the top of that next year? Can we be number 4? And they're okay with it. Like that's thrilling for some teams to be 4th. Whereas in the United States, if you finish 4th, it's like, why didn't you win? And I think that's why the NBA Cup is never going to be a thing here, because it doesn't matter the same way an NBA championship does, and it never will, because the Bucks beat the hell out of the Oklahoma City Thunder to win the NBA Cup, and the discourse about it since has been like, yeah, but the Bucks are still like the 4th best team in the East.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the NBA Cup. It's never going to matter. People in the U.S., and this is not a bad thing. This is just what our sports culture is, and a part of it again is not a knock. It's championship based. Did you take home the trophy? That's the measure of success. Not did you win games. Not there's the Nets aren't a great example because they're selling the Hawks. The Hawks weren't going to win a championship. But the European version of the Hawks, if they make the playoffs, it would be like, what a year. Fantastic stuff by the Hawks. Everybody's super hyped.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas here it's like, yeah, but you didn't win it. I mean, what were you really? It's like, that was a nice little run, but.
Hey, man, I've seen it even in like regular competitive soccer tournaments.
Mm-hmm.
Like the consolation game, one team sometimes doesn't show up.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, man, we paid money to come to this tournament. Why are you not here? It's like, because we already lost. Like,
yeah,
we're not going to go get all hyped because we got a 3rd place medal.
Right.
Like, we're out. And then again, like European soccer, like Eric Ten Hag, the former manager for Man U, he walked around like, well, we did win 2 cups last year. It's like, yeah, but you were in like 9th place or 8th place.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's not good enough. That's not who your franchise is. You spent a ton more money than everybody else, and you guys were bad.
Yeah.
With these cups, it's like, yeah, because the other teams didn't care.
Right.
The really, really good teams, they sat those guys because they had another game on Sunday against in a real league. But that's so, I mean, they have importance, but it's not the end all be all. Like, what really matters, did you make it to the Champions League, or like the equivalent, did you make it to the playoffs, or did you not?
Yep. I think what the NBA needs to do at some point, because they're going to keep pushing the NBA Cup, it's TV stuff.
Oh yeah,
like that's what they're trying to put a different right. So I do think the next evolution of this is getting together with FIBA, with that governing body, and figuring out how to put a tournament together with some NBA teams and some teams from the other top leagues around the world.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's interesting. That is something I'm dialed into. I would love to see what that looks like. And maybe it's the NBA teams blowing out the best teams from around the world by 30.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe it's not. Maybe you play FIBA rules and it looks a little different.
Yeah.
I would love to see that. That would be way more compelling to me, because even if it doesn't matter, quote unquote, like there's stakes there that go beyond, oh, the players can make some money. I don't give a damn that the players can make some money. Show me, okay, you want to be the world champion? We hear all the time, NBA is the best league in the world. Let's go see. Let's see what that looks like.
So I'm down for that tournament. I get that. I also, like, if they're going to continue to do these tournaments, just don't make it so intrusive, because that's what I don't like. What we saw this week, where there was no game last night, where, you know, the night before there's one game, the night before that there's 2 games. It's like, what are we doing here?
So silly. And
not only that, but why are we jamming all the games into a little tiny window to start the season? Then you have a bunch of your stars hurt. Then you want to find teams because their stars are hurt. And it's like some ridiculous cycle that we keep going through. And it's very specific. Like, look, you play too many games in too short of time. 2 years ago, first 15 games were played in 32 days. This year, 26 days. Like, those 6 days matter. Those 6 days of rest matter to NBA players.
Yep.
And so I think I'm okay with some sort of tournament if you just want to highlight your group, like your league early in the season. That's fine. So you have that, and then you have All-Star, and then you have playoffs. So you're basically 3 main like showcases, but it can't be so incredibly altering, and it has to actually count. Like, that's the other thing. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Like, it's okay for them to have an 83rd game.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world.
No.
That game we talked about it yesterday. That game just doesn't exist.
No. And you know, when they find a player in the NBA, they find a player, it's like, I think it's 113th of a game check. So they break the season into like 113 because they include preseason. They include as if every player made it all the way through the playoffs to the finals and played 7 games the whole time.
Right.
Whatever it is, you have the 82 games. So when you get fined in the NBA, you don't lose, like, a game check isn't like 82, one of like 182nd of your pay. It's actually bigger than that. So they already have these built-in things, like, that are sitting there. Like, I don't get it.
All right. Charles Barkley said the NBA schedule should start on Christmas. Like, why not? Run it all the way through the summer.
I think
you get to avoid, for the most part, the NFL and college football.
Yeah.
You take over the summer.
Yeah, baseball is not going to give you any pushback.
No.
Like, they're not going to be able to hold their own.
Take the finals into August. Why not?
Yeah, I mean,
and then you're wrapping up by the time the NFL season starts.
The NBA dead season is very strange. Like, because there's really nothing going on.
Yeah.
And you are missing out on some stuff. And I don't think you want to move your league all the way because of what's happening in the with the NFL. But I do think that, especially the NFL keeps encroaching on your stuff. They keep expanding out and going deeper and deeper. So I would very much be okay if they started maybe December 1st, because I think by Christmas you want to have the league rolling and, like, good. Number one, you need to know who's going to be good and all that stuff, but also, like, the play gets better as the season goes on for most teams.
Yeah. Fact of the matter is they're not going to do that.
No.
Like, there's all this hand wringing over the NBA ratings, and we were just talking about it. What are the Kings worth? $4.1 billion.
$4.11 billion.
And what did Vivek buy it for a decade ago?
A valuation
15 years ago,
$535 million. And it was in 2013, so we're looking at 11 years. 11 years, it's now worth $4.11 billion, according to Sportico. The Golden State Warriors came in at $9.14 billion.
Good Lord.
And, like, what I've seen the latest trend is it's going up about $500 million a year. That's what we've seen. And so when we start talking about expansion, those expansion fees are going to be, like, you don't just get to buy something. Like, they're going to have to be like $5 billion, $6 billion. It'll be the average. Ooh. The expansion fee is going to be enormous.
That's insane. I can't wait for expansion. There's going to be all this stuff where I was listening to Howard Beck talk about this on his podcast, but how, like, there's going to be fights with owners who want to be in the East. And how that's going to be a whole mess because there's intriguing. Like New Orleans and there's Memphis and there's Minnesota, and all those owners are going to want to be in the East. If you're expanding to 2 teams in the West, if you're going to Seattle and Vegas, so wild. one of those teams got to go to or 2 of those teams got to go to the East.
Can we get Sacramento to the East? Can that happen? Can we make that happen?
Sorry, Memphis.
Sacramento's
in there.
Yeah, I mean, this is the 40th year of Kings basketball, right, in Sacramento. The 85-86 season was first year. And maybe last year was, I don't know, whatever. I think we're either at the 40th year or right there. They bought the team for $12 million in, like, during the 84-85 season. Or like 84, they bought it for $12 million. It's now worth $4.11 billion. Like, $12 million in 40 years has gone to that much money. That's wild.
Dang.
Yeah. If only we had $12 million in
help me out here. We know I'm bad at math. Peyton Rionda says 1 team would go to the East if there are 2 West expansion teams.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because right now it's 15 and 15. If you move 1 over, that makes it 16 and 14, and then you add 2 to the West. Puts them back up to 16. So there's
17. Okay, yeah. So 1, yes. Okay, yeah, that's right. One of those teams would go.
One team goes to the East.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. That's right. Thank you, Peyton. Appreciate you. But still, there's going to be a boxing match over who gets to go to the East. Facts.
Yeah.
Is it New Orleans? Because I think New Orleans is the furthest east. But then again, our guy Howard Beck, friend of the program, brought up, well, they're really close to the Texas teams. And it makes that travel easy.
Well, especially San Antonio, yeah, that it is a nice, and Oklahoma's right there. Yeah, there is like a little grouping right there, and although I talked to Chris Peterman about this. There's no way to get from New Orleans to San Antonio, I think. So
yeah, you have to take like a connecting flight.
You have to fly to Houston and then back to San Antonio. Yes. Yeah, it was very annoying. I'm like, why didn't you just rent a car? He's like, I don't know. It probably would have been faster.
Yeah. And you don't have to be on 2 flights.
Yeah.
NBA travel, man.
First world problems.
It is. It's like, of all the things that can be bad about a job, you'll take that. Of all there are people doing construction right now when it's freezing cold out and raining.
Oh yeah.
Salute to them. There are people that during the summer are doing concrete and are doing roofing. And there are doctors and lawyers and teachers that have like actual like job hazards and difficulties. But in the realm of covering a team, bad travel is like,
it's
a real pain.
It angers everyone.
It is the most first world problem. All right. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. Jiffy Lube sponsors the program. We're hanging out with you until noon. The Kings are back tonight. We'll dive into their game against the Lakers. Weird stretch of games coming up. They played the Lakers 3 times in the next 9 days, and then they're done with them for the year.
Okay.
Really odd. But before we get into that, Mike Brown made some news last night, and this is really interesting to me because this is the second time Mike Brown has done this year where he has called out De'Aaron Fox. And here's his latest quote. This is via our buddy Sean Cunningham from Fox 40, who had the video. Here's what Mike Brown said to De'Aaron Fox during yesterday's practice.
You mentioned how you trying to clean that up and how a lot of it will fall on you and having to find ways to do it beyond film and walkthroughs. Is there added emphasis when you're going through practice now when you have moments like that?
Yeah, the reality of it is it starts with me, it ends with me, but Fox has to step up. He's a great player on the verge of being a superstar. And there are those guys, and there are the superstars that win at a high level. And part of his responsibility, starting with him, now that doesn't excuse Domas, that doesn't excuse DeMar, that doesn't excuse Malik, and even Keegan at a young age, doesn't excuse everybody. But you have a lot of responsibility if you're that guy, and he's that guy. And he can't be a part of not being locked in. And he for damn sure can't be a part of letting it go if we're not as a team. And so the pressure is on me and the pressure is on him to go get it done.
Your thoughts?
Like I agree.
So there's two prongs to this.
There is.
There's the what he said, and then there's the fact that he's saying it. So let's get to the what he said first. I think it's impossible to disagree with what he said.
Oh no, it's impossible because there are games where, like, again, I talked about this on D-Lo and Casey yesterday. There are moments when, like let's go to this 60-point game, the 49-point game, and I know people are like, oh, that's an outlier, but the way that Fox came out and played in the first quarter of those games was stunning.
Yeah, take the point totals away from it.
Yeah, it's not about the point total. It's about the way that he entered the game. And Domas played in the first game. The second game, Domas was out. The 60-point game, again, they lost. DeMar DeRozan was out both games. So that's going to change something. But what I think Mike is saying is that, like, when you walk into a game, you should know right away, like from the opening tip, that De'Aaron Fox is on the court and this is his team.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't feel like we know that like about half the time. And by the end of the game, he's there and you know that it's his team. Sometimes he doesn't quite show you that it's his team. Even the other night where he finished with 29 points.
Mm-hmm.
Like I remembered almost every other big name player on the Kings in that game more than I remember Fox.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I remember Domas just destroying Jokic.
Mm-hmm.
I remember Malik Monk having like this incredible moment.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But the Fox stuff, like he is a borderline superstar. He's right there on the cusp. But the difference between being a superstar and not being a superstar is pretty basic.
Mm-hmm.
In order to take that next leap, you have to win. And every single game matters, and you have to win. It's why other guys that were in his draft class are considered superstars, and he isn't, which I don't think is really fair. But even look at his numbers versus Donovan Mitchell. But look at the national conversation around Donovan Mitchell versus the conversation around De'Aaron Fox. It's about wins. And I'm not blaming De'Aaron Fox for not, because the Kings aren't winning all the time. But at the same time, he is the one constant over the last 8 seasons. And so it's on him to, if he wants to be, well, like every coach that he's had, and he's had plenty of coaches. So Dave Yeager, Alvin Gentry, Luke Walton, and now Mike Brown, they have all called him the head of the snake.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what he is.
And I think
you saw it in the playoffs.
Yeah, the head of the snake is what's dangerous. Like, we're not talking about a boa constrictor here that might wrap you up, but the head of the snake is what you have to be concerned with. And it feels like he understands that in certain moments, but in other moments, he's okay playing himself into the game. And that is where I think Mike has been pushing and pushing, trying to get him there to where, because again, Mike has been around superstars. He started, I think, with the Pacers with Reggie Miller, but San Antonio is really where he got his start with Tim Duncan. And then he goes on to coach LeBron James for years. And then he goes on to coach Kobe Bryant. And then he goes on to coach Steph Curry. Like, he knows what a superstar looks like every single day.
And he knows specifically, you bring up Steph Curry and his time with Golden State. They brought in Kevin Durant. And Steph Curry didn't fade and disappear.
No.
You figure out how to make that your team still and integrate another star into it while making sure that it's still your team.
Yeah, and we're like 3 years removed from De'Aaron Fox, like, not figuring out how to play with Tyrese Halliburton. Like, he has to figure out how to be that guy no matter what.
Is there a concern that we're 7.25 seasons into this, and this is still the conversation?
I mean, I think there's some concern, but like, at the same time, like, I think we all know he's a great player.
Yeah, that's not a question.
No, it's not. So the question is, like,
but it's to what end?
Well, yeah, because I keep bringing this up. Last year, like, the top 19 guys, 18 of the top 19 players in the NBA, the 18 of the top 19 scorers made the All-Star game. The one guy who didn't was De'Aaron Fox, who was like 9th in scoring. That doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't.
And that is voted on by a lot of different people, but also like coaches and players and all that stuff. Like, he has to figure out what can separate him. And it can't, I mean, I winning can be like the big thing for sure, but like, just putting up numbers, and I'm not saying he's just putting up numbers on a bad team. It's sometimes like you're like, okay, the numbers are great, but where were you at this point in the game? Where were you at this point in the game when things went south?
And this goes back to the conversation we were just having actually about the NBA Cup. And if you'd like to chime in, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. That's the Elk Grove Kia talk line. We'd love to hear from you. But the thing with we just talked about with the NBA Cup is the reason it's never going to matter is because it's this random thing during the regular season. And everything that happens during an NBA season is viewed within the context of, what does this mean for the playoffs and the NBA Finals? The Cleveland Cavaliers are off to this rockin' start. But the question is, yeah, but does it matter because Boston's still kind of the best team? Boston just went and won the championship. Boston's probably going to go back and win the championship again. The Knicks, same deal. Knicks have been rolling. The Bucks just won the NBA Cup. They've been rolling after a 2-8 start. And this all comes back to the postseason. Like, this all comes back, and that's why. And I know it sucks. I'm not saying it makes sense, but I'm trying to get to the why of this. You need to go win postseason games and win postseason series. That 7-game series a couple of years ago was a ton of fun, and it was awesome. And I and you both believe, and I'm sure a lot of people listening and watching this show believe, that if De'Aaron Fox doesn't get hurt, they win that series.
Well, that, and I will tell you, De'Aaron Fox was the best player in that series.
Yes.
He's amazing.
But he was, and this is where he was the best player in that series until he hurt his finger, and then Game 7 happened.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it's just like. All right, hey, the other guy had 50 and they won the series. Like, that's it. And then you didn't make the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
And that's what, and it's, again, I'm not justifying it. De'Aaron Fox should have been an all-star last year. Without question. De'Aaron Fox should be an all-star again this year. But I think if, to what Mike Brown is saying, if he's going to get into that conversation that Ja Morant is in, that Donovan Mitchell is in, that
Jason Tatum,
Luka, all those guys, if you want to be, you got to go win playoff series.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's kind of what it comes down to. And the way the Kings are going to win playoff series is if De'Aaron Fox takes over and is the very clear-cut night in and night out 1A on this team.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Mike Brown's trying to get at.
No, I totally get it. And, I guess the counter is, we can talk about the fact that they scored 61 night, that he scored 61 night, and people, they lost that game.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not always about that.
Sure.
It's about the force and the activity that he plays with early in games.
Yeah, I agree. But if he's what do you go 4 for 8 in the first half against Denver? If he is a small amount more assertive and he goes 6 for 11 in the first half, maybe they win that game.
Yeah.
Like he is that good that he can swing some of these games for Sacramento. And Mike Brown knows it, and that's why he continues to call him out.
Yeah.
Let's get to the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Don, you are on the Insiders. What's going on?
Ham, Kyle, what's up with it?
Hey, what's up, TC?
Hey, man, just vibing. Hey, Hammer, so, hey, Kyle, hey, I got a view on that. I'm with you, Hammer, on that. De'Aaron Fox has to be in killer mode all the time, not walking around trying to actually murder somebody, right? And fight people, right? But we're talking about, like, stay in killer mode. Steph Curry, like, these dudes is Giannis. Like, I don't care about their rings, but they're always in killer mode. Even Ja Morant, right? Everybody always wants to compare Ja Morant and Fox. You know the difference between Ja Morant and Fox? It's not – I think Fox is a better player.
Mm-hmm.
Ja Morant is kind of, like, more bouncy, like more springy. But at the same time, he's always in killer mode. All the time. Yeah. Like he's never taking killer mode off. Fox is always like, I'm a killer today, kinda. I might be a killer in the third quarter, but then I'm a cool guy in the fourth. Like, bro, no, we need you to be like a monster from the start to the end of the game. That's why people look at Fox the way they look at him. Not for his talent. It's because it's his mental. That's all I've got.
No doubt. Thanks, TC. Appreciate you. And I don't think there's a question about he was the clutch player of the year 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Like it's not, but to TC's point, and I think it's a good one. I don't think people view him as like a stone cold. You don't want to, and I would, you would. People who watch the Kings night in and night out are like, hey, there's not a lot of dudes in the NBA. I'd rather have the ball in their hands with a minute left, down by 2 than De'Aaron Fox. But to TC's point, it's like, man, it doesn't seem to be there. And it doesn't have to just be clutch time. It's the full 48 minutes or the full 35 minutes he's on the court. And I think that's what Mike Brown's talking about.
No, I get it. And I know that Mike Brown's job is to get the most out of his players. But I also know that, if anyone is in a job for the first 6 years of their career and it's just dysfunctional and just a mess. And and then they bring in someone new to coach you to be your boss. And you're just so much better than everybody else that it's easy for you. And they keep wanting more. And you're like, my productivity level is just fine. And it's like, no, we want more. And they're like, no, like I'm good. There is this like give and take about like basically being somewhere for a long time. And that's why, I hate to say it, it's why some players do need a fresh start. It's why I think all of a sudden we're seeing a different version of Karl Anthony Towns. And I would love to see De'Aaron Fox find that here. But I also know that like, he's had a lot of voices like that are asking more of him and asking for this from him. And, coaches love coaching De'Aaron. Like he's a sponge. He's super smart. He knows exactly what he's done right and what he's done wrong in games. But that doesn't mean that he can pull back and see that, he's not giving the right amount of effort on this play or that play. Again, I'll go to the last 4 minutes of that game the other night. You needed one stop. One stop, you win that game. One stop. and none of them could get that stop. And it was all of them giving up wide open looks, all of them getting beat. And sure, that's a good team that's played together for a long time, but you were up 10 with 4 minutes left.
Yeah, it's one you got to get.
Well, it's one you have to get when you're 13-13 coming into that game.
Yep.
And so you want to talk about winning will cure all. Okay, then win. Don't go 3-9 in games decided by 5 points or less. Win.
Yeah.
And that's a tough thing because there's only one thing that you're looking at, and that somebody has to take control and go win the game. And you haven't done it.
Yeah.
That's what, a 25% win percentage.
Yeah. Not great.
Nope.
We'll continue digging into this, but we have a Kings-Lakers game to talk about as well. We'll do that. We'll get into some football stuff. Plenty coming up here on The Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're rocking with you until noon right here on ESPN 1320 and it's Sacramento Sports Leader. Hey, Claire.
I like the conversation about Fox. I just I'm always like, if I'm going to defend Domantas Sabonis in one way, very specifically, right? The one way that I tell people that I don't get why there's so many questions about who Domantas Sabonis, the things that Domantas doesn't do well. Because look at all the things he does really, really, really well. Like, he is a great player. And he does all of these things amazingly. He's a great passer. He's the best rebounder in the NBA. He shoots over 60% from the field. He shoots over 40% from three. He improved his free throw shooting. He can't block shots. He's not a rim protector. Like, that's on a team to go get that other piece. And that's kind of where I get to with Fox too. There's so many things that Fox does really, really well. And then there are some things that you're left wanting. And I don't know if we can put, like the fact that Sabonis doesn't block shots and Fox doesn't have he's not engaged 100% of the time in the same category, but it's kind of the type of player that you have to go get. And that might mean less of Fox, or it might mean that he needs someone yelling at him on the court the whole time. I don't know what it is, but he's always said he likes to be coached hard. And for me, this is Mike Brown saying, okay, you want to be coached hard, I've got you. And let's be honest, the tape showed something to Mike Brown he didn't like. And the generalized conversation around the league with Fox going on a bunch of national shows is like, it's putting it out there, like who Fox is. And I think that there's a pretty clear message that Fox is showing right now with his Draymond Green interview and all the other, because it's not just that interview. He's done multiple interviews where he said very similar things. Like, you got a Hall of Famer, you got a near Hall of Famer, you got one of your best friends in the league who's very good, you got, one of your guys that you've taken on your wing on your team. You got enough talent. Like, at some point, it's one thing to lose to, the Boston Celtics or even the Denver Nuggets to have a game slip. It's all the other games. It's all the other games against San Antonio and Portland, and you just keep stringing it out. Atlanta, all the games at home that you're losing that just stand out. Yeah. Look, I agree with this. This is the best talent he's ever had around him. But that doesn't mean that this team doesn't have like major holes that you can overcome on a night in and night out basis. They don't. I agree with this. The truth is that maybe Fox is not a superstar. But that's why Mike Brown has to keep pushing, because it is there. The talent is there and the productivity is there, but you're missing like this one other ingredient that you can't figure out and you can't put your finger on. Um.
I have a question to ask on the air.
Okay.
We're going to.
Yep. Yeah, but you can't like.
Yeah, that was on purpose. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yeah.
Is it this one? Sorry.
Yeah, like that's just people slating people at the 13th pick. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. It's like I'm taking some notes on NFL drafts right now, or mock drafts right now, because the December mock draft is always, there's some significantly different stuff by the time.
Oh yeah, you should just screenshot
April
them.
rolls around.
Yeah. Carlton, just so you know, Denver double teamed De'Aaron Fox on the last play of the game. He found Domantas Sabonis, who raced right to the basket and found DeMar DeRozan with a perfect pass, and he just dropped the ball. That's I get what you're saying, but teams double team De'Aaron Fox all the time, and he gets the toughest cover. I don't think that the Kings should trade Fox. But
Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right. Kings Lakers tonight. We'll dive into that here in a bit, but we're having a good discussion at the break. And if you want to hang out with us during the breaks, head over to twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320. We don't go to break there. We just kind of yap through the break with the assistance of the Chatty House, which we would love you to join. Salute to everybody in the Chatty House. Good morning. We appreciate you immensely. All right, so we're talking about what Mike Brown had to say about De'Aaron Fox needing to be a superstar and night in and night out and being that guy, head of the snake, et cetera, et cetera. That got into a question about, or a discussion about, kind of the rest of the Kings roster.
Mm-hmm.
And here's what I keep coming back to, because we talk about the flaws with the roster all the time. Domantas Sabonis, All-NBA. We say De'Aaron Fox should be an All-NBA guy. Say Malik Monk should be the sixth man of the year. Say DeMar DeRozan's a Hall of Famer and possibly an All-Star. And we've made Keegan Murray untradeable. The bar shouldn't be that high for what they need to improve. That team shouldn't be sub 500.
No.
So to me, that says that some of this is wrong. Some of this is not correct. Because if that was true, if a team had two All-NBA guys, a six-man of the year candidate, or should have been a six-man of the year, potentially back-to-back six-man of the year, best six-man in the NBA, a Hall of Famer who is still scoring 22 points a night, and an untradeable
top four pick.
What's the deal? Why is that team below 500?
Hey,
that's what I keep coming back to, because you were talking about, people say this about De'Aaron Fox, they want more from him, but he needs this next to him, and people say this about Domas, but he needs this next to him, and people say this about Malik or DeRozan or whatever. Like, I feel like the bar for the player they need to add should not be that high if all of those things are true.
Mm-hmm.
So where are we going wrong?
Yeah. Well, I mean, for as much as, we talked about it yesterday, how Keegan Murray is now the fifth option, right? He's a fifth option in the starting group, right? But I'm also going to point out that the starting group is five scores, right? Like, Keegan Murray was brought into as a scorer. The fact that he became a really good defensive player was like found money. That is not who the Kings thought they drafted. They thought that they were getting, again, Chris Middleton type player. That's what they thought. So my point is that when you have a starting group that all of them are exceptional offensive players, there is a struggle to get lost in that. And there is a moment where you want to make sure everybody else is getting involved, where Keegan Murray isn't getting left out of the cold, that you got the pick and roll moving with Domantas Sabonis, that Malik Monk is getting some open looks, and that you get DeMar DeRozan cooking. And I think what might be lost on some of this is that Fox is in charge of doing all of that, of making sure that all of those mouths are getting fed while he's also trying to do his thing. And so when we're saying, hey, like, you need to go out there and just punch people in the face, like, the whole team needs to punch somebody in the face.
Not literally.
Well, no, but it doesn't.
Unless it's Zach Collins.
Yeah, exactly. But it shouldn't just be on Fox to get things started.
Yeah.
But when you can see it visibly on tape, that it's almost like he's just like, okay, everyone is going. Now I'm going to take over when I'm in with the second team. It's why moving to Malik Monk into the starting lineup was so difficult, because it makes it so much easier to have a non-scorer at the 2, or a guy who has a specific role as a 2 to run around like a crazy person and draw attention, because that creates more openings and stuff for Fox. Now what you've done is exactly what Mike Brown was trying to avoid for the last 2 years, is you have your best 5 players in the starting group, because when the best 5 players in the starting group, there's nowhere else to go. This is it. And are they playing extremely well? Yes. The starting group is playing extremely well, but you can't expect De'Aaron Fox to get the same amount of shot attempts when he's playing alongside Malik Monk and DeMar DeRozan and Domantas Sabonis. And, we also have to get Keegan Murray involved. You can't expect him to have the same exact shot attempts. And that's why when everyone got healthy, Fox's points per game dropped like huge. And then all of a sudden you throw Malik Monk in, Fox's points per game dropped again. It's because there isn't in the starting lineup enough shots to go around. And it's why they've scored 130 almost every single night with this group. Like, yeah, it's like a lot of fun and it's scoring and all that stuff. For me, it's the defensive end, which Mike keeps harping on. And I get it. Like, the reason you lost to Denver is not because of the offense.
No doubt.
It's not because De'Aaron Fox didn't come out in the first quarter and show you everything that he has in his bag. He waited, and he still led the team in scoring, or was second in the team and scored 29 points, right? The reason you lost that game is because guys didn't take it serious in the fourth quarter and didn't stop people. That's it. They thought they won the game with 4 minutes left. They did. They thought they won the game with 4 minutes left. And good players busted you up. 25-foot threes, 26-foot threes from guys who aren't great shooters. Russell Westbrook, Aaron Gordon, they're not the cream of the crop three-point shooters. They're not the hot guy. But then when you add that to a Jokic 3, you add that to a Jamal Murray 3, next thing you know, you give up 21 points in 4 minutes.
Oof.
You know, like I even said it yesterday, like, even if DeMar DeRozan caught that ball and dunked it, you went up 1, there's like 2.8 seconds left. What in the world would make you think that the Kings were going to get a stop with 2.8 seconds left?
Sure.
They just proved to you for 4 minutes that they couldn't get a stop. So that's where I do think that, like, the mix of players can be different, and, like, how you're playing players can be different, but you still do need the leadership so you don't fall behind 20 points in the first quarter and, 41-21.
Yeah. It's the second time this year that that Mike Brown has done this. Or he did it after the Houston game too, where De'Aaron Fox got into it with Dylan Brooks and got mad and took over that game. And this gets into kind of the second prong of that conversation, the why of it. And I think the thing that concerns me the most when it comes to De'Aaron Fox, and we can talk team construction, we can do that all day, and we typically do. But with De'Aaron specifically, we're in year 8. And we've still got the coach twice in a 15-day span, 14-day span, twice in 2 weeks, coming out and saying, like, yeah, I need more from my star player. That concerns me. That scares me. Because it goes back to, what was it? Was it Jerry Reynolds who said you can't, the thing about lighting a flame?
Oh no,
it's easier.
Paul Westphal.
Paul Westphal.
Yeah, he said very specifically, it's much easier to like tamp down a flame than it is to light a flame under somebody. And like that's the problem. I don't think, like I've watched De'Aaron Fox every game he's ever played, right, at the pro level.
Quite literally.
Yeah, every game he's ever played. I've been, I think during his career, I think I've missed one home game ever. I've watched every game he's ever played, and I've talked to him like so many times. It's ridiculous. Like, I don't think that there is a lack of, want from De'Aaron Fox.
Sure.
I just think that, again, sometimes complacency can seep in when things aren't going well. Complacency can seep in when you're on a team that has perennially, yes, like failed.
Sure.
Like there is a point where, we talk about like his draft and all the players that are no longer in the NBA from his draft. And part of it is because of the franchise they got drafted by. In all honesty, you can't just, the franchise you got drafted by, like, could not get out of its own way for years. And so, yeah, maybe it's possible that De'Aaron is having problems figuring out how to take that next step because he hasn't been into that next level. And also, like, it wasn't almost expected, like the first 6 years of his career. Yeah, you can say, oh, he could have played better for Luke Walton. But again, the rosters were never good enough to do anything. Like, it can't be one guy. Like, when this thing really took off is when they traded for Domantas Sabonis. That's when they took off, when you gave him the other pillar to hold the whole thing up.
Right.
Up until that point, this franchise had done everything in their power to crush a 6'3" point guard.
Right.
Just crush him.
Yep.
Like, hey, you're the head
Never
of the
had
snake.
a chance.
The head of the snake, and like, I got one rattle on the back.
We're going to chop off the head for you.
Yeah, like, hey, I'm the head of the snake, but somebody ran over the middle of me, and I'm just dragging around, a flattened body. Like,
I got a rat tail for you. Does this work?
Does this work? Yeah.
Can you be a snake with this?
Yeah. I'm not sure what you want me to do here, but the snake body is getting really heavy.
Yeah.
And I think when you brought in Domantas Sabonis, it was that second person to help. But go ahead.
Do you think it would play a role, or do you think it would help if they made a, like, just, does De'Aaron Fox, let me phrase it this way. Does De'Aaron Fox look at this roster the same way we do? And you talk about that complacency seeping in. Does he look at the roster the same way we do and go, there's a ceiling on this thing?
What if I told you he looked at the roster the same way that we were talking about earlier, where it's like, how am I supposed to be all NBA when all I have is scores around me? How am I supposed to average 28, 29 points per game when everyone around me is a scorer? And like, I don't see a pathway for me to stand out. And the way to stand out is to win. But at the same time, like, is he going to share the accolades with DeMar DeRozan, with Domantas Sabonis? Like, how do you get there? And again, he has a lot riding on this season. A ton riding on this season.
Yeah.
And again, like, his media tour out there, it's really intriguing for me because, like, we're in December. This isn't typical to have, a player going out there and having conversations with Draymond Green, another NBA player, on a podcast in the middle of a season.
Clutch guy, by the way.
Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? Like, this doesn't make sense, that sort of where we're at in the story. It's like, hey, what's going on here? And maybe that's what Mike Brown is sensing. Like, what exactly is going on here? We need to, like, because I'll tell you, almost guarantee that's not the King setting up those interviews that he's been on for the last 2 weeks.
No way. No chance.
No. So, yeah, I think it's intriguing.
Let's put a pin in this and let's take a look ahead to the Sacramento Kings and Los Angeles Lakers game tonight. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jiffy Lube sponsors the program, and tonight we have the 14-12 Los Angeles Lakers visiting your 13-14 Sacramento Kings. Weird year for the Lakers, man. So they start 3-0. Then they go 1-4 over their next 4 to get to 4-4.
Mm-hmm.
Then they won 6 in a row to get to 10-4. And it was JJ Redick has got this team rolling, and look at them go, and they're
Pushing
shooting
all the
threes,
right
and they're
buttons.
doing this, and oh my God. Since getting to 10-4, they're 4-8 in their last 12. There's a win in there against Portland. There's a win in there against Utah.
Yeah, and there's a lot of chatter around this team too. There's a lot of D'Angelo Russell getting benched and JJ Redick coming out and speaking his mind about him. There's a lot of chatter about, whether Austin Reeves is a good enough third player on a team. There's all of this chatter around this team. And to be honest with you, this team goes as far as like a 41-year-old LeBron James can take you. And
that's 40 in 11 days.
40. Okay. That's the beginning and the end of the story for them. And, we saw it early in the season where the Kings had this team beat and then gave up like the 21-0 run, right?
Yeah, and LeBron had 16 or whatever.
Yeah, LeBron was just incredible. He still has that ability, but what he doesn't have the ability to do is play every single day. He doesn't have the ability to play 40 minutes all the time. And he's coming off a stretch where he just took a big time rest, and maybe mentally and physically he's been able to clean up some things. But that's why I think playing them 3 times in 9 games?
In 9 days.
In 9 days. Oh, well, that's going to be
3
huge.
times in 5 games.
Yeah, that's going to be really crazy because there are ways that you can stop him now. And he does not have the team that can typically propel them. Even Anthony Davis by himself is like spectacular, the numbers he puts up and stuff, but they don't always win when he's doing whatever it is he's doing. It's when LeBron is good as well that they really take off.
And that was the question mark with the Lakers this year, because they didn't do a lot. They didn't have some crazy roster overhaul. It was the preseason analysis was, can LeBron James and Anthony Davis stay healthy with the workload that they had last year? And I know, and you've got Anthony Davis and LeBron James both playing 35 minutes a night. And LeBron has played all but 1 game for them. Is that right?
No, I think it's 2.
Is it 2? Yeah, they played 26 games. Yeah, so he's played all but 2. Anthony Davis played all but 1. And they've been really good. Like, those guys, when they're on the court, are really good. But again, you're seeing it from LeBron. He's down to 23 points a game. Still 8 boards, 9 assists. Just ridiculous. Shooting 36.5% from 3. But it's the consistency that he does it. It's not the night in, night out. Oh, this is a close game late. LeBron's just going to take over and they're going to win this one. I think he has to pick and choose his spots more. And I think when he reaches back to throw his fastball, what used to come out as 105 now comes out as like 98. It's still good, but it's not quite what he used to be. A little less formidable. And then you said it. It's Austin Reeves, who's okay, he's fine. But then Rui Hachimura averaging 12 points a night. D'Angelo Russell averaging 11 points a night. And they're mixing and matching their starting lineups.
Those are both bona fide Kings killers. Yep. Both of them.
No, I'm sorry. D'Angelo Russell is also a 12 a night. Dalton Connect's at 10.6 a night.
Okay.
So the problem is they're better than the Kings right now, at least record-wise.
Yeah.
And the problem is if Anthony Davis and LeBron James are both really good on the same night, they're really hard to beat.
You get some trouble.
And that's what my concern is for the Kings tonight. It's less about, oh man, the Lakers are some kind of title contender, because they're not. But they're still good enough. It's like that song, I ain't as good as I once was, but I'm as good once as I ever was.
That's complicated.
Is that right? Is that the song? Is it Toby Keith or Tim McGraw?
Well, then you're going to lose me there.
Some country artist.
I might wear flannel, but I don't listen to country.
That's one of those songs that I know more words to than I would like to admit, but I don't know who sings.
All right.
King starters tonight: De'Aaron Fox, Malik Monk, DeMar DeRozan, Keegan Murray, possibly.
I think the entire starting lineup is in question at this point.
So on the injury report we have right now, Kevin Huerter is questionable, Keegan Murray is questionable, Domantas Sabonis is questionable.
Yes.
Trey Lyles notably not on the injury report with the calf.
He's not on the injury report?
Correct.
I missed
At
that.
At least I don't think so.
Not
the one I saw.
I've got it right now.
Please update. I might have missed it.
No, Trey Lyles is not on the injury report, which means Trey Lyles is back.
Awesome.
Boy, that's interesting.
We did it.
Just kind of snuck that one in there.
Devin Carter out. Isaiah Crawford, he's with the G League. He's out. Mason Jones also with the G League. He's out. No real surprises there for the Lakers. Jackson Hayes out. Jalen Hood-Schifino out. Bronny James is with the G League. Maxwell Lewis is with the G League. Jared Vanderbilt is out. When was the last time Jared Vanderbilt played basketball?
Long time. Yeah.
Long time.
Yeah, and he had a setback last time. I don't think he's played this year, even if it was short term. But yeah, he's a guy that for whatever reason he can't stay healthy, and they've got he's not the only one.
Mm-hmm.
Like the same thing with Christian Wood. Christian Wood hasn't played forever. Yeah, he has not played this year, and he only played 29 games last year. Jared Vanderbilt did. So, and even the year before, he only played 26 games. I'm no longer willing to take on the contract of Jared Vanderbilt.
We're out on that.
Yeah. Jared Vanderbilt hasn't played since February 1st of 2024.
Mm-hmm.
That's a long time. Yeah.
Oh my God.
February 1st.
Almost a full calendar year.
Yeah. He hasn't played in a long time.
Smokes, man. That's nuts.
Yeah, he's had problems, and when you start to get to that point, is you see the same thing with Christian Wood.
Yep.
It's like, nope.
When something becomes chronic, it's really, really difficult.
Yeah.
To overcome that thing,
especially for a 10 million plus a year player. Like, nope, I'm good.
Yep. Christian Wood, you mentioned, out with the knee injury.
Yep.
LeBron James questionable. Anthony Davis is probable. Matchup of the game for me. Because Domantas Sabonis is questionable with that back injury. I think we know the Domas and Anthony Davis stuff. We know that's going to be a battle. It's Fox and Monk against whoever the Lakers throw at them. Because the Lakers specifically had a really hard time guarding those two guys last year, and they did nothing to improve their ability to guard those two guys.
No.
We'll get to keys to victory a little bit later on. That's it for me.
Okay, so
I need De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk to dominate statistically the Lakers backcourt.
Yeah, I totally get that.
It's not a question to me.
On the offensive side of the ball, I totally agree that is my keys to the game. My key matchup to the game. On the defensive side of the ball is I want to see both Keegan Murray and, if he plays, and Jay Crowder against LeBron. Can they slow him at all? If you can take away LeBron, you can't let Rui Hachimura just do stupid stuff and torch you.
Sure.
But if you can slow down LeBron, it just makes it really tough for them.
And it's not, and again, LeBron is still good enough to reach back and have a really great LeBron game.
Oh yeah,
on a nightly basis. So it's not, oh hey, can you take LeBron out of the game? Because probably not. He's a triple-double threat every single night. But can you make him inefficient? Can you make him work harder for his shots? Like that's I think gonna be the key.
Yeah, and
Trey Lyles might guard him a little bit.
Yeah, if you remember last time they played against LeBron, he started busting the Kings up from like 28 feet. And there's nothing you can do when he's doing that. It's like when Victor Wembanyama does it, it's just a different body, a different body style that's crushing you. Once they start doing that on the perimeter, you're toast.
Right. When LeBron starts hitting threes, it's like, great, yeah, go ahead and close out. See how that goes.
Yeah.
LeBron James going downhill and playing 5-on-4.
No, it's not good. It's not good.
What a ridiculous player, man. I just don't want, I know that nobody here likes the Lakers. I know that by association, you probably don't like LeBron James. I just want to make sure that we're all very clear that he is 11 days shy of his 40th birthday. And we're still talking about him like, hey, you got to throw bodies at him.
Well, yeah. I mean, and I would also tell people that if like you have the means, like in Sacramento, you're looking at one of maybe the last 2 games, maybe the last 4 games of LeBron James's like visits to Sacramento. I don't think he's going to keep playing like for another 5 years.
Yeah.
I would be surprised if he plays, again, he might not play on Saturday.
Sure.
If he doesn't play tonight, he might not play on Saturday.
Or he might play one of the two.
He might play one of the two. He might play in both. But that might be 2 of the last visits for him to Sacramento. And if you haven't got to see LeBron James play, I highly recommend it. Just like watching him in real life. if you have a choice between going to watch Luka and you'll walk out of a game against, with Luka Doncic on the court wanting to throw up.
Dude,
and like
you're gonna if you like Luka, don't watch him in person.
You will never ever, because you can't keep your eyes off what he does the entire game.
It's so annoying.
It's so horrible to watch. But LeBron, just watching him and watching the sheer force that he plays with, it's just unbelievable.
There's an aura to him. Like when
Yeah.
great players walk in the building, you can just feel it. That's how it is with LeBron. It's just it's a really cool thing. So hopefully, if you get out to Golden One Center tonight, you get to see LeBron, and hopefully you get to see a Kings win in the process.
Yeah.
We'll get to keys to victory coming up in a little bit. Want to remind everybody, by the way, real quick, we're giving away Kings tickets. We have 2 tickets to give away. We have 5 pairs of tickets to give away to the January 6th game at Golden One Center against the Miami Heat. You can enter online at ESPN1320.com. We'll have 5 winners. It doesn't get any easier than this. Just go online to ESPN1320.com. You'll see the entry page. You enter there, and then you'll be entered to win. Those tickets are courtesy of the Sacramento Kings. We will have more on the Kings-Lakers matchup and keys to victory coming up in a bit right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, and we are sponsored by Jiffy Lube.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm really surprised about the Trey Lyles thing, to be honest with you.
I was going to feel so dumb if he was on.
No, I mean, yeah. We'll know more soon because shoot around's going to happen. Jesus. I'm just looking at the Garendo thing. Wow. Jesse Rogers from ESPN just put out a statement from Sammy Sosa, who has been estranged from the Cubs. This is a portion of the statement. There were times I did whatever I could to recover from injuries in an effort to keep my strength and to perform over 162 games. Let's see where I go. I never broke any laws, but in hindsight, I made mistakes and I apologize.
Wow.
Do not look up a current picture of Sammy Sosa on.
Yeah, it's a tough look. I'll be right back.
Yep. It's a very, very tough look.
I hope he's okay.
Yeah.
Hey, just so you know, I'm going to throw the commercials in your ears.
Right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
Oh, all right. Hello, everyone. He hasn't been cleared to play yet, Tyler. But soon. Soon, from what I've heard. We should know more about Domas and those guys. Sorry. I'm tweeting something. And blue skying something. I think that's what we call it. I don't know. Let's see. What is Sean talking about here? Sean, he has not been cleared for contact. At least not that I have seen. Like, he's been cleared to do everything but contact. That is Devin Carter. That's the last step. He has to go have a surgical consult one more time to make sure he's 100% clear. Maybe I'm wrong there, but I don't think so. I can probably find the press release. 7-Eleven.
Okay, here we go. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Hanging out with you until noon. And we'll hand it off to D'Lo and Casey, and they'll take you up to 4 o'clock right here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Salute everybody listening on the radio. Thank you to everybody listening on the free Odyssey app. And if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, we appreciate y'all as well. Real quick before we get back into the sports of it all, we're giving away tickets to Legoland, California. You're going to enjoy it. Elf Extravaganza at Legoland now through January 5th. Up for grabs at ESPN1320.com. A family 4-pack of tickets to Legoland, California Resort. Enter online at the contest page at ESPN1320.com. This is my favorite part. 'Tis the season for fa-la-la-la Lego fun. Tickets courtesy of Legoland, California Resort.
Quality read.
Thanks, man. I built those Legos. I built the Lego. It's a Lego. It's not Legos.
Yeah.
I built the Lego that you got me. I had not. I don't think I've ever built a thing following instructions out of Lego.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I've played with Lego before. Obviously, I'm not a gargoyle, but I had never opened the box and IKEA'd that thing together.
Okay, so
exhilarating.
We have this problem in our house that my oldest will steal the cookie sheets to keep his parts, the Lego pieces.
Why don't you just buy him his own cookie sheets?
Because he likes to he'll just go grab cookie sheets, and then if he
That's
stops
outrageous.
halfway through a Lego and leaves a cookie sheet from a different Lego somewhere else, now he'll go get another cookie sheet. So my wife runs out of cookie sheets all the time.
Buy him his own cookie sheets.
I know.
Make them a certain color. And be like, bro,
yeah,
these are your cookie sheets.
Yeah. It's a good way to because they have
No, it's a great idea.
Yeah, to keep them all all the parts together.
My brother in Christ, I want cookies, not get your Lego out of here.
He's one of those kids that would literally have 8 rows of cookie sheets if you let him, where he would just get caught in the middle of building something. Yeah.
Exhilarating. All right. We'll talk Kings Lakers in a second. This stretch of games for the Kings is going to define their entire season for me. I always say, call me at Christmas. Well, it's December 19th.
Yeah.
In their next 5 games, they have the Lakers thrice. the Lakers, who are ahead of them in the standings by 2.5 games, but I don't think they're necessarily better.
Mm-hmm.
You also have the Pistons and the Pacers. Both not good teams in the East.
Mm.
This is a spot to me where, again, I always say call me at Christmas. So this is where I'm going to make sweeping declarations about the Sacramento Kings. If you can get through this stretch 5-0, 4-1, you get yourself a couple games above 500, you take care of business against the Lakers, you take care of business against the Pacers and Pistons, you feel a little bit better about the direction of the team going into a little bit tougher stretch where the Mavs are in there. You get the Warriors, the Grizzlies, you got Miami, Boston, Milwaukee, Houston. Like there's a tough stretch after this.
I just have a tough time, Kyle, like having any idea what team is going to show up.
I agree. And that's why that's where through 27 games, I don't know what they are. And that is a problem.
Yes.
We are, what is that? A little less than a third of the way through the season.
Mm-hmm.
27 times 3, it's 71. No. 27 times 3. That's 81.
We're almost a third.
We're a third of the way through.
Oh yeah.
Because carry the 2.
No, that makes sense.
We're a third of the way through the season. Math. And you get the Lakers twice here, 3 times. You get the Pacers, you get the Pistons. And if you go in and you lose one of those to the Lakers, okay, but you win the other 4 games, that tells me something.
Okay.
That's where, okay, they're taking care of business. They didn't have any stupid losses in there. Okay, this thing is at least moving the right direction where I can feel better about it. If they go 2-3, or God forbid worse, I would have a hard time believing that there's some like turnaround coming.
Oh no.
Barring a significant trade.
I mean, I'm already at the point where I'm slightly concerned about not just the inability to win close games or the inability to string together wins. I'm concerned about sort of the tenor, like what's happening, the Mike Brown stuff, the De'Aaron Fox stuff,
Yes.
just the overall vibe. Like,
yes.
I used to have, so every year I have like a running, we don't place money or anything. We just, there's the stat keeper, Dell. Me and Dell have, we tell each other what we think their win total would be. And we always give each other ±3, right? So like, I don't know, 50 games ±3.
So 47 or 53.
Yeah.
And you're correct.
And we're usually in the range, right?
Yeah.
There was one season where I told him it was something big. Like I think I said 45 games, but I want a ±8. And he's like, you can't have a ±8. And I'm like, yeah, but man, this is one of those seasons where I look at this team and I think this is a really good team. But if they can avoid the drama, I think they can win a ton. If they can't avoid the drama, which this team can never avoid the drama, then they won't win at all. They'll be a disaster. That was a year that they traded DeMarcus Cousins. So my I wanted that ±8 for a very good reason. And like typically that's not where, but I feel like we're starting to see some cracks. And and I don't like that. Like that.
That's why this feels like a tipping point to me.
It does.
Because if you go through this stretch of games at 2-3, it becomes a lot more difficult to go, okay, well, hey, if they just start making their threes, because at that point we're more of a third of the way through the season. They've dropped 2 of 3 in one of the easiest stretches of their schedule left. All right, I'm out. And again, whatever that means is TBD, but I can't imagine that the Kings, if they were already, the organization top to bottom was already bummed out with how last year went. If you get through, how many games would that be? If you get through 32 games and you're 15-17, I can't imagine anyone super psyched about that.
No.
And then we talked about the 30 games. I like, okay, if they're 7-8 after 15, but the next 15, they're 6-6 through 12 of those 15. You win the next 3, you go 9-6. Okay, all
They're
right.
super
Feel a
close
little
to
better.
just being a 500 team, man.
That's it.
That's it.
That is why this is the tipping point for me.
Yeah, and a 500 team doesn't make the playoffs. It doesn't make the play-in. It doesn't.
Nope.
It doesn't survive whatever comes next.
Nope.
No. So
it's huge, man. This is
yeah.
This is it. The season comes down to the next 5 for me.
I mean, like, look, I think the funny thing is this team is just so much better on the road than it is at home. So there is a possibility
Well,
that they make a run in
I
January.
have bad news for you.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean, like, they're so much better on the road.
7 of their next 8 are at home.
Well, no, I said, but after this stretch.
Oh, I see.
After
Got
this stretch,
you.
maybe that's where they get comfortable and they roll. But I also, like, this isn't, it's a light schedule, like, as far as games played. The whole month of December has been light, and you have plenty of time to rest, plenty of time to get ready. This was a point where you should have made a trade. Like this last week where you played 2 games.
Could have gotten somebody.
You're going to make a deal then.
Mm-hmm.
Don't make a deal when you're in the middle of a 6-game road trip and you're going to lose 3 games because you made a deal and because you're missing players.
Yeah.
Like I get it. It takes 2 to tango. But like this team's been looking for a dance partner for way too long.
Yeah, you got to do something. If it means unloading first-round picks, then go for it, man. Like that's kind of where I'm at. And we talked about this with De'Aaron earlier. And does De'Aaron Fox look at this roster and go, dude, like I don't like this is not.
Yeah.
No, it's all right. Then go do something. Shake something up significantly. You mentioned this stretch of games where they play 7 of their next 8 at home. The stretch of 25 games after that, they play 8 of them at home. They have 17 road games in their next 25 games after January 3rd.
Well, they're over 500 on the road, so maybe that's I think they'd be 3 games over 500 on that stretch if the the numbers hold up.
Here are some of the teams they play in those road games. Golden State, Boston, Milwaukee, Denver, the Knicks, Oklahoma City, Minnesota, Dallas. Twice. Oh, and Houston. Man.
Yeah.
I need them to win tonight. I need them to win the next 2. I need them to win 4 in a row. I need them to win these next 4 at home. And then preferably get the one in LA on Saturday, December 28th.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, like, look.
Well, 5-0.
This is
5-game win streak.
I just don't. I don't know who they are. And like, I'm excited to at least the brand of basketball is fun. Like the
they're not boring.
47 points in a quarter. That's crazy. Like that's wild.
A 47-point quarter is nuts.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm all for it to see how this thing plays out. But as long as the basketball is entertaining, everything else. But like Grim Reaper is sitting there, like up in the. He's up on the that bridge up there, having himself a Sierra Nevada right now. Just like, hey,
shout out to the Draft House. I have a good time.
My time yet? I'm hanging out up here.
I'll be down in a second. Let me know.
Yeah,
it's me and Roy Owl hanging out up here. Anyways, that 5-game stretch begins tonight at Golden One Center against the Lakers. James Ham there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jiffy Lube sponsors the program. I think the fact that the Kings play this weird schedule with LA, where they played them October 26th, and then tonight they play them 3 times in the next 9 games, and then they're done for the year.
Mm-hmm.
And given the way, like, given the cluster that was the West back end of the playoffs / play in last year, if you're going to be in that conversation, you got to win these games anyways. But spinning that forward, the urgency on these games is massive. The importance of these games is massive. Mm-hmm. Forgetting the whole turning point of the season and the fact that these next 5 games are all winnable and you got to kind of go get them.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get clear of 500 a little bit. The fact that they have 3 of them against the Lakers in 9 days, I think that ups the importance quite a bit.
Oh yeah, this is your opportunity to send one of your main rivals, your Pacific Division rivals, into a tailspin that they're already in.
Mm-hmm.
What did you say? They're
4-8 in their last 12.
Yeah, 4-8. Like if you put them away right now, it's going to be tough for them to recover. Mm-hmm. Like they've got a long season, but they're banking on a almost 40-year-old to like carry them through.
Right.
Like this is a moment where you can become a disruptive force for somebody else. Mm-hmm. Like you can, cause problems for somebody else, and maybe maybe that's a good thing. Maybe you start becoming a villain a little bit, and maybe that is what your like mentality becomes, a little bit more of a villain that's gonna start beating up on teams that are, playing out their playoff dreams right now. And I don't know if they've got that in them, but they need to find something here that makes them, that brings them motivation for each and every game. And I know you shouldn't have to have motivation like that, but like, look, this is pro sports. There are teams all the time
what it is
that need some sort of motivation.
Yeah, I think that's it. You keep bringing up, I don't know what this team is or who this team is, and I think that's why this is such a heightened level of, like, it's December basketball. You get 2 against the Lakers, and you get Pacers, Pistons, and Lakers again. Like, if they were 17-10, you're not looking at this stretch going, oh man, they're still important, but it's not, the urgency isn't as high.
Yeah.
They've just put themselves in this position where, man, we can talk about the Lakers not being very good, but guess what? They're better than the Kings right now.
Yeah.
And this is an opportunity to show, you know what? If you're the Kings, we're a better team than them. So that's, and 2 of them are at home. Man, I just,
gotta
I
figure
hate
it
that
out.
it's come to this.
Yeah.
I hate that it's come to this, but that's where we're at. So let's get to some keys to victory. That's James. I'm Kyle. James Ham, key number 1 to a Sacramento Kings victory at Golden One Center of the Los Angeles Lakers tonight.
Next man up. Like, we have no idea if Keegan Murray's going to play. We have no idea if Kevin Huerter's going to play. We have no idea if Domantas Sabonis is going to play. So whoever it is that is the next man up, I'm going to guess one of those bodies would probably be Trey Lyles, who would maybe even go from being out for 3 weeks to stepping into the starting lineup, or maybe you get Alex Len. I don't know what you're going to get there, but whoever it is, the next man's got to stand up. And Jay Crowder, like, get ready, like, start stretching out now. You got to be ready in case Keegan Murray can't go. You got to be ready whether he can go or not. Keon Ellis, hey, I'm going to need you to be the scoring punch that Kevin Huerter usually is. 5 blocks is great, but the 12 points were very valuable in that game too.
And maybe this is an opportunity where, let's say all those guys are out. Keegan Murray, Kevin Huerter, Domantas Sabonis all out. Maybe this is an opportunity where De'Aaron Fox can comfortably put his head down and go be the guy.
Maybe that's who's the next man up.
Yeah, where he can go be the guy, and Mike Brown, after saying all this stuff publicly, goes, look, this is it. Like, I need this when Domas is on the floor, when Keegan's on the floor, the way you took over this game, like, this is what it looks like.
Yep.
This is I think a golden opportunity for that. And you're right. Other players are going to have to step up for sure. But to me, it comes down to De'Aaron Fox, and that's key number 1 for me. I need De'Aaron Fox. I need Malik Monk. I need them to get downhill, cause havoc. The Lakers are not a great defensive team. Anthony Davis is an incredible defensive player. But if you get downhill into the paint, opens up those spray threes that Mike Brown always talks about. But I think there's going to be chances to just get to the rack. This is where I need the Kings guards to win consistently, because the Lakers just don't. D'Angelo Russell, Austin Reeves, Rui Hachimura, Max Christie, they're not throwing a juggernaut perimeter defense out there.
Oh no.
Need the Kings guards to cook tonight.
No, I'm with you. Totally. Let's see. My next key,
number 2.
Fox needs to respond. Like, look, this is where we're at. Like, he needs to respond. And for me, this is a game with superstars, right? And, Anthony Davis is a superstar. LeBron James is a superstar. They've been superstars for a long time. Fox needs to be the best player on the court, and he has every opportunity to be the best player on the court. Like what you said, they do not have people that can defend him at all, and certainly not him and Monk. He needs to show that he understands the assignment. And, again, I don't care if Domas and Keegan and Kevin play or not. This is a game where, man, if you want the bright lights, this is it. This is Hollywood. You're playing the Lakers. This is a big game. So go out there and act like it's a big game.
Yep. I don't, we talk about this all the time when De'Aaron Fox faces another star. Like, go be the bigger star. And usually it's a perimeter guy. Usually it's Ja or Anthony Edwards.
And usually he is.
Trae Young. Yeah, I need it tonight.
Oh, yeah.
This is, And I think it's going to kind of be the key going forward. I've said it all year. I've said it since he showed me he could be a 1A in a playoff series. Team's going to go as far as De'Aaron Fox takes them.
Yep.
And when they're banged up and when they're in kind of what is a must-win game or a stretch of must-win games, he's the guy. This is what Mike Brown's asking for.
You want motivation?
Mm-hmm.
Austin Reeves was on Team USA and you weren't.
If you want motivation,
Reeves was on Team USA and you were not.
You want motivation? Team USA in FIBA. He wasn't in the Olympics. But anyways.
Doesn't matter either way.
Yes. In case there was anybody who thought you were saying Austin Reeves, I'm just helping you out.
Not the Olympic team.
Not the Olympic team. The other thing on this, if we did a nationwide poll, if we did something silly and like got in an RV and drove across the country and polled NBA fans, said, who's a better player, De'Aaron Fox or Austin Reeves?
Oh, dear Lord.
That thing's going to be a lot closer to 50-50 than you'd like it to be. So
that's an embarrassment.
Right. It's not. It's just that's what it is. Number 2 for me, get Anthony Davis away from the bucket. Whether that means moving the basketball. If Domantas Sabonis plays, I need him putting up threes. If Trey Lyles is in the starting lineup, I need him out there putting up threes. Maybe that's why Trey Lyles should be in the starting lineup if Domas doesn't play. I need Anthony Davis to spend as much time away from the basket as humanly possible. And every time he does, there needs to be somebody cutting and getting a layup. Every single time.
Yep.
Number 3.
Stop LeBron from owning the fourth. Like, this dude, what he did last time is insane.
It was crazy.
I mean, for a dude who's like almost ready to take in like AARP checks, like this dude is, for him to go for 16 points in the first couple of minutes of the fourth and to drop again, what is 21-0 run. Isn't that weird? 21-0 run. You just gave up 21 points in the last 4 minutes against Denver. That's a very similar thing, except for one game you didn't score at all. The other game, you just let them score every time. Yeah, this is a moment where you can knock a team back, and the way to do that is to somehow limit LeBron. And I don't know how you do that because LeBron is an exceptional player.
He's not a great player. He is one of the 2 or 3 best players to ever play the sport.
Ever. Yes.
That's it.
Yeah.
There's levels to greatness, right?
For me, he's number 3 all time. But
sure.
That's just my own.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. I've got Jordan. I've got Wilt. I've got him.
Sure.
But that's where he is. Like my Mount Rushmore. He's on my Mount Rushmore, whether you love him or not. He should be on everyone's Mount Rushmore.
He's in a different echelon of greatness.
Yeah. Yeah.
And sometimes he's going to do that. Ideally, he wouldn't do it tonight. Number 3, you mentioned this guy earlier. I need a vintage Jay Crowder game. Again, you're not going to stop LeBron James.
Nope.
But can you make it a little bit difficult on him? Can you keep him from working his way to the free throw line? Can you keep him from just getting downhill, barreling in, and getting easy layups? Can you knock down a couple of threes when the ball comes to you? That's what like Jay Crowder has been like. Again, really solid defender. Can hold up against LeBron James for a stretch of minutes. Can knock down a couple of threes. If you get a vintage Jay Crowder game, I think you've got a really, really good shot to win tonight.
I'm with you.
Shout out to Jay.
I like Jay Crowder. I think you brought him in for a reason. And part of the reason is there are players in the world like LeBron James, like Zion Williamson, that you have not been able to slow down at all. And he might be more of, at this point, like a speed bump than he is a stop sign, but that still slows him down just a little bit.
Yep.
And that's what you need. Instead
of scoring 16 points in a quarter, can you hold him to 13? Can you hold him to 12?
9? Like 9? I mean, the guy's only averaging 22.5 points per game. Can you just 9?
I'll take 9.
Yeah.
All right. Jay Crowder, baby. It's your time. I need Jay Crowder and De'Aaron Fox.
I don't love that Jay Crowder is one of the keys to victory.
Well,
Kyle,
that's where we're at.
I don't love that.
That's where we're at.
One of the keys to victory. That's part of the problem.
I am right there with you. All right. Kings Lakers tonight at Golden One Center. And coming up at 4:30, we've got Thursday Night Football for you with the Broncos taking on the Chargers in a game with postseason implications. Should be a good AFC West battle right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Back in a second. Clear.
Hmm. What's going on, everybody?
I have a question for you when we come back.
Okay. Oh, now there's an Isaac Jones Muse account.
Hilarious.
Great. I really like Isaac Jones.
Good player. Fun player.
Well, here's a good sign. He said he'll go. Demonis Sabonis said he'll go out and shoot and see how he feels. That's after shoot around. Also, Patrick Mahomes will start this weekend. Let's see what do we got.
It was good. You know, just it's so after the game, but yeah.
Is there much that you have to see what happens between now and then?
Oh yeah, we'll just go out there shooting and see how it goes.
If you don't mind, like, what were you kind of feeling? Where was it at?
Just sort of the whole match, bruises.
Just where do you feel like you guys are at coming into this?
It sure does seem like Domas is going to play. If he's at shoot around, he's in shoot around, being there. Anyway, that's a good sign. That was courtesy of my guy Brendan Nunez. So Brendan and Sean both interviewing Domas. We also have Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray explained when he had his ankle injury. He jammed his foot in the Houston game and has been playing through it. It swelled up the night before the Denver matchup. He also is at shoot around, which is not a bad thing. I'm good. Just ready to get back on the court tonight. Okay, well, that's a good thing. We're looking for only good news today from King Shoot Around. Tweet this out. According to Sean Cunningham, Keegan Murray, ankle soreness, says he plans to play tonight versus the Lakers. I'll retweet that. This is all good stuff.
I'm declaring myself a Lego guy.
Oh, yeah?
Officially.
I've shown you like the wall of Legos in my house, right? Oh, it's incredible.
Yeah, my mother-in-law is big into Lego. She has a ton of ton of the Disney ones.
Oh.
A couple of the London ones.
Ooh, okay.
The architecture ones.
Oh, that's right, because
I've just never
British, right?
Yes. I just never done Lego before. And I get it. Like, I've never been anti. I've just not done it. And now I see why people are so into it.
Oh, I absolutely love doing the Lego thing. I used to play the Lego video games with my son, my oldest, when he was little.
Those are fun.
Yeah. Indiana Jones, Batman, all of them. I just realized that, Kyle, you and I text each other a lot.
We do.
Especially, like,
you get a lot
pictures.
Of stream of consciousness tweets from me.
Yeah. Lots of pictures. Mainly because I'm
Clarify, please.
Well, just like lots of we have
tweets and stuff.
Yeah.
Prize pics, screenshots, etc. Not like pictures of each other.
No. Pictures. I send you pictures of drinks. That's for sure.
Oh, true.
Oh, yeah. You sent me a glass of wine.
Oh, wow. The Chicago Cubs have now released a statement about Sammy Sosa.
Uh-oh. What does it all mean?
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
He's James, I'm Kyle. Thought of a question during the break. At Thursday Night Football tonight, Broncos-Chargers should be a fun one, but another Kings question as we continue this conversation. Before we hand it off to D'Lo and Casey, the handoff with Damian Barling coming up in about 12 minutes. And then we'll hand it over to them at noon, and they'll take you up to 4 o'clock. And then, of course, like I said, Thursday Night Football, Broncos-Chargers coming up at 4:30. If you and I sat down with Monty McNair and Mike Brown in separate rooms,
okay,
and we asked both guys, hey, what's wrong with the Kings? Why are they 13 and 14? Do you think they'd give us the same answer?
No.
What do you think? I think Mike Brown would say, like, we need more Keegan types.
Okay, so if it were a on the record conversation, I think I know what I would get.
Let's
off the record.
Truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. They're honest feelings.
I think it would be different. I think it would be very different between the two.
Because I think Mike would be like, dude, we need defenders. We need length, athleticism on the wings. It's killing us that we can't get these stops.
No, I agree, but I think when Mike made the move to move Malik Monk in the starting lineup, then his needs changed, and what he's looking at versus what like they were looking at before changed. Like you need a more scorer, you need a defender for sure. You need length, athleticism, 3-4, like same dude we keep talking about. But I need that guy that can maybe get me 15 points per game as opposed to a guy who maybe be able to give me 10 points per game.
Sure.
So I think the player changes as your roster evolves throughout the season. And that's just because, again, you don't have reliability off the bench right now. And that's partially because of injury. It's partially because, Kevin Huerter and Trey Lyles have had rough starts this season. But either way, you need, I think, the wants and needs of the coach have changed and morphed throughout the season, and it always does, right? And you're also looking around to see who's available and who's not. And I think that there is a lot of reasons to, for you to want a more offensive minded version. Or I guess all I'm saying is that you need the better version of the 3-and-D guy.
Sure.
Not the worst version.
Sure.
So if one guy's a little bit better defender, but they're both good defenders, but one guy can really score and the other guy can't really, then I'm choosing player.
Yeah, of course.
The guy who can
take the
score
better player. Sure.
Yeah.
What do you think Monty would say?
I don't know. I mean, he's going to keep talking about offense for sure. And look at how much better we are when the offense is going. You see it with Malik Monk in the starting lineup. All of a sudden, we start scoring 130 points a game, and we win 3 in a row and 4 out of 5. So, yeah, let's crank it up. I think that's what he's going to say. And to be honest with you, Kyle.
That's so fascinating.
Kyle, I think the answer for both should be the same thing. Like, they should.
We always talk about.
Well, yeah, but they should both.
We should run the Kings.
Understand. Yeah, they should understand that what they both want is the same thing. It's just whether you can get it or not. Like realistically, like they're not. I don't think both would want Kyle Kuzma, but like, hey, if Kuzma is like the only answer you got for me, okay. But like, if they're both being honest about the situation, and you need something that's more valuable, that can it might lock you into more salary, it might push you into the luxury tax, all that stuff. but they both should be looking at realistically the same small group of players, because you can find a guy who plays defense and who plays offense, who makes your offense better, but also your defense better. It will cost you more than a guy that just makes your defense better, or than a guy who just makes your offense better.
Sure.
But it's out there, so go get it. Figure it out.
Talking about Cam Johnson.
Cam Johnson or a Cam Johnson type player. I don't think the Kings can afford, I mean, they can, but I don't know that they can swing for the fence and come up with a Brandon Ingram. But Brandon Ingram can play defense as well. And he's long. He's super athletic. He's almost impossible to defend, when he's rolling. Now, I'm not saying he's the perfect fit, but there are players like this around the league. And other teams seem to find them, and the Kings don't.
So let's run through Sam Vecenie, the great Sam Vecenie of The Athletic. I'm just going to start running through. He has the top 40 trade candidates.
Okay.
Jimmy Butler, yes or no for the Kings?
No.
Zach LaVine?
No.
Both Monty and Mike say no to both of those?
Yes.
Okay.
I think anyone would at least think, okay, what about Jimmy Butler? But then when you get down to the nuts and bolts, it's nearly impossible because of salary.
There's a CBA to navigate.
And Zach LaVine as well. He makes $40 million and he's always injured, and it's tough.
Cam Johnson?
Yeah, I think both should, but it's going to come down to what's the cost.
Okay, Brandon Ingram.
Yeah, probably, but the injury should be scaring everybody in the fact that he is an unrestricted free agent and wants to get paid. He wants $40+ million a year.
Feels very Pascal Siakam-ish.
Yes.
You're going to have to give up real assets to go get him, and it might be for a half-season rental of a player who may or may not make you significantly better.
Yeah, but I think you would know if you're going to be able to sign him.
Right.
And you would have to know the price. And my mistake, did he just sign with Clutch? I think he did.
That sounds right to me.
That might help facilitate something. But at the same time, you're looking at $36 million in salary. Getting to that $36 million will not be easy. And if you don't have that player locked up, that's a big gamble. But also, how much do you want to spend going forward?
Yeah.
And that's going to be a really difficult thing. Anything that you're talking about there, it will be offset some by Kevin Huerter's money. But also, you go trade for Brandon Ingram. Is Brandon Ingram starting for you? You would think so.
Do they require Keegan Murray to make that trade?
Well, you're not giving up Keegan because he's an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year.
Right.
But if you love Brandon Ingram and you want Brandon Ingram, the only way to get him is to trade for him now. Because you don't have the money, and you will not have the money to go out and trade for him this summer.
DeAndre Hunter, Bogdan Bogdanovic, Bruce Brown.
I like Bruce Brown a lot defensively, but again, 6'4".
Right.
He's not that much.
Not a great fit for me.
Bogdan Bogdanovic. If you really want a bench scorer, I love Bogey, and he could really run your second team, but that's a lot of money to invest and years in a player who has basically had a consistent knee problem for the last couple of years. And DeAndre Hunter, I'm just the dude can't stay healthy at all. I'm not touching that guy.
So Dorian Finney-Smith, we know, okay.
Yeah.
6'6" wing.
Yeah, I wish
plays
he
a
was.
little defense, can knock down a three.
Wish he's 2 inches taller, but
sure.
To be honest with you, he plays bigger than his height.
Yeah, you feel comfortable playing.
He can play the 3 and the 4, no problem.
Okay. What about Robert Williams?
It would have to be for basically a second round pick and salary matching. If you swapped him and Trey Lyles, I'm okay with that because it gives you something you just don't have, and especially a lob threat for Malik. But his knee injury is so scary,
really bad,
and he's not really owed that much money. So, okay.
What about Larry Nance Jr.? 31 years old, $11.2 million, and he's a 2025 expiring.
Yeah, I mean, that again would be he's a 2020 what expiring?
2025.
So this summer.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not giving up a lot for Larry Nance, and it seems like they're looking for something in exchange for him. Again, is there a lot of difference between him and Trey Lyles? Maybe he's a little bit better athlete, but Trey's a better shooter. And so I think Trey's a little bit more of a complete player. But defensively, I think he's a better player. Larry Nance is.
There's just not, when you start scrolling down this list, it's
Yeah.
These are the names I'm scrolling past. He's not even going to ask. John Collins, we know where we're at on John Collins.
I mean, John Collins had a really good season, and maybe he's revitalized. And next to Domantas Sabonis coming off the bench, okay. I don't think John Collins is a great defender at all, but I do think he's a better rebounder than what the Kings have. He's improved his 3-point shooting again.
The Athletic projects his trade value as second rounders and salary matching.
Yeah. No, and I think that is what we've heard is like real life. They would move off of him without any problems. He's shooting 43.6% from three. He's averaging 18 and 8. He looks like John Collins when he was 23 years old. That's what his stats look like. But I also think he's a player that can come off the bench. Like if you're looking at a like Brandon Ingram, like that's like how are you going to fit him in and how are you going to pay him and all that stuff. I might be more in on John Collins today than I was in the past, just because he's consistently been good. But it's also one of those players that you don't want to have a whole collection of players on your team that haven't won it.
Yeah.
And who haven't been part of, successful playoff teams. And, that he's an expensive player, but, you're basically looking salary matching Trey Lyles and Kevin Huerter. And, then next year you're on the hook for 26.6. I might be more inclined to say yes to John Collins today than I was like 2 weeks ago.
Interesting.
And again, it's because I think the bench score and the lob threat and all that stuff would actually make a lot of sense.
Two other guys that jump out to me on this list. I'm gonna skip down quite a ways. I'm gonna go down to 25 and 26 because it's a lot of like Jordan Clarkson, Malcolm Brogdon, Kyle Kuzma, who we've talked about a lot. Jayshawn Tate is on here, but again, 6'4". Two guys that jump out to me are Josh Okogie and Torrey Craig.
Yeah, are they both in Phoenix?
No, Torrey Craig's in Chicago.
Okay, yeah.
But Josh Okogie's 26. They project his trade value. Sam Viceni at The Athletic does a good front court player for Okogie and a pick.
Yeah, you don't have it. And Okogie at what 6'4"? I think he plays up.
He does
as well.
He does. He's a dog.
Yeah,
I'm a fan of him. Torrey Craig is a player I would have liked the Kings to go get in the offseason. Again, projected trade value, 34 years old, but a late second rounder.
Hey, happy birthday, Torrey Craig. Today is his birthday.
Oh, so he's 35?
No, he turned 34 today.
Turned 34 today.
34 today. Yeah, I don't
physical defender.
I don't hate the idea of Torrey Craig, but again, he's playing 11 minutes a night in Chicago. I don't know if that's because he's beat up or because he just can't get off the bench there.
Okay.
But I don't know. I mean, that's one of those players. Like league minimum deal would have made a lot of sense for the Kings this offseason.
Yeah. But that just and the rest of the list, it's like KJ Martin, DeAndre Ayton, Jeremy Grant, and Ben Simmons. That closes out that list of 30 players. The fact of the matter is, and what I was trying to get at was that player that, hey, great defender, and you feel really good about him on offense, isn't going to come available.
Might not be.
Isn't likely available, I should say.
Well, I don't think a great player, but you can get a good player, and I think the Kings are in the market for a good player. They're not in the market for a great player.
Yeah.
But
it's Cam Johnson and Dorian Finney-Smith.
Yeah, I'm going to throw maybe John Collins in that mix.
Okay, John Collins in the mix now.
Okay. I just don't think he's a defensive player that you're looking for, but he definitely does put pressure on the rim. And he's a guy who can hit a three. He could easily play alongside Domantas Sabonis without any question.
Sure.
So, like, would he improve your team? I think so. I just worry about, like, we keep talking about a bunch of players who are on bad teams that are putting up stats.
Right.
Like that's an inflated number for John Collins at 18 points and 8.1 rebounds.
Yep. Damian Barling in the building.
What's up, man?
Vibes are down.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Well,
having a tough time.
Kings vibes are down. I feel great.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. We're talking Kings.
I also feel great.
Yeah.
Good. Very good. I like your flannel.
Thank you.
Very nice flannel.
Thank you.
Very good flannel.
That's not the one I got you.
Nope.
But I had to talk James into flannel.
Yeah, and I wore the one you got me. It's not as thick, and when it's cold outside, I'm more likely to wear like the bigger, bulkier flannels.
Sure.
Yeah, I like it. It's nice.
Me too.
Like
I've
that
been
blue color.
a flannel convert. I feel like Al Borland now.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Congratulations, man. This is a big deal.
Home improvement.
Yeah.
There it is. Okay, I got
Oh,
it.
look at you.
I got it. Yeah,
Come on.
I got it.
Collectively, over or under 1.5 episodes of Home Improvement that you've watched in your life?
Oh, over.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like, I mean, Home Improvement came out when I was younger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did. Sure. Yeah, definitely over. I can't tell you like a moment or
Mhm.
like I know. So Al was his assistant.
Yes.
Yep.
And
On
then there
tool
was Wilson, the guy who
Wilson's a neighbor.
who you couldn't see his
You only
face.
saw the top
Yep.
of his
Yeah,
face.
I remember. Yeah, I
Jonathan Taylor Thomas.
I can't. Yeah, Jonathan Taylor, WrestleMania 10.
Oh.
He was a guest at WrestleMania 10. He didn't wrestle at WrestleMania
Oh,
10. He was
okay,
a
got it.
child at the time.
I was
But
like, whoa.
yeah, like I couldn't tell you like a single episode or plot or joke or anything, but I remember like Tim Allen in the
Okay.
show for sure.
Very good. Excellent.
Yeah.
We've talked a lot about the Kings Lakers game tonight
Mhm.
and how this is just a stretch of 5 games. To me, it's a tipping point of the season. Because right now they haven't been good, but you can still talk me into, okay, they go 4-1 in this stretch.
Mhm.
And okay, it feels a little more stable. You feel a little bit better. But if they come out of this stretch,
What's the
2 and
game
3.
after the Pistons one?
Pacers.
So it's
You
the
get
Pacers
Lakers,
twice.
Lakers, Pistons, Pacers, Lakers.
Okay.
You got to go like 4-1 or 5-0 for me.
Okay. Well, that's that's not going to happen. They're not going 5-0. They're not. Like Kenny did this when the homestand started, but before the Denver game.
Mm-hmm.
It was like they got to go 4-1 on this homestand, and I was like, I don't think they're going to do that.
Right.
I just don't. I don't. I don't.
That's why the vibes are down, because I don't think anyone does.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. Like they. You know, the Sacramento Kings season was encompassed in that game on Monday.
Sure.
It's like, why the hell are you? You're down. You know, I sent a text to the group thread. Like this, imagine being hyped up. Your team's won 3 in a row. Imagine being hyped up to go watch them at home against the Denver Nuggets, against Nikola Jokic, against Michael Malone and that whole crew right there. And they're down 16 points before you can even get your popcorn. You haven't even come back from the concession stand. You stopped at the team store to grab somebody a De'Aaron Fox jersey for Christmas, and you come down and your team's down 23-6.
Not great.
Then they go down 20, 23, and fight their way back as they so regularly do. And a team that we thought was built to win in the clutch loses again in the clutch.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like everything that is wrong with the Sacramento Kings season happened in that single Denver Nuggets game.
Yep.
And I didn't think they could go 4-1. Now, mathematically, obviously, they still can on this homestand. They can win their next 4. They could beat the Lakers twice, beat the Pacers, and then go on to beat what I think is
Say it.
They're good. Like they're fighting. Like they're trying to establish something. Detroit Pistons team. And so
It's my Pistons.
yeah, I'm with it. And I mean, I don't see them winning the next 4. I hope they can win 3 of the 4, be 3-2 on the homestand, and then, you know, see what happens after that. But yeah, the Golden One Center sucks right now. Like you said all off season, we need to be better at home. We need to be better at home. Malik said it. De'Aaron said it. Mike said it. You're 2 games under 500 at home.
Yep. And 7 of their next 8 at home.
And no one feels great about that.
Man.
No.
Like you couldn't head over to ESPN1320.com if you want to win tickets. Because your ass couldn't win tickets 2 years ago.
Nope.
When it was, new attendance record, 17,000. New attendance record the next night, 17,001. New attendance record the next night, 17,010. That happened all year.
Mm-hmm.
It's not happening now.
Those tickets are to the January 6th game against the Miami Heat at Golden One Center. Enter to win. And we have 5 pairs to give away.
It's
Nope.
against Miami.
What did I say?
You said you can only say Miami. That's a thing.
Oh,
You're
that's not what the read says.
Yeah, I know. I threw my read in the garbage.
Oh.
Oh.
I also think it's a family 4-pack of tickets. Yeah, we're a well-oiled machine here. This is a
This is
professional.
a pair of
Yeah,
tickets.
no, it's 4. Yeah, I threw mine in the garbage.
5 sets of 4?
No, it's a family 4-pack. It's 4 tickets. It's 4 tickets.
Yeah, but we're
So there
giving away
won't
5
be
of
5
them.
winners?
No, no. Yeah, one a day. All week. One a day all week.
We've lost our way.
From now on, don't
Jesse, help me.
no,
I didn't say.
Okay, here we go.
help
We'll fix all this in post. It's fine.
Fix it
Okay,
all-
so
that's
yeah,
right.
so no, if you want to head out to, if you want to win tickets to that family 4-pack of tickets to
Yep.
the Sacramento Kings game on January 6th against Miami,
that's it.
against the South Beach team,
Yep.
you
That's
can
how you
enter
do it.
online now at ESPN1320.com. We're giving away 5 family 4-packs, 1 per day. It doesn't get any easier than this, says the read. Just go to ESPN1320.com. Tickets courtesy of the Sacramento Kings.
Charlie might have been a little jet lagged when he
I
typed that
crush
one
it.
out.
We're
That's
just
fine.
dominating this right now.
That's fine. We're
It's
good.
fine.
I have
We have
no
45
idea.
seconds.
It's fine. It's all right. No, it's good. What do you want to do for 45 seconds?
Literally anything other than talk about
He wants to
the
go to
Miami
Heat
game.
He wants to go to Fa La 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 Lego
Yeah,
Land.
fa la 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 Lego time or whatever.
Well, we got tickets to that too, from
Yeah,
what
we
I
do.
understand.
Go to ESPN1320.com right now and just enter everything.
Click on every button.
Hopefully
that's there.
you'll win.
Deuce Mason will be with us today. Matt George in the final hour of the show, man. So it'll be
Can someone get the vibes?
also hear our conversation with Ice Cube.
Oh,
See
sure.
our conversation with Ice Cube. We talked to Ice Cube last night.
Oh,
Yeah, so we'll air that. A good 15-minute conversation with the legend coming up around 3 o'clock. We'll have that.
talking Big 3, talking football,
All of it.
a little bit of everything.
Big 3, his
Oh.
new album,
Oh.
his place in hip hop entertainer history.
Great.
All right.
Yeah, it's fun. Fun
That's gonna be fun.
conversation.
Tap in. D-Lo and KC coming up next. James and I are back tomorrow at 10 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader. Until then, drink water and be nice, people. Boom! Goodbye, Chatty House. Appreciate you guys. Talk to you tomorrow.
See you, friends.
Faraz back tomorrow for your fantasy football playoffs. We got you. See you at 10:30. We'll see you at 10. Faraz at 10. Oh, okay. Win a family 4-pack of tickets to the Miami game on January 6th.
What's up, crew? Oh, we still got a few minutes. Let me log into my other computer over here, y'all. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Everybody good? Nah, Soren, KC running a little late, man. He'll be here in a little bit. I'll pull that down till he gets here. Also, that reminds me, we gotta set up. Guess we do that. Gotta log into the YouTube account real quick. Y'all forgive me because oh yeah. Yep, give me a second and I'll send it to you. Switch account. Add account. Oh, this is gonna take me forever.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC. D-Lo, we your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. We in here. Come on, man. It's game day. One more time. Welcome you in here to the Thursday, December 19th edition of D-Lo and KC. Listen to a little Christmas music for the first time this holiday season. I haven't really.
Are you a big Christmas music guy?
I'm not. Nah, it's I got about. Let's see. Today's the 19th. You could get me for a solid 6 days, and then I'm out.
I'm good for 1 day. I think we played Christmas music last week. That's good enough.
Oh, you're out now.
Yeah.
See, but my Christmas music is like a little like some of the Boys to Men Christmas songs just sound like love songs. But
Gotcha,
it's like, yeah, who would have thought I'd fall in love on Christmas Day? Like it's a love song, but they throw the word Christmas in there, and all of a sudden it's on their Christmas album. But I have a playlist of records that I go to every year. Stevie Wonder, Luther Vandross, all of that. DMX singing, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer and all of that. And yeah, it'll get some run. Today was the first day I pulled it up on the walk. I'm like, I'm vibing. Can't say I've really been in the Christmas spirit, but I think between the playlist and De'Aaron's dual Christmas trees, I'm in the mode now. I'm ready for December 25th to get here. I also think it's different. Like, do you and Crystal make a big deal out of
like Christmas?
Yeah. Like, is Christmas a big thing in your family?
Yeah.
Or holidays a big thing in your family?
Yeah. Like,
okay.
We'll be doing some with her side of the family on the 23rd, then we'll be with my side on the 24th, and then we'll do like our own thing at the apartment on the 25th.
Okay, like you got.
No, yeah, Christmas is
days.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
that's the whole thing. Plan it out. All right, what are we doing this day? Blah blah blah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's not a thing in my family, like at all. Like we completely blew off like Thanksgiving. It's like, hey, what do we do?
Thanksgiving is falling off in my family too.
It was like, what are we doing Thursday? I don't know. Like my sister didn't want to drive up here because she had something going on Monday. I was like, oh yeah, I got to work, run to feed the hungry that morning. All right, we don't really need to do anything. We'll just reconvene at Christmas. All right. So I hit up my sister and it's like, Christmas is like 6 days away. Like, what do you want to do? And so I think we just formulated our plan on what we're going to do because I have a very small family and holidays just aren't a big deal. Like her kids are, my niece is 16. My nephew's like 20, and then I don't have any. So it's
Thanksgiving and like
really
Christmas are the only holidays you really plan for too, I think. I mean, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think some people plan Easter.
Yeah, I was gonna say that might be the other one.
Yeah, but yeah, you're right. Those are the two. And they were like 4 days apart this year, it feels like.
Yeah.
I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway, and he's on his way.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
The worst slums. I think I might have determined where the worst slums of Sacramento are, and it might be the Golden One Center. Because so far this year, nothing good happens at the Golden One Center. At least not for the Sacramento Kings. And it's not off to a great start either, with the injury report coming out that Kevin Huerter, Keegan Murray, Domas, they're all listed as questionable with various ailments headed into tonight's game against the Los Angeles Lakers. Of course, it's the Kings' second matchup against the Los Angeles Lakers. They played the second game of the season. That's when LeBron scored 100 straight points. And the Kings, man, I was talking to James and Kyle a minute ago about what a microcosm of the season that Denver Nuggets game was. Man, you could look back at that Los Angeles Lakers game, the second game of the season, as a telltale sign of, this is what the season's going to be. Like, think about it. Kings played well. LeBron, Lakers, went on a run. I think it was a 21-0 run, if I remember correctly. Kings respond. Anthony Davis hits a clutch three. Kings wind up losing. The story is the same throughout the year. You just change some of the names. Minnesota, get a big lead. De'Aaron Fox goes crazy. Anthony Edwards hits a clutch three. Kings go home losers. You could do that with San Antonio. You could run through the Kings' schedule and do that a variety of different times. Games just like that Lakers game. Hell, the first game against the Timberwolves was like that. The game one of the season was like that. Playing well. Timberwolves make a run. Kings recover. Lose a close game. I think that's been the most frustrating part about this season. I think that's been the most frustrating part about this season, in a season that's had a lot of frustrating parts to it. This team was supposed to be really good in the clutch. That's where they were supposed to excel. That's where they were supposed to be better than everybody else. That's where the addition of DeMar DeRozan was supposed to mean the most. Ooh, you got the two most clutch scorers in the league on the same team. You got the two guys who get all them fourth quarter points on the same squad. Yeah, and what was the stat? They're 3-9 in those clutch games. I mean, that's why when you look at the stat that they'll put up on the screen, inevitably, if the game is, in a clutch time situation, like De'Aaron has, I think the graphic last game was like 60-something clutch time points, which was like 10 more than everybody else, which is like, that's dope. But all it really means is the Kings have been in a ton of close games. And more consequently, at least in the idea of De'Aaron Fox being clutch or the Kings being clutch, they're 3-9 in those games. Obviously, that doesn't fall exclusively on De'Aaron Fox. That's not fair. But it does make those clutch time baskets. It does make that clutch time graphic that they look to put up on the screen a little hollow. That don't mean nothing. Win. And this team can't win close games right now. And there's also a level of like, okay, Huerter, Keegan, and Domas are dealing with something. We don't know if they're all going to be ruled out, or if they're all going to be ruled in, or some combination of them are going to be out and in, whatever. We don't know any of that yet. But it's also like, man, God, they have gotten their ass whooped by injuries. Like Trey Lyles, like I didn't even mention Trey Lyles there. Like Trey. So remember earlier this week, I think it was on Monday, Mike Brown said, yeah, like Trey's getting close. He's not going to play tonight versus Denver. And I don't even think he's going to play the next game. Well, this is the next game. The next game is tonight. It's Thursday. It's the Lakers. And Trey seemed to think he could be able to give it a go. Not even give it a go like, oh, I'm going to go out there and give it a try. He sounded like he'd be able to play. So you have a team dealing with that, guys in and out of the lineup. We keep talking about the bench and finding the right rotation, finding the guys to contribute, finding the guys who can make an impact. Well, I'm not trying to stall them out. Like, yo, you've got to not next man up, but you've got to be ready when your number's called. And some of these guys don't know when their number's going to be called because they don't know who's playing that night. I mean, how many games this season have the Kings truly played healthy? Like Malik missed a chunk. Then you had that stretch without DeMar. Then that stretch without DeMar and Domas. You just have these guys. You have some component. And, of course, then you got Trey Lyles, who's dealing with his second injury since training camp started. Like, you've got you've got the odds against you. You're dealing with a lot of frustration in that moment. If you're Mike Brown, you're dealing with a lot of frustration in that moment if you're the Sacramento Kings. Then you've got the Los Angeles Lakers. Those Los Angeles Lakers, you feel like, yeah, they really haven't been much better. The difference between them is they're 14-12. And man, does it feel like it is different to navigate some frustrating waters 2 games above 500 rather than a game below 500. And I could be 1,000% wrong, but it feels like the story of tonight's game could be De'Aaron Fox. Not because of anything that De'Aaron Fox has done or hasn't done, but what Mike Brown did. Bartender Ham, sermon up. These are cranberry apple old fashions. Cranberry old fashions. Salute. Cheers, everybody. Oh, that's good. That's a good look, Hammer. Appreciate you. Yeah, we're in that mode where we just drink now on Thursdays because, like, Christmas is 6 days away. And there are way more people in the building than I expected.
I was going to say, yeah, people are working. Like, I just turned around. I saw like 3 people. That's usually more than...
Which is crazy because Karosh is right there. Wesley's right there. Like, there's people here. Of course, tomorrow's going to be a different story.
I'm excited for Monday.
Not only are people here, but our man is here.
Monday, we might do the show in Studio 6.
Well, I mean, look, everybody's here saying their goodbyes for 2024.
That's a shoot. That's a shoot. The amount of emails that have gone out. It's so-and-so will be. And by the way, we're not absolved of this. We were on that email too.
We made it. Mama, we made it.
If you need something for D'Lo and KC, you bitches better tell them now, because speak now, forever hold your peace.
When we first started, we'll be here Christmas morning. Right. D'Lo and KC.
Like. Danny in San Francisco. Hey, you guys want to do a pregame? You guys want to do a 9-hour show on Christmas Day to cover these NBA games?
8-hour Christmas special.
Yeah. Hey, what kind of sweater you got on today? That's nice. That's really nice.
Little cream sweater.
No, I didn't ask the color.
Hey, Casey, what's the brand of that sweater? I would like to go and see if I can purchase it.
What does that have to do with anything?
I'm just asking questions. Why are you so defensive? It's very nice.
Yeah.
And I think people would like to know what type of. That's a gorgeous sweater.
First of all, the radio audience doesn't even know what sweater I have on, so they don't.
Excuse me.
Know.
I paint pictures with words, sir.
It's true,
and that's what I'm doing now. So again. Look, I'm just trying to show out my guy a little love. Won't accept it. What kind of sweater is that?
We won't go to break, Henny.
It's just a nice little off-white, sweater. You know what I mean?
Off-white brand, not off-white the color. Off-white brand.
Actually,
Boy, that's both. Yeah, salute.
Didn't you have one on the other day?
This isn't about me.
Facts.
This isn't about me.
I'm asking you. Didn't he have one on
I barely remember 20 minutes ago.
See? Come on, man.
Yo, this guy be switching up more than anybody I know. One day he's on my side. The next day he's hitting me with the steel chair.
I play both sides. I never lose.
Matt George will be with us in the final hour of the show. You'll hear our conversation with Ice Cube coming up near the top of the 3 o'clock hour. That was a lot of fun. And Deuce Mason returns to the show. Deuce of the Deuce and Mo podcast, NBC Sports California, joining us on a game day. He'll be with us coming up at about 1:45. Most of all, we're happy you're here with us. We're just getting started. Lots to talk about here with D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah. My bad, everybody. Imagine my surprise. You ever have one of those moments when you're like, oh yeah, getting out of here. Man, it'll be a good day. I'm feeling good. Get in there. And the car didn't charge at all. I said, oh my goodness. Are you for real? Usually my wife would be there and I'd just say, hey, man, I got to take your car, but she's in the office.
You guys had to deal with, I'm sure you two haven't, but like, what do you do when your car's just like that?
I've never.
Like you call a tow truck at that point?
I don't know. Because I don't even know if you can get neutral if it's that way. I don't know how they work that. I've never gotten to that point. And I don't want to. Dad, what up, boy? How you doing, man?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, I'm good. But how are you?
I'm good, man. You ready for these playoffs?
For the college football playoffs?
Yeah.
I'm going out to Atlanta for ASU.
Let's go.
Atlanta on New Year's Eve. So
let's go. Oh, Lord. Hey.
How old are you again?
Hey. Keep your ass out of trouble.
Hey, how old are you again?
Depends. Who's asking?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
He's like, what are you?
All right, well, no.
What are you, a cop?
What they said? What movie was that? It was Trolls, and he said, "What are you, a narc?"
I know the game's the next day. It's not till 1 o'clock. So.
Oh my goodness.
Trying to go see what Drake's talking about at the Magic City.
Oh my goodness. I'm mad we didn't get to Magic City. Yeah, it seems like a pilgrimage that should have
such
happened.
A fucking mess.
I mean, though, to be fair to us, though, like we
were drinking champagne for 7 hours in the sweltering heat.
We were dead.
Yes, we were.
We were dead. Yeah, that's gonna be a vibe.
Hey, tell me the story of your radio career. Well, Rick Ross tried to kill us with alcohol.
Rick Ross left.
Rick Ross, not his house, the state. Rick Ross didn't leave his house. He left the whole state.
Hey, question. So, like, genuinely, what am I supposed to do on New Year's Eve, though? Y'all seem like y'all got the moves.
Well, Atlanta's a different.
Yeah, Atlanta's a
beast.
Different animal, bro. You could do literally whatever you want.
You could go
to downtown Atlanta, find black people, and walk towards
go
them.
somewhere on Peachtree, on Peachtree Street, and just look. I'm sure Georgia Tech's probably going crazy. That was one of the things that
go to Magic City. Shoot, what are we doing?
City. Although Magic City, it's gonna hit that day. Like it's gonna be 100 to get in the door. That'd be my guess.
I don't know if my college funds is gonna get that covered.
100 to get in the door, but no, Atlanta's different. I actually got I got a real good friend out there, man. I'll hit him up and see what we can do. He's connected to all that stuff. Shout out Georgia State. You know what I mean? It's gonna but look, all your people's gonna be out there. Like there's gonna be something popping off.
Yeah, I'm going with media, so they'll be like.
Yeah, but like the student body gonna be out there. Student body and the fans.
I don't know. They gotta pay like $750, $800 for the package to go out there for tickets. So I don't know how many students are gonna be out there for
alumni. They're gonna be well represented. Arizona State's gonna be well represented.
Not as much as like Texas will be, but yeah.
This is an all-time moment. This is an all-time moment in schools history. So I don't have a Maybach.
That's a good reference right there. Well done. I don't have that.
Paul Orndorff.
Well,
Mr. Wonderful. Right?
We didn't talk about that.
My first Paul Orndorff comparison right there.
Do you know who Paul Orndorff is?
Yeah, he had blonde hair.
But you know who he is?
Yeah, he's like I know the name. I've never watched a Paul Orndorff match or whatever.
Okay, you know who Mr. Wonderful is.
I wouldn't say he has blonde hair.
It's like a dirty.
It's like Ric Flair kind of.
No. Am
I thinking of someone else?
I would say brown.
It's
brown.
It's like it's closer to like a
very nondescript wrestler.
Does he get compared to Triple H at all?
No, they're both really muscular.
Okay, maybe I'm just thinking of someone else. But I know that name. I've heard that name.
He's really nondescript. There's really nothing Like
Is it
right now, we're
Cesaro?
trying to think. I mean, he was a little.
He was
that's-
just really
no, that's a good
jacked. That's
call.
all it is. And he had a great program with Hulk Hogan. That's all.
No, like defining rivalries, matches,
Hogan.
moments.
Hogan's it.
I don't even remember the Hogan stuff.
He had a huge match with Hogan in Toronto. I think it was at the Sky Dome.
Didn't he have a WrestleMania 1 match? Was it Tito Santana?
No, he was a part of the main event. It was Piper and Orndorff.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Piper, Orndorff, and
that's right. Mr.
Cowboy
T.
Bob was on the outside.
Gotcha.
And then it was Hogan, Mr. T, and Snuka. Just breaking down WrestleMania 1 over here. That's all.
And I said he doesn't have any like descriptive moments. That's a pretty big one.
Well, he's in the main event of WrestleMania 1. Yeah. He did have we're talking about Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff, because of course, why wouldn't we be?
Might be one of the best ways we ever came back from break. Yeah, we're talking about Mr. Wonderful. Yeah,
I know I'm biased. This show is hilarious. This show is legit funny. Just come back from commercial and we're talking about Mr. Wonderful.
Who has done that in the last 15 years?
Kings Lakers tonight. We're talking about Mr. Wonderful.
Mr. Wonderful's family hasn't talked about Mr. Wonderful.
He had the thing I remember most, obviously he had the main event at WrestleMania 1, but he had that Saturday night's main event with Hulk Hogan where they did the steel cage match and they climbed they filmed it to where they hit the floor at the same exact time. So when you're escaping over the top, and it was like, oh, it's a draw, you got to restart the match. And they're saying, oh, they had the evil referee who was like, Paul Orndorff is the new champion. And, the good guy referee, Joey Morello, was like, no, Hulk Hogan is the champion. And then, no, just restart the match. Hogan gets the win, beats up Bobby Heenan, and everybody goes to sleep.
And then everybody was happy.
Yeah.
Speaking of, real quick, before we get to Kings Lakers, I saw a wrestling on this day. I think it was on this day, or maybe it was just a memory. But do you remember when the fan climbed the steel cage and got in the ring as one of the WCW pay-per-views was going off?
No, I don't think I remember.
Was that Piper versus Hogan?
Yeah, Piper's handcuffed to the steel cage. Fan climbs the steel cage, gets in, and Hogan gives him a couple.
I feel like they edited that out of the network.
They might have, but they were on the air because Shivani was like, "Oh, there's a fan in there, and this fan is getting destroyed. He's getting destroyed. Oh, somebody's got to get him out of there."
Did you ever see the clip where Triple H came back from the dead at a house show to beat up the fan?
because he jumped Stone Cold.
He
right?
went after Stone Cold, and Triple H, who's selling like a pro, sees the guy come in and immediately jumps and just. The worst one was the guy who pushed Eddie off the ladder.
Oh, I don't think I've seen that.
I think that was on. I know our friend is listening. He'll text us. It was either on Raw, or it might have been on the Dominic on a pole match. I can't remember which one it was, but the fan runs in and he pushes Eddie off of the ladder, but Eddie lands on his feet and he stares at that dude, and then the ref comes over and then they.
That's crazy.
And everyone
pushing him
off
off
the
ladder is crazy.
He's like, if Eddie had reacted a smidge bit quicker, that guy probably would have been dead. Eddie would have killed him.
Yeah.
Eddie would have killed him.
Because Hogan, everybody, y'all saw the same clip on Twitter last night. I saw it. I had never seen it before. And
it was on Raw. It was versus RVD for the IC title.
That's crazy. Shout out
down
south.
Yeah. But
yeah, Hogan, they weren't, that's the term. They weren't pulling any punches.
No,
I think Macho Man kicked him in the ribs. They got to beat his ass. Then the officials came in.
Well, remember the overweight fan who jumped in when the NWO was forming, and Kevin Nash. Kevin Nash just kicked the crap out of him. It's just a fat guy, just laying like belly out, like little shorts on. I just trying to get in because Hulk Hogan turned on him, and Kevin Nash just kicking the crap out of him.
Stomped him out of the ring.
Still real to me, damn it.
Guys, don't cross the barricade. Jesus Christ, don't jump the barricade. Oh man.
And then and then the old wrestler, I think it was Dusty in that clip. And the Shivani's like, oh, they're beating the hell out of this fan. And Dusty gets, as they should. Get them.
Get him, baby. Megan Dream, Dusty Rhodes.
Zero brings it up in the chat. Bret Hart getting tackled at the Hall of Fame thing was wild.
Oh, wait, I don't think
Oh, you never saw that?
Are you serious?
Oh, that's crazy. Yo,
it was on like on video too, like on camera.
It was live. Like this.
Who tackled him?
Some
fan.
Yeah, he's staying at the podium.
So they it's when they started doing the Hall of Fame thing in the ring. All of the ropes are down, and this fan comes in, and Bret turns his head just in time. The fan tackles Bret. I don't know who got up there and pulled the guy off, and I'm sure beat the hell out of him. And then shout out to Bret. This might be Bret's greatest moment. Bret gets up and goes, I think that guy was part of the clique. Yeah, that was crazy.
I do vaguely remember that. That is crazy that happened. Hall of Fame. They should have beat his ass.
Yeah, that's wild. I'm looking back at some of these on this stage. These are crazy. The fabulous Hulk Hogan. Wow. All right. Oh,
shout out to the Brody too,
wild.
man. Always checking us out, man. Shout out to the Brody, man. That's love.
Oh yeah, that's our guy. That's our guy always. I was thinking about something on the heels of De'Aaron and Mike Brown, Draymond Green show. De'Aaron's future.
This has gotten real nefarious since the debut of that show. Like, at first I was just kind of like, oh, he's on the show.
Yeah.
He's saying whatever. And in the last 24
it's because
hours,
they're struggling. Yeah. It's because they're not playing well.
Mike's comments have all of it. It's like, okay, I didn't see it that way.
Well, I don't think Mike's comments had to do with the podcast. I think Mike's
did.
No, I think Mike's podcast had to do with the game.
I
I think De'Aaron was slow to get involved in that Denver Nuggets game. And that's not something we talked about Monday because he had a strong finish. And that, like, there are times where it feels like, and it's not like I think he took in the first quarter, obviously they're down 20. I think he took 5 or 6 shots. It's not like he wasn't doing anything. Like he was playing, the shot just wasn't falling for him. And it felt like he fell back a little bit. And then he started to get more aggressive. Obviously that run starts to happen in the second quarter, but it's probably a reach, but it's fresh on the mind. So I'm going to ask. I'm going to steal a line out of the Kenny Caraway 49ers season autopsy. Is everybody on the Sacramento Kings focused on winning?
It's interesting you say that.
Because it's not just De'Aaron. So Jesse's got a look on his face. We asked if Kevin Huerter would be able to adjust to moving to the bench. That's not a question we should ask if we believe everybody's focused on winning, right?
100%.
Too much? Am I reaching?
Well, so I'm going to tell you why it's interesting that you say that and that you feel that way. Because I'm listening to the insiders like I do.
Great show.
You know what I mean? Great show. And our guy, James Ham, who didn't bring me an old fashioned, but that's a whole nother discussion.
No. Might have been. Yeah.
It's all good.
James!
Like, we've seen how you drink, though. You take on one sip.
That was crazy that wasn't a shot. But
that was pretty wild.
But he talks about, like, De'Aaron, and like I said, we're like really getting into the weeds with what is going on in the last 24 hours with the interview, with Mike Brown, with what it meant, with who's saying what and all this other stuff. And he brings up, the possibility that De'Aaron Fox is looking at this like, hey man, this is a big year for me. I'm trying to get paid, need to make all NBA and all this other stuff. Right. And that's this. James is saying that, not saying it is facts, but like, these are possibilities. And that's the same thought I had. I said, well, what the hell are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing? Beam Team 1 worked because everybody in that locker room had a vested interest in needing to win. Like, maybe it was a perfect storm. Maybe it was something that doesn't happen all the time. But everybody that was in that locker room needed to be part of a winning team, or else their money wouldn't be right, their legacy wouldn't be right. Questions around the league would be popping up about who they are as individuals, players, coaches, all this other stuff. Winning was number one for whatever reason it was. Winning was number one for everybody on that team. And there was no worrying about nothing coming off the bench, starting, minutes, finishing, all this other stuff. And they were successful. Then the next year, it's like, all right, well, I'm in a contract year, or I'm not coming off the bench now, or, all NBA, or whatever the case may be. And it's funny you say that. I wonder, do I think winning is the most important thing for everybody in that locker room? No.
So let's this sucks. But let's do this anyways. Do you think winning is the most important thing for Domantas Sabonis?
Yes.
So do I. Do you think the winning is the most important thing for DeMar DeRozan?
Yes.
So do I. Is winning the most important thing for Malik Monk?
Yes.
Same. Is winning the most important thing for De'Aaron Fox?
I'm going to say yes. I'll explain it a little bit. In that interview, now he could have been lying, but I'm going to take him at his words. In that interview with Draymond Green, he has the line, I can get money anywhere. Right? So if it's money, and I know we talked a little bit yesterday about it's different. If you get all NBA and you're with the team, you get more money. That's
correct.
It's a big difference.
I do want to point out it's also different if you leave.
That's right. That's right.
The money is not the same if you leave.
But the reason why I bring that
on
up,
your own, I should say,
right,
if you leave on your own.
Right. The reason why I bring that up is he says I can get money anywhere. Where I think he's aware of all that stuff, right? Like he's aware that if I leave, I'm not going to get as much money here in Toronto or something like that, or I'm not going to get the same if I don't make All NBA and I leave, the money's different or whatever. That statement tells me he's saying I'm gonna get money. Like that's not the issue. Like I'm certified, verified. I know there is a huge difference between, I'm just throwing out a number, 250 million and 175 million. I understand there's a huge difference between that, but worst case scenario, I got 175 million dollars from somewhere, and I probably got another $100 million contract down the road after this one. I'm gonna get money anywhere. I need to know that we're committed to winning. So I understand why you asked the question. I understand why you sequenced the question the way you did, but I'm gonna choose to take him at his word. And when he said I can get money anywhere, and say yes, winning is more important than that or the accolades for him right now.
I think he's focused on winning, but I think he's also thinking about his future too. So there's the aspect of, hey, if we don't make the playoffs this year, then things are going to probably change. And I feel like missing playoffs last year honestly hurt this team so bad because that wasn't supposed to be part of the plan, I think. It's tied up your picks and all that, moves supposed to be made. There was no progress made, and now you're at a point where it's kind of feels like the way we've been talking over the last month, it's kind of do or die at this point. If you don't make the playoffs, then who knows what's going to happen.
The interesting thing about Fox's situation and all these other guys' situation as well.
If you make playoffs last year, maybe we're not having these conversations this year too.
Facts.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing about Fox, and even if we had nefarious thoughts about it or whatever, winning is in his best interest of what may be his number one priority. They literally go hand in hand in this situation. If you win, you get everything. This isn't I don't know, Luka or something like Luka could miss the playoffs, have 30 points a game and still make All NBA and qualify for whatever. He doesn't have to win to get what's going on. Even it helped, I guess, but Jaylen Brown a couple years ago didn't have to win a championship to really be considered for all NBA. It was whatever. Like, he could win his normal rate, and as long as he put up his numbers, he was going to be qualified for all NBA.
Yeah.
De'Aaron has to win for that money to be at its maximum.
Yeah.
We all believe.
Right. Man. De'Aaron, I don't know any other way to phrase this, and this sucks because this is going to sound terrible, but I'll attempt to explain it. Sometimes I think De'Aaron talks like a player he's not yet. His game should quantify him as one of the very best players in the entire league. Mike Brown said yesterday he's on the verge of being a superstar. How many years has De'Aaron Fox been on the verge of being a superstar? Because it didn't start yesterday.
We're gonna put a number on it. I said at least 3.
At minimum, it's been 3 years since at bare minimum. It's been the Prize Picks bet would be 3.5 on the number of years that De'Aaron Fox has been on the verge of being a superstar. How long can you be on the verge? And what's keeping him from taking that leap over to superstardom? This is a player who's currently averaging 26.2 points per game. This is a player that averaged 26.6 per game last year. This is a player that averaged 25 points per game, won the inaugural Clutch Player of the Year award when his team broke the playoff drought 2 years ago. Yet with him, it constantly feels like there's something missing. And I feel like the reason for that is he shows you time and time again what he can be. This isn't, and I understand what James was trying to say yesterday. This isn't about him scoring 60 every night. This isn't about him scoring 49 every night. It's about doing that when you have to. Of all of the things Mike Brown said yesterday, the thing that I think is the most important and the most telling is you can't let go when everyone else lets go. If everyone else is falling apart, you can't. Why? Because LeBron James doesn't. Because Luka Doncic doesn't. Because Shai Gilgeous-Alexander doesn't. Because Dame, Giannis, Jokic, and all of these players in the top realm of the NBA that are considered superstars don't. You can't either. That's what you're missing. This isn't about yelling. This isn't about pounding your chest. This isn't about rah-rah. This isn't about none of that. This is about recognizing when your team is crumbling, you have to be the one to do it. It shouldn't be DeMar DeRozan. It shouldn't be the guy who's been in Sacramento for 3 months. It should be you. DeMar's established. DeMar gets traded tomorrow. His career moves on. He's a Hall of Famer when it's all over. De'Aaron still, at his age, at his skill set, has something to prove to this league. De'Aaron is flirting with what could De'Aaron really have been? Not in the same way that Derrick Rose was. Not at all. But in a way that, it felt like he was on the verge. I don't want people to talk about De'Aaron Fox like, man, you remember what he did against the Warriors in that playoff series? That was the jaw step. That was everything we talked about for years had been set up. When De'Aaron hits that stage, he's going to excel. When he hits that stage, he's going to show out. And he's going to do what Ja Morant did. Ja Morant did the same thing. Ja Morant was having a fantastic season. Got to the playoffs and looked like a superstar. De'Aaron Fox had a fantastic season. Got to the playoffs, looked like a superstar. That was the last time we saw De'Aaron Fox look like a superstar. Not for a single game. Hell, not even for 2 stretches. For a month, because that first round series went on for a goddamn month. That was the last time we saw De'Aaron Fox look like a NBA superstar.
Well, I mean, perfectly said.
Good night, everybody.
The other thing about that is I think one of the reasons why we keep asking this of De'Aaron Fox, which to a certain degree, like when we think about it, is, I don't want to say it's unfair, but But it's like, damn, like we talked a year ago, 2 years ago. How many more damn steps does he need to take?
Mm-hmm.
This guy's averaging 26 points a night for back-to-back seasons.
That's right.
Like top 10 scorer in the NBA back-to-back seasons. It's easy to say, and it doesn't mean it's wrong, but it's easy to say winning is the next component. You have to win. You have to be a playoff player consistently to get that type of respect. But I look at De'Aaron Fox and I'm thinking about it in my head, and maybe it's different because we see him on a nightly basis, or he plays for my favorite team. Maybe I'm biased. I don't think so. I think I'm keeping it a stack. I think one of the things with De'Aaron Fox is we look at De'Aaron Fox and we say he can be better than all these guys.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little like tweak to his mentality and adjustment, and he'll be better than all of these guys.
Yeah.
He'll be better than Ja. He'll be clearly better than Jalen Brunson. He'll be better than a Trae Young.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be better than he's got. I was thinking about this today. He's got all the tools. He plays on a level and has a skill level that these other guys don't possess.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about Ja Morant. Ja can jump. Ja can score. He's explosive. He can't defend the way De'Aaron Fox does.
Mm-hmm.
Jalen Brunson, he can score. He's crafty. He knows how to play the game. He's not the athlete De'Aaron Fox is.
De'Aaron Fox is one of the best defending point guards in the entire league, if not the best.
He can be better than all of these guys.
Mm-hmm. Facts.
And we sit up here and we look, and he's really good, but we're like, man, you could be more, which is kind of crazy,
but to
a certain degree, but it's the truth.
You know, the thing that drives me crazy though about De'Aaron sometimes, and I think this is magnified by that podcast, he talks like he is. Like when you talk about mentality, Fox has it. He just doesn't always execute it.
Mm-hmm.
Fox talks like, and he doesn't say this, but the way I can get a bucket anytime I want to.
Mm-hmm.
I could do this. I could do that. Bruh, you're right. So why don't you? You say you get a bucket anytime you want to. What'd you take 4 mid-range shots for when you were 1 of 5 and your team's down 18, 19, 20, 21? You get a shot anytime you want to. Go get it. That's what drives me crazy about him is everything he said in the Fox interview, in the Draymond interview, everything he's ever said in any interview he's ever been in is 100% accurate. He just doesn't always execute it.
There's something that it's like a fine line, right? Like between doing too much and being accountable and being realistic of it. And De'Aaron Fox, and who knows? I haven't talked to De'Aaron Fox. He may think about.
You ain't gonna talk to us now.
Same way. Well, I don't think we said anything wrong about him.
I don't know.
Or anything bad about him. But De'Aaron, I would love to see him take on the mentality of it's all on me. It's all on me. And I'm a big believer of that type of mindset. It's all on me. Regardless of what happens. If we fail, it's not Monty's fault. It's not my supporting cast. It's me. I didn't figure out a way to get this done. If we fail, it's on me. There's a flip side to that. RIP. If we succeed, it's me. I'm the straw that stirs the drink. I'm the one. Yeah, we got ancillary pieces around me who help me. I can't do it by myself, but it's because of me. That's the mentality it has to. And sometimes that could bleed into like a selfish mindset. You got to be careful with it. But you got to understand, like people get on LeBron all the time about like how he goes about things. We joke about the coaches and trading players and all this other stuff. I think it's because LeBron knows, look, it's on me regardless. If we fail, it's going to be my fault. If we succeed, it's going to be on me. So I might as well like take the bull by the horns and get the people in here I want, play the way I want to. Because if it goes bad, nobody's going to say, well, LeBron's doing all he can. They're going to blame LeBron. So LeBron is like, all right, I'm going to lean into this. I want De'Aaron to lean into this whole thing is on me. If we don't make it, it's because of me. If we make it, I'm the straw that stirs the drink.
All right. Speaking of drinks, I think I'm just going to go get some more old fashioned because that's pretty much what it requires.
Shout out to my man Elias, man. He put me on the old fashions, man. I didn't really start drinking them until he started making them at the little get together. Shout out to my man E.
We'll come back. Let's look at the trade market. I thought more about Trysta's trade proposal, and I thought about something you said yesterday, and I think it's ridiculous.
Uh-oh.
I'll explain.
Okay, I want to hear this.
Stilo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Really hope they just left the whiskey out.
In terms of tier, not playability and all that, because they're different positions and all that, but how similar are Jaylen Brown and De'Aaron Fox? Because Jaylen Brown has always talked about can be the guy, take that next step and all that. But me and Devin were talking. Devin's talking about he hasn't been able to because of Tatum and all that. Like, why hasn't Fox been able to?
They might be pretty similar. I'm of the belief that Jaylen Brown, as good as he is, if you gave him his own franchise,
Is he De'Aaron Fox?
he might
Right
be.
now?
That's what I'm saying. He might be. I think he's that type of. He might be a little worse. Like, because I was thinking about this earlier, right? And I was just thinking, I was like, man, you just letting your mind wander. Like, what if Fox left? You know what I'm saying? Like, what if he wasn't here anymore? Asked for a trade or whatever the case may be. And I thought about Malik. I was like, Malik be hooping. Malik be killing. I said, man, what can Malik do what De'Aaron does? And you guys know I love Malik Monk. That's my dog. That's my guy. Like, I don't think he can do what De'Aaron Fox does. Like, on a night in, night out basis, you're guarded by the number one defender on the other team, probably the number one defender, and then they put their second best defender on you too, like every night, and you got to average 26. So I don't know if Malik could do that.
Devin had a couple good comps too. Like, what if Fox is like John Wall or Kemba?
He better than both of those guys.
You think so? He's better than John Wall? John Wall. I think Kemba, yes. John Wall, I don't know.
John
Wall was that dude. He was a top 5 at his position.
Kimba was that dude too. And I know it's a different time. But I think Fox's numbers blows both of theirs out the water. Like, maybe Kimba did, but I don't think John Wall ever.
The numbers are different, but I think like John Wall was like leading the Wizards and stuff to like playoff series every now and then. But I feel like they're kind of similar in their success so far.
What
if he's just that tier of player, I guess? Can you still win with that and all that?
Yeah, I mean, you can get a couple rounds in the playoffs with that. That's kind of proven. Kimba by himself never got a couple rounds in the playoffs, but he made the playoffs. And that's kind of what I was talking about yesterday, right? Like, and what I feel Mike Brown, he probably didn't even have this on his mind, but indirectly what he was saying is, like, you can't miss the playoffs. You can't be even on that level. John Wall, Kemba Walker, I know they're in the East or whatever, but you can't miss the playoffs. And I don't really care what what your bench is looking like. I don't care if you got to play with Isaac Jones off the bench and all this other stuff. You got enough. As the guy, you shouldn't be missing the playoffs. You should not be missing the playoffs. That's unacceptable. And you shouldn't be looking, and not saying he is, but you shouldn't be looking around. It's like, oh, we got to bolster the roster, or our personnel isn't good enough to play defense and all. Dog, yeah, for championship, but you can't be missing the playoffs. That can't happen.
Is this team different with Donovan Mitchell if he's leading instead of Fox? I'm trying to make that work. I'm trying to like put different tiers of players here and see what works.
Can you ask that on the air? Just say what you just said.
Is this team any better if it's Donovan Mitchell instead of De'Aaron Fox leading them?
The one frustration that I have, that maybe everybody has, everybody said it, and it separates Fox from a guy like Donovan Mitchell, is the constant aggression, the constant
Ruthless. Sorry.
I was thinking it too.
Mm-hmm.
But the constant foot on the gas.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that I don't know De'Aaron possesses. And that is something that, to answer your question, roundabout way I answer your question, I think they might be in a little bit better spot if Donovan was here. Because Donovan gonna push it. Donovan's almost like I talked about before the break. He's like, if we don't make it, it's not gonna be because I didn't shoot 28 times, or I didn't just keep going to the bucket till I got to the foul line and all. Like, we gonna go at this till the wheels fall off.
So is that essentially what De'Aaron's just missing then at this point?
I think,
because I think, like, trying to listen to this conversation, I'm trying to figure it out, but it's like he has the numbers and all that. He's missing the winning, but is he just missing that aggression where it's just like Tatum, Luka, SJ, whoever, those top tier, even Donovan Mitchell, I guess, just they're gonna affect the game because that's just this is what they do.
Can De'Aaron take a game over, like truly own it?
Yes, he can. We've seen it. He can
consistently.
I don't know. That's not in his. That hasn't been shown to be his in his nature to consistently.
You know what the crazy thing is, the 12 and 13. What's the record?
13 and 14.
13 and 14. Jesus. The 13 and 14. This isn't De'Aaron's fault. We've been talking about De'Aaron Fox for 2 days, and I don't think this 13 and 14 falls squarely on his shoulders.
Absolutely not.
And that's but you know, it's the heavy is the head, right? He very literally wears the crown. He is, man, if he's not yet, he is approaching the greatest player to ever wear a Kings uniform. And with that comes a lot of expectations.
Yeah.
And
you gotta find a way. And like I said, De'Aaron Fox, like, one of the best players soon, if you know, however long he stays, will be the best player in the franchise's history. You know, a lot of people don't talk about it this way, but he can see the Hall of Fame. He can see it. He's 25, 26 years old, and you see what's going on. And no disrespect, but you see some of the people that are in the Hall of Fame. Oh, De'Aaron Fox can see, like, there's the road right there for me to go to the Hall of Fame. I can see it. The difference with him is always the constant aggression. When he turns up, he's got it all. He's got it all. But there's too many times when he just kind of floats. There was, like, even a game like the Nets game. The Nets game here, he was dominant. Like, they couldn't stop him. And he might have had 30-something points. I think he had like
31.
He had like 9 assists.
5
assists. He kept missing all his assists. And I was still like, I was like watching. I remember watching the game, and I was like, hey, man, you just have the ball every time. Just have it every time you make the decision. Stop passing to these guys. Like, just do you. And he would kind of weave through the defense, and sometimes he shoot it, sometimes he make the right play and kick it out and all this other stuff. And it was just real cruise control. It wasn't dominant. And they ended up losing, right? And I feel like if he would have dominated, get to the line, shoot your mid-range, do all this, get to the bucket, maybe that game is different. And that's tough to say, right? Because he had 31 points and he was dominant, right?
Yeah.
Or he was
10 of
really
16.
good. He was really good. But 10, give me 17 to 26.
So again, man, you talk about Kings lost that game 108-103. They missed 11 free throws. They took 31. They missed 11 free throws. Again, we're talking about De'Aaron Fox. And it's like, yeah, okay, if De'Aaron had done this, if De'Aaron had done that, 11 missed free throws in that game against Brooklyn. Not it. De'Aaron missed 4 of them. Can't absolve him of that. De'Aaron missed 4 of them. But this isn't exclusively a De'Aaron Fox issue. But again, when you're talking about the guy,
it's different.
Yeah, it's different.
It's different. And a lot of the times it's unfair. 100%. But he's got to find a way. He's got to find a way. Whatever it calls for that night. Like that night, it probably called for you to shoot 26 times, not 16. So maybe that's not exactly how you want to play. I don't think that's how De'Aaron wants to play. He said it, some people talk about like his starts to the games and stuff like that. And he said, I don't know if it's on wax or, through people that we know, he's like, I want to make sure everybody else gets going because I can get going at any time. But as a point guard, I got to make sure all my other people are starting. Sometimes it calls for that. Sometimes it calls for you get 10 shots up in that first quarter. You get to the line 6 times in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's what it calls for. And you can't always treat every game the same.
If
every situation the same.
If everything stays the same as far as his numbers and how he's been playing, Monty makes a couple moves and they start winning again. Are we talking about Fox being that guy? Because I wonder how much of him hitting that next level is honestly in his control at this point. Like Fox, he's not Tatum or anything like Luka right now, but I wonder how much of it is just you get him some solid, consistent bench guys. Now the conversation just completely flips. Like turn around. Like Tatum wasn't a winner or whatever until he won the finals. Now it's Tatum this, Tatum that. Like how much of it is literally just winning?
So you talk about making moves and like getting some guys around him and maybe that elevates like De'Aaron a little bit. I think there are multiple, like it's a personality mindset, right? Where if you have a team around you who is like, I don't want to say failing, but like struggling. Day one, I got this. All right, come on. It's all right. My team's struggling. We'll get them where we got to go. We fell short. Okay. Team struggles again. Same situation. Team struggles again. All right. I think I got this. But I got this. Fell short again. Third time, team struggles. Come on, man. Can y'all do something? I think there's a certain level of like, again? Y'all need me to do this again?
Like he did score 60 in a game and they lost.
Right. That's what I mean. And he says, like, I mean, the idea is, the ideal situation is Anthony Davis. I keep doing that. Anthony Edwards misses the 3. I hit the walk-off when we win. But that didn't happen. And I think there's a certain idea to where people can get worn down by the people around them. We want the leader to, every time his team is down, to go, that's all right. That's all right. I got this. And we say, oh, well, Kobe can do it. Yes, Kobe. Well, Mike can do it. Yes, Mike. There's like 5 guys in the history of professional basketball that we reference doing that. But we equate it as to, well, that's what a leader is. No, that's what someone who is the greatest to ever do what they do does. Mike, Bron, Kobe, Magic, Wilt, those players, when you get to the top 10 players that have ever played the game, that's a characteristic that they have. That's not a characteristic that Luka Doncic necessarily has. The difference between him and De'Aaron is Luka might be able to do it more than De'Aaron. Or Luka's got a higher level of talent. And what Luka has that I don't think De'Aaron does is a full level of FU. Kyrie, your ass. I'll do it. PJ, you suck. I'll do it. Jason Kidd, you're awful. I'll handle it myself. I don't think De'Aaron is wired to that. Most days, that's a good thing. Right. But there are, in my opinion, there are some in-game situations where that's not a good thing. There are times in the last 2 years where De'Aaron should have, hey, come here. Domas, miss one more basket at the rim. Get 4 rebounds before you put the ball in the basket again. Because if you do, that's the last goddamn time you're touching the ball. That's a characteristic that I think some of these other guys have. It's why Shea's baffling, because I don't think that's Shea. That's why I think Shea is one of the most unique, if not the most unique superstar in the entire league, because I don't think he carries any of these characteristics. He's just really, really good. And to Jesse's point, though, he's got a really good team around him where everyone knows their role. And back to the original question I asked you, I believe they have a singular objective this season.
100%. 100%. I look at Shea. It's the same thing as John Morant and all these other guys. And this is the other difference. When Shea has the ball, then it's time to cook and it's time to shoot. It's going to happen. There is no question about it. There is no easing into anything or nothing like that. This is what I do. This is what I do. I can get a buck. I'm getting to this mid-range. You're on an island with me. It's time to dance. Like, that's what it is. Assist be damn. Not really that, like, I look at Shea, at least this is how I feel. Not really that concerned if Jalen Williams is in rhythm right now or feels a part of it. No, like, it's time to cook. And I'm a cook. And that's what I don't always see from Fox. And once again, the other thing, because this is kind of less about Fox and just kind of how your perception and how you view being a leader or taking responsibility for what's going on. And it's hard, it's difficult, it's not always fair, but in every situation, like right now, De'Aaron Fox, even Sabonis or Rosen or whoever, they need to be looking at it like, what am I doing wrong? We're 13 and 14.
Mm-hmm.
Let's start with, what am I doing wrong? Is it defense? Am I not being assertive enough? Because the thought process, you're going to get to something, I would think. Because you can't be 13 and 14, be the guy, and you're doing everything right. I would say that can't be happening. Not necessarily saying that the numbers aren't good or anything else like that, but something I'm doing or not doing isn't clicking, isn't registering, and leading to winning. I got to figure out what that is.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I got to be more assertive. Maybe I'm yelling too much.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I need to put my arm around a couple of guys.
Is that just placing blame just to place it, though? Because you're the top guy? Because, like, hey, Fox, go get Herter and Lyles in the gym and get them to shoot better than 35%.
But that's not the answer all the time, right? Like, the answer is they're shooting 28%. Maybe I should stop passing the ball to them so much.
But you can't do that, though, because, like, they're on the court. Like, none of these guys outside of the top four, Keegan is starting to play well. Like, none of these guys are that you have to. They just you have to. You have to play with them.
But no, but what I'm telling you is, in that Nets game, I should have took 26 shots and not 16. I was the only one that could hit.
Mm-hmm.
16 shot attempts ain't enough, man.
DeRozan took 18. He was 7 of 18. Keegan took 14. He was 7 of 14. Domas took 12. He was 6 of 12. Again, De'Aaron, in the game you're talking about, was 10 of 16.
And it's not even like these guys suck. It's like, my guys ain't hitting. I need to step over the way I would like to go about it, the way I normally go about it, where I get in there and we got the spray threes and kick. That's not working tonight. Third quarter, start of the fourth quarter come around, that's not working tonight.
I think that's fair.
Flip.
I think that's fair, but I'll push back a bit. I think we've seen that, but it's also not a sustainable way of winning for a basketball team. That's not going to take you anywhere. Like, I think if you put Luka or Tatum on this team, given everyone else is playing the same, they're probably maybe a playoff team, but they're not really reaching anything else.
Right, but we, for a week, we've had two different conversations. We've had a conversation about what this ceiling could be, or what we want, what we eventually, where we want to get to as people who watch the Kings and are Kings fans, and where we're at. For where we want to get, there's more players that we need to trade for. There's a mentality that needs to, all this other stuff. To be better than 13 and 14, it is real simple. They should be better than 13 and 14. They should, if it is 17 and 12 or 15 and 12 or whatever the number is. That's where they should be. 13 and 14 is unacceptable for the people that are on that roster right now and for the talent that they have. It is unacceptable. They should need not one extra person to walk through that door right now to be better than 13 and 14. It is unacceptable for what they have, who their best player is. That is something, to me, that is non-negotiable. Now, if you want to say, hey, to be where OKC is, you need this bench player and this person's mentality needs to be, sure, we'll listen to that. To be better than 13, to be 4 games better than what you are, they got everything they need right now, and they're not taking care of business. They got everything they need to be 4 games over 500.
We're turning on each other.
I don't know. I think I disagree with all of it. Like, as far as Fox's part in this, I think I disagree. I don't think there's much more he can do where it's like, all right, the 3 games over 500. Like, I don't think there's much more he can do that's going to amount to wins. Like,
so I would say this. If we think that they need more than to be more than 5 or a game under 500, then what are we upset about? Like, what are we upset about?
Yeah.
And why didn't we say this before that starting in the season, this team is a 500 team? Nobody said
going into this year, yes, I was with you. I thought they could be a top 6 team. I thought they'd definitely be a top 6. I said 50 wins at the least. But it's just it's not because of the way Fox has played, DeMar's played. It's the way the others have played, I feel. That's why they're 13 and 14. It's not because of your top 4 guys. They show up.
It's a collective to me at 13 and 14.
And
like, they can't. I don't care if me and you go out there, Jesse. But
these dudes are like the Avengers trying to save the Kings every game. Like, that's why it's always so close, because there's just 4 guys literally going up against NBA teams at this point.
Kyle said it. Kyle said it earlier. You got 2 All-NBA guys. You got a Hall of Famer that still puts up 20 a night. Yeah. You've got a guy, Malik Monk, that we say is the best 6th man in the league and has now gotten to the starting lineup and elevated that starting lineup. You got Keegan Murray, somebody who, for a bag of Doritos, people are going crazy about even thinking about trading them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Those 5 alone should get you 2 games over 500. Those 5 alone. Me, you, Isaac Jones, Mason Jones, and other guys on Kobe Jones on the damn bench. That team should be 2 games over 500.
What about Mark Jones?
Oh, we cooking. Mark Jones there. You see a man on the ride?
What about Love Jones?
Well, we're not hopeless.
Orange Juice Jones.
Who's Orange Juice Jones? I know OJ the
I
Juice Man.
saw you.
Oh, I always forget his name. I don't
Walking
know why.
in the rain.
Does he have another song?
What about Special Delivery Jones?
I don't know who that is.
See, he got squashed by King Kong Bundy at WrestleMania 1.
I would fast forward through that. Only thing I remember from WrestleMania 1 is Andre and Big John Studd,
Mm-hmm.
the Cyndi Lauper,
Mm-hmm.
and Hogan.
Okay.
Those are the only matches I remember. Like, and I feel like
no, stop. Y'all are ass. Y'all couldn't keep the Jones thing going. You couldn't think of anyone else with the last name Jones. Just leaving me out here to figure out all the Joneses by myself.
Jones.
Who?
Mike Jones.
Oh,
I think at that point
you didn't even sell it. God damn it! I hate this show.
Well, at that point, we're past 15 people on the roster.
Times are serious and tensions are tough.
James and Jill said we could have 20.
Times are tough and tensions are high right now.
Man, tensions really are high. Got Devin over here going to party in Atlanta on New Year's Eve, and we trying to figure out what's going on with this king.
Coco Jones.
How did we just get
That's
here?
my bad.
How did we just get here?
Look, I need to be
Felix Jones.
Look,
Oh, now y'all want to play.
Marion Jones.
Wow.
Julius Jones.
Look, I need to look in the mirror and say, what can I do better? We missed right there. We lost.
That's all right.
What did I do better?
That's
what
all
can
right.
I do better?
That's amazing.
But yeah, no, I just that they once again, I think it's 2 different conversations. They got enough to be better than what they are. And if you don't think so, then what are we upset for? Like, what are we up here throwing our hands up
That's
for
why
every
everyone's upset. Is like, this isn't if this was Shavano and Luke and Willie Cauley-Stein, everybody would be elated. To be 1 game under 500, 20-something games into the season, but it's not. This is a team not only with expectations, but with pretty high expectations. It wasn't that long ago that 50-something wins was the floor. 50-something wins now seems outrageous. Outrageous right now. This, like, no one, Kyle was talking about the next 5 games. Got 4-1, 5-0. Bro, what team are you watching? They've done it. They just did it. They've done it once. You don't ask this team to do it again. Okay. Better start. I mean, you have to start tonight. Yeah. And your 4-1 is still possible. You said 4-1 on this homestand. Well, okay. Well, now you got to go 4-0 the remaining 4 games. You've got to beat the Lakers twice. I don't know what LeBron was just talking about, but it looked intense. I don't know why it was such a weird camera angle when I looked up, but
now I'm gonna have to look for this.
I'm dying to know what LeBron James was talking about.
Golden One Center?
He must have been. He looked. It was in that that little room by the media area where the coaches talk.
Yeah,
that's where it looked like he was. 4 million. Hey, LeBron, how special is it to play in Sacramento? You know your first game was here, LeBron.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Did they record this on the floor, like on the ground?
I told you it looked weird. I told you. I don't know what that camera angle was for.
Dave McMenamin has it. Is he on the ground?
Let me see if we can get Dave McMenamin's video up. Dave was
and I guess muted because our game, there's a lot of effing threes being shot. So.
Oh, all right. All right.
It's a bigger conversation.
We won't air it. Yeah, oh, I see the quote. Yeah, good call. It is so weird. We'll show everyone the view. We can't play it obviously because LeBron
like
cusses.
It's either on the ground or he's at Rick Ross's dining room table. Like, why is it so far away?
Here is LeBron James at the Golden One Center. I don't know why it's shot like that. But this was the angle of the camera they were showing on NBA TV. I was like, what is happening up there? There's the old KCRA mic, the CBS 13 mic. Sure, that's Fox 40 up there.
Yeah. Brian holding
court. We can't play the clip because I just want to know. Let me. I'm gonna go see if maybe Sean was there to see if
the Kings were in the tunnel today.
Ahead of tonight's game, LeBron sits down to talk about approaching the NBA's all-time minutes mark. DeMar DeRozan, Kings asked about the new All-Star format. Okay, it's 9 minutes, not playing it.
Kings are they're in the hallway.
It doesn't appear anyone asked about LeBron's first game. By the way, shout out to Sean Cunningham because that's Sean's view. I don't know why Dave McMenamin was struggling so much. Look at this. Is
perfectly normal.
This is professional. Come on, Sean Cunningham, ladies and gentlemen. Dave McMenamin shooting LeBron James like he an IG model on the floor trying to get the right angle. Come on, dog.
I feel like the Sacramento question too is when you ask him post game. LeBron, what's it like always coming back to play here?
No, it's not a question you ask.
No, you
him.
don't ask him. But I'm saying they're gonna ask him after. That's when they ask him.
21 years. Don't ask him about playing in Sacramento.
I agree with you, but they're gonna ask him post game.
But now you gotta ask him.
No, you don't.
No, not tonight.
I know what you're
Saturday,
gonna say.
And definitely next year you gotta ask him.
Okay, no, I don't think you have.
No, you gotta ask him.
You
it
only
could be the end.
Well, let it be the okay.
You got
no.
You shouldn't have asked him the last 17 years.
Well, that's the problem. You did,
but you got to ask him now.
If the NBA has any balls at all, every final road game of the Los Angeles Lakers season will be in Sacramento because they can't make they're starting next year. They can't make the last game in Sacramento. It needs to be in LA. Or if they really had balls, it'd be in Cleveland.
Well, we're asking LeBron this stupid ass question. They play on a whole other side of town now or whatever. Like LeBron has going from Arco to downtown Sacramento. It's not even the same spot anymore.
It's like they're begging for him to make a Natomas reference.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still eating at the same Chipotle I did back in 2003.
Hey, LeBron, you know there's like 4 Chipotles within half mile of the arena now.
Was Chipotle even in business when LeBron started?
Dude, it probably wasn't. I don't even know that Natomas was in business when LeBron James
Natomas
started.
Was still talking about they had to sign for Fridays.
I think that sign's still there, isn't it?
Oh, goodness. Fridays isn't even in business. Actually, I think there's like 3 Fridays in the country.
I have not taken that Truxell exit since I moved. I have no idea.
I take that every day.
Well, of course you do. You live there.
This is a bunch of Walmarts and stuff.
A bunch of
It's popping
Walmarts
over there.
They all
Wait,
look-
is
they're all
there a
Walmarts to me.
Walmart over there?
Well, yeah, off the exit, off Truxell.
Really?
Oh, you've been gone that long.
Oh no. Oh yeah. So it's Walmart on one side, Target on the other. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, I knew that.
They all look like
I knew
Walmart.
that.
They're all big blue
I knew that
buildings.
Target.
Target's on the other side.
Yeah. They
So
got Chili's.
Walmart's where the theater is. Target is on the other. It's just across. It's literally across
You're
the
right,
street.
It is. Yeah, we're center court.
Where the Friday side was.
Yeah. Nations is over there now.
Shout out Nations. They got good apple pie.
I'm trying to.
I don't
look
think
in-
I know what that is.
Oh, Nations be popping. Nations breakfast is
I
fantastic.
definitely don't know.
Yeah,
what
they
that
got
is.
humongous burgers.
Only
all
nation
that.
I
Breakfast all day.
recognize is of domination.
I'm trying to see is Friday still in business. I don't know if they are. I think there's maybe 2 in the country.
You're talking about like TGI Fridays, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never been to one in my life. I've just seen commercials. I don't even know those really exist.
There's a new opening on Laguna Boulevard too. They need to come
Oh,
back.
Fridays?
No, there's a building opening.
No, there's TGI Fridays is still in existence.
It feels like one of
Well,
those
at
like,
least the
exists on East
website's in
Coast or something.
existence.
How many? I'm gonna go to locations.
No, hold on. Yep. 9. I'm just gonna hit Roseville and see.
We should probably go to break, huh?
Northridge. Oh, I don't know if
Wait a
there's
minute.
one here. All of the Fridays in the Sacramento region are gone. I got you, Jesse. It's D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320. Warren and Cole, will y'all get along? What's going on in there? Y'all, hey, can we all just get along?
This is what happens when the Kings aren't winning. We got Lazy and TC on the line.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, tell them to hang on. We'll get to them. Hang on, Lazy. Hang on, TC.
I wonder who's still keeping Sizzler in business now. We're talking about TGI Friday and all that. Like Sizzler's always
Yeah,
around, but nobody. Do people still go to Sizzler?
Probably if like maybe 60 plus. Like I used to go to. This was obviously a very, very long time ago. My grandparents loved Sizzler, so that's where we would go. So maybe the 60 plus crowd. All right, Cole. Warren, it's all good. Let's just be see? There you go. The older crowd loves Sizzler. Oh man, I remember Randy. Holy crap, I remember. Tony Romas. Chubby, that's funny. That's what my grandpa used to love, is that buffet and the little ice cream afterwards.
Drew, that theater needs a little bit of work.
Oh man, that's facts. It's funny how it's like
That's still a 1990 theater.
yeah, it's like the good side of Natomas is on one side and the bad side of
Legit,
Natomas
yes,
is on the
legit.
other side.
Me and Chris used to laugh at all times. Like, yeah, we drive down the street this way, it's cool. You drive down the street that way, yeah, not so much.
There you go, John Bull. Oh, good to see John Bull in here. Oh, there you go, Cole. Yeah, I enjoyed my time in the Thomas. I like where I live now. It's a little more space, a little more secluded. I like that.
I love Natomas.
I do love Natomas.
Region.
Hmm?
You're looking down on the whole region.
That's not true. You're making stuff up. Hey, turn around real quick so everyone could see the back of your nice hoodie. Your nice.
Show the class. Show the class.
Wow, look at that. That is beautiful. That is beautiful for those that know.
You're right. Oh, snap. Who was talking about hometown buffet?
Yeah, I don't know how we got on a topic of food and buffet. Oh, TGI Fridays.
Yeah, defunct food chains.
Charlie's in there to remind you that it is a family 4-pack of tickets against Miami.
So Karen, this is facts. Parking the magic parking garage that me and Casey know about. I'm home in like 5 minutes.
That's fire. That's fire. Yeah, I mean, me too, Germs. To be honest with you, I'd love one, but
I'm telling you,
not sure anyone loves me enough to give me something like that.
Where I was at, relax, both of you guys. Where I'm at, it takes about 10 minutes to get to the get off of J Street.
What do you mean where you're at?
Where I live.
Oh, you're telling that lie again?
It's true.
Yeah, if there wasn't a single other car on the road.
The weekend games, like Saturday, I get there.
I can believe that. Deuce Mason set to join us in 30 minutes. Excited for that, man. Can't afford Deuce and Mo anymore. Morgan is just way too
expensive.
Talent costs way too high.
Our salary cap doesn't.
Yeah. We've got a budget, but Deuce was kind enough to lower his appearance fee to come join us over here. So it'll be fantastic to have our guy Deuce back on the program coming up here at about 1:45. I was hoping to have him on yesterday. I didn't really want to bother him on a game day. He's got a lot of responsibilities today that he tends to. But he was like, "Hey, what about Thursday?" I was like, "Speak on it.
Let's go.
Let's talk." So Deuce will be with us coming up in about 30 minutes. Matt George in the final hour of the show. Always excited to talk to our guy, Matt. Trysta had an idea.
Trysta was trying to get over on us.
I think she was. I think this was all a plot to make her Trailblazers better. But she was like, "Oh, thank you, Jesse. TK and my thoughts on what you two said are going to hold here for a minute because we want to talk to Leezy. Let's get to the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. 916-909-1320. We'll start with our brother Leezy. Leezus, what's happening, baby?
Yo, D-Lo and KC. Hey, now, say now. What's good, guys?
That's your jam right there.
Say now.
Hey, it's my. Hey,
I like it
right now.
I like it.
Yeah. Hey, I just wanted to call in and kind of talk. You guys are really dropping some gems today. I got to make some clips out of all of this. But I want to talk about, like, just the team in general. You know, why – I don't understand coming into this season why the team is lacking motivation or staying locked in. Like, shouldn't this be the season where they should all be bought in? Like, last year the team didn't make the playoffs. This a year Fox could get his super max or whatever. Like, we shouldn't be having to talk about the team being motivated or even guys we can get on the trade block. Like, for years, we've been talking about getting Mikal Bridges, now Jeremy Grant, Kuzma. Like, the team is good enough to win now, like Casey was saying earlier. I just have one more question. With Fox, everyone in SAC, we all agree he has the skill set. He could be a superstar, but I don't understand why he's not having the impact like some of his peers. We all think he's better than John Morant. I agree. I don't know why Jaw's team is doing better. I don't think it's because of Zach Edey or Jalen Wells. It's because they got Jaw back. I don't understand why Fox doesn't have that impact with this great roster.
Lots of good stuff there, Leezy. Let's start with the motivation part. I don't think this team is lacking motivation. Yeah, I don't think that's an issue.
I don't think they played lethargic or anything all year long, to be honest with you. I feel like they've been locked in. I think the biggest thing for them, it hasn't been as much of an issue as of late, but they've had too many games where they just were bricklayers.
Yeah. I think sometimes we look at a game where teams are missing shots or maybe where they get frustrated when they miss a series of shots in a row and we start to question their effort. I think there are very few times with this Mike Brown incarnation of the Sacramento Kings that we question their effort. You can go back to previous regimes and question effort multiple times. I don't think, and I'm not just talking about Luke Walton and Alvin Gentry. I'm talking about for the last 15 years. You could like, these guys don't even want to play basketball today.
Yeah.
And that's very obvious. Missing shots or being frustrated that you miss shots or Aaron Gordon dunking 47 times in the first quarter. That's not an effort question. Like, this team doesn't lack motivation. They don't lack effort. But to Leezy's other point, I am frustrated that we're, 27 games into the season talking about like trades and like in improving the roster. And that's obviously a clear-cut sign that things have not gone well. And yeah, that is frustrating. I don't know why the return of Ja Morant created such a turnaround for the Memphis Grizzlies, because I truthfully don't think the Memphis Grizzlies are better. Roster-wise, player for player, position for position, I don't believe that they're better. What they do have, though, that the Sacramento Kings do not, is an identity. The Grizzlies have an identity the Sacramento Kings don't have. And when you have an identity, it's something that if nothing else is going right, you can lean on. Guys, we're not hitting shots tonight. Ja's off. Jesus, King's perfect example.
Yeah.
Ja Morant sucked. That's all right. Hey, if I'm Taylor Jenkins acting like a little bitch when I'm playing the Brooklyn Nets, I'm calling everybody in here saying, hey, what do we do? What do we do? We're tougher than them. We can push them around, and you know what? They won't do anything about it. Be tougher. You're going to need to hit shots at some point, but be tougher. And they were. They were terrible against Sacramento. Awful. And their bench not only beat our ass, they beat their starting five's ass. And helped Memphis walk away with a game that they should have lost at home. Because they have an identity. Kings don't have one.
I think the Kings have an identity. I actually think they do. I think they're afraid to lean into it, and for understandable.
What do you think that is?
They're a high scoring offensive team.
Well, they're certainly leaning into that more.
Yeah, but every time you turn around and say, they don't play no defense, and they're that's why they're not losing. They're not.
Is that them or us?
Mike Brown talks about it a lot, but it's probably more so us too. But
I can understand that to a certain degree. Like, they scored 129 points and lost.
Dude, it happened once or twice. Like, well, maybe more. We're not locked in. But how many times did Rick Carlisle complain about defense last year?
I don't know.
I remember one time specifically.
This season showing Rick Carlisle was like, man, I can't believe this is happening.
Right. But that was what they did. They went out, they got up and down, they outscored you. They would, I'm not advising this. I'm not saying like this is how it should be, but they take the ball out of the net and try and beat you down the court.
Yeah.
And they leaned all the way into that. Whether it was right, whether it was championship basketball or whatever, they said, this is who we are, and we're going to be the best version of who we are. And I think the Kings, like what they've done since Malik Monk has gotten into the lineup, I think that's who they are. That's their identity, and they should lean into it a little bit more. Asking and be who they like. They're not even bad on the defensive end. You know what I mean? Like, they're not awful. Are they a team that can win a championship with this defense? No, but they're not what they were a year ago. Hell, to be honest with you, they weren't what they were 2 years ago when they were a quote unquote better team. That team couldn't defend to save their life. But they were a timely defensive team, and they were a tough team.
That's right.
And I see the same makeup with this group. It just hasn't had the same results in the win column. Like, I do think this team is tough. Like we just talked about. I do think they stay kind of locked in from game to game. You know what I mean? Like, I've never thought about their effort or their focus this year. Not once. I haven't thought about that.
I'm with you.
I just think they haven't always played up to their capabilities for one reason or another. But I've never, Debo to Jake Moody, lock in. Like, I never felt like they had that type of issue.
Things have gone really well since Debo did that.
Well, shout out Debo. Debo might be starting the running back. The fifth running back of the year goes down for the 49ers. I saw that earlier. We can talk about that later, but
we're not. There's no point. We can talk about it tomorrow when Kyle's with us, but even at that, we probably still
What
won't.
are we going to say?
Yeah, like, hey, cool. Like, Trent Williams isn't going to play again, probably. Right. It doesn't matter. I'm sorry.
Playing out the
It
string.
doesn't matter. That's it.
Hell,
it doesn't matter. Sit Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Don't even bother. Like, what do we? There's no point in this anymore.
I guess you play him.
How many games are left? 3? Maybe play him this week.
I mean, and you have to play him because you're not
mathematically out. Yeah. Sure, I got you.
Did we get some Brandon Allen versus Snoop Huntley this week?
Who?
Tyler
That's
Huntley.
a
Snoop
fake
Huntley.
name.
Oh, I was about to say I never heard of Snoop. That's his nickname.
Yeah.
Missionary.
Shout out Missionary.
Always. Underrated.
Taken for granted.
I think so.
Times, you know what I mean?
think so.
But
just gotta play it at the right volume. You'd be good.
On the right slot.
Okay, that's there ain't even no way to like. All right. It's the name of Dr. Dre and Snoop's new album.
Play it in the right car. That's what I mean.
That's it. There you go. Play it in the right car. That's it. Turn the volume up and enjoy.
This Kings team though, like I think their identity is that of an offensive team, and a lot of people probably don't like it, and they'll tell you like it just can't win with that. That's not how you win championships and all this stuff. Hey, we trying to get 5 games over 500.
Yeah.
We'll worry about championships later.
Yeah.
Let's lean into what is the best way. I think the best way for them to win, and try and get something going. Because I mean, nobody kind of wants to talk about this because this is not. I don't want to say it's not sexy, but they kind of went all in. Whether the hand was forced or last ditch effort, went all in on offense. Putting Malik Monk in the starting lineup.
Yeah.
What have they won? Like 4-6?
Right. Yeah.
Or maybe it's a little.
No,
less
you're right.
Because they lost against San Antonio.
They lost this first
so it might
game.
be like 5 of 8 or something like that.
Yeah, they lost this first game.
They haven't lost a bunch of games since they did that. And I think that's the best course of action for this group. They like lean into that offense.
Let's what was his first game? It was San Antonio, right? Yeah, it was that San Antonio game. Let's get 1, 2, 3. They're 4-3. Let's get TC in here. TC, what's going on, baby?
Man, what's up with my 2 brothers?
What up, TC?
Oh man, just vibing, tapping in with the homies.
Yes, sir.
Hey, so the identity, right, as this team is like, so D-Lo, I'm 100% with you though. With Fox, like, bro, you just got to do it. Like, I don't want to like poo-poo on him or talk bad about Fox, but hey, bro, you got to do it. Like, the difference between Fox and Morant is always in killer mode. Fox is always like, I'm gonna be a killer second quarter, but the third quarter I'm gonna be a kickback guy, and then maybe middle third quarter I might be a killer. The fourth quarter I'm gonna be a guy with a lawn chair kicking back. Like, no, bro, you got to stay in killer mode. Like, we're not asking you to go 60, right? But you got to be in killer mode all the time. That's what Mike was talking about, and I respect Mike, bro. That's why I say Mike ain't the problem, man. Mike is telling these dudes and trying to get these dudes right. They need to listen and go forward. Like you said, Fox, bro, you can be a superstar, but you need to be on all the time. Not on when you feel like it, or not on somebody got to make you mad. You on like, no, bro, you got to be on like Jordan, like Kobe. Like, you got to be on. Like, even like a Luka. Like, you got to be on all the time, dog. So I get it. As far as the identity, I think we need to just take a rough and tough identity, not like Houston and Udoka, but like a gritty team. You know what I'm saying? Get under your skin. I ain't taking
That's
fight.
not who they are, TC. That's not the makeup of the players. That's not the makeup of the players. The players are scorers.
I know, but you can score and you also can be a tough team at the same time.
I don't think they're soft right now. Like, I don't think they're soft. I'm not saying you said that, TC, but and appreciate you, TC. But I don't think they're a soft team. I don't think they're not physical. I mean, Domantas Sabonis is one of the more physical players in the game.
Yeah.
Malik Monk ain't no punk. Debo is Debo for a reason.
Right.
Like they're not.
Let's not act like De'Aaron is a sucker.
Exactly. He get after it.
Keegan might need to choke someone out at some point, but other than that,
can you imagine Keegan getting?
That'd be great. If he hits him with if he hits him with the Trey Lyles, puts his hand around his throat like Kane. Oh my God!
Speaking of those two, Trey Lyles,
the Golden One Center might literally explode if that ever
crazy.
happened. If Keegan
we would go crazy.
If Keegan reacted, just like grab someone's jersey, it doesn't matter. Like nothing could happen. The arena would erupt.
Speaking of those two, Trey Lyles not on the injury report today. And,
okay.
Keegan said earlier he's playing.
He did. Yeah, I have that clip pulled up if you wanted to play it. But okay. Keegan Murray.
Here's Keegan Murray saying, I'm going to play tonight. I tweaked my ankle in the Houston game, and then it kind of swelled up on me. But the team needs me, and I'm ready to play. I'm a warrior, and
no, you're a king.
I am a king. Thank you, D'Lo.
Okay, stop.
I'm ready to play tonight.
Okay, now tell me if you can hear the difference.
Hello.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. That's funny. That's funny.
How you feel?
I'm good.
I'm kind of mad. That's funny.
That was
ready to
moving
get
up
back
the
on the
rankings.
court tonight.
How did that happen?
Keegan talks like he's trying really hard not to move his mouth. Like almost like he's got a ventriloquist dummy somewhere, and he's just trying to answer Sean's question without actually moving his mouth.
It was like I think it was a Houston game. I jammed my foot, and I've just been playing through it. Then the night before we played Denver, it swelled up on me. So then it was just at a point where I just couldn't go.
Does that kind of teach you a lesson at all?
Yeah, I stopped playing through injuries. But I mean, I don't know. I felt good enough to play those games, and I think it just caught up to me.
Since then, what's the process been like? What have you been able to do and trying to get back to going?
It's pretty much just been trying to stay off of it, to be honest, just get the swelling down these last couple of days, and we're able to get down to a point where I'm comfortable enough to play. So I think that's where I'm at. So I'm just excited to get back on the court.
It seemed like in that Denver game they could have used your size and physicality. I mean, is it tough for you to sit there and sort of watch that?
Yeah, it's tough being at a spot where you aren't able to affect the game, especially in ways I know I can affect the game. So it's obviously tough watching that game, especially when you could have an impact on it.
It's very funny when Keegan says he's excited for something. Like, it'll never not be funny. Like, I get it's 4 years of this or whatever, 3 years. It's funny every time.
It is.
Like, he is just the driest human being on the planet, and it's terrific. Like, if he was any other way, it would be weird.
I wonder if Keegan is Keegan, like when the cameras are off, or like at home with the family, like Christmas when the Murrays get together or something like that. Is he joking around or anything like that? I wonder.
Me too. I mean, he did tell Mike F you once, right?
He did.
Yeah.
He did. And Mike was like, that's what I'm talking about.
It hasn't happened since. Here's Domas.
How are you feeling?
Feeling better, for sure. Yeah.
Domas. I hate this. Ask your stupid ass questions. I don't want to do this.
Much better. I mean, what was the last 24?
If he gives the answer longer than 10 seconds, I'll give you $20.
And why are we in the hallway?
It was good, just a bit sore after the game, but yeah, I'm feeling better.
Is there much that you have to see what happens between now and tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll just go out there, shoot, and see how I feel.
If you don't mind, what were you feeling?
Just soreness the whole back, bruises.
He hasn't had an answer longer than
What do you
5
feel
seconds.
like you guys are at coming into this? You got 3 home games in 4 nights. What kind of stretch is this considering the home record?
It's big, we haven't protected home court as much as we wanted, so we have another chance tonight, and then, like you said, 3 and 4 nights.
Oh my
that was 10. That was 10.
I got
That was
7.
10.
I got 7.4.
Oh, so it was clear. It was clear. So I owe you
I
nothing.
got to 9. I got to 9.
Okay, I owe you nothing.
Yeah.
I owe you nothing.
That was right at the buzzer. That was right at the buzzer. You set that up right at the buzzer.
I heard him winding it down. I said, "Come on, don't do this, dumbass."
I got 9. I got 9.
I was
I got
sweating.
the official on the phone. It's 7.45.
I was sweating. Woo. Okay.
Damn it.
Will Domas give an answer longer than 10 seconds?
Move beyond it all.
We watch film, we didn't start off great, but there were a lot of good things that we did throughout the game. So, we got to build off those things and learn from our mistakes.
Oh my
God.
God,
my boy.
Just defense, I think they said we held them to 34 points, until the last 3 minutes or whatever it was, and when they made 20. So, if we can focus on those little things.
No.
Mike mentioned.
my boy.
Decided by 5 or less. Just what do you think needs to be cleaned up or improved?
Just our end game execution. It starts from the top to the bottom. From coaches to players to everyone. We're all in this together.
Lakers coming into town. We got 2 games in a row against them. What stands out to you about that team?
They're very talented. Very talented. Any given night, we got to be at our best to beat them. So we're gonna be locked in for tonight.
Oh man, come on!
He's in on the bit, bro.
We've only played them once. It was early in the season, but they're playing good basketball. They have 2 of the best players in the league. So it's obviously going to be a tough.
No. No! That's my boy. That's my boy. Come on, man.
No, Domas is in there. Like I can talk whatever, but this can't go past 10 seconds. He's cutting it off at the buzzer every time.
That's my boy right there.
This is ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Shout out.
That's got to be a new game.
Oh, that's 100% the new game.
Shout out Domas.
That was it.
Can't believe it.
That was a 1:54 clip from Sean Cunningham where Domas did not give an answer longer than 10 seconds.
Woo! But for like some of them, all right, he's gonna talk longer. He's about 15, 20 seconds here. It's like, oh no, 10 seconds here. Let me cut this off.
He's got the internal clock.
Yeah.
Did you see that that game the King social media played where they had to start the timer on the phone and not look at it and try to get 10 seconds? It was fascinating.
It was the Kings that did it?
Yeah.
No, I didn't see it.
I don't think anybody really got close. Maybe I didn't see the whole video, but it would be like
they'd start the clock and they'd go, okay, tell me when we're
so
at
like
10
if I said, tell me when to start,
uh-huh,
and I'll start it. Go ahead.
Start.
And then you try to get to 10 seconds.
So tell you when you're at 10 seconds?
Mm-hmm. But they were looking at it too. Like they were like looking away.
Now?
9.6.
Ah!
It was great. They had some people at like 6 seconds. I'm like, come on, man.
Oh man,
how you do that? Great stuff.
That's fun. That's fun. Yeah, that's the new Domas bit. That's tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. Woo! I get to keep my $20 too.
Damn,
Lord knows I need it.
Bro, man.
Tune in to the next Domas press conference. See if one of us, if KC wins $20.
So
20 of Damien's money.
Domas 10-second challenge.
I think it's payday.
We got
Hey, I think it's payday. Hey, Domas. Hey, this is legit my new favorite game. Domas not giving an answer.
It's right up there with the De'Aaron Cuss game.
De'Aaron Cuss game. Hey, shout out to everybody who got that direct deposit. Shout out to everybody who needed that check to hit before they went out and did the rest of their Christmas shopping.
Ooh. Notice that I'm not going till tomorrow.
Most of all. Shout out to everybody capping in. We're dealing with KC. Come on. All right, now we need the money today. We're going to come back. Deuce Mason returns to the show.
Lego.
We'll talk some Kings basketball with Deuce next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. That was amazing.
That was hella funny.
That is amazing. I can't believe he didn't give an answer longer than 10 seconds. In radio, you really got an internal clock.
Shout out Danny in San Francisco.
Man.
I learned.
Yeah, we booted that bitch out into the water.
Bro wanted to give us a shot clock and we turned it into high school basketball.
Check the mirror. I think. Yeah, I sent it to him.
Oh, Reese is in the 6th grade.
Oh, thanks, Katrina. Thank you.
Sasha. The Brody just really left us. He said, I can't even associate with y'all no more.
Who's that? Oh, our guy. Oh, yeah.
I can't even associate. He might have got a talking to.
Is that our equivalent to Hogan going to WCW? Like he was day one and we built with him and then he just left.
Yeah. He over there going.
Why does he still have that hat on?
He looks ridiculous, and that's a terrible color. That's a bad color for him.
We'll say this though, Orlovsky looks a little taller than him.
Yeah, he is kind of tall. Oh, Lord. Oh, man. This is not the Deuce and Mo podcast studio. Bro, you good?
Yeah, there's just jackhammering pause going on right outside like the window, and it's unless you want to hear that, we can do that. Is this okay? Does this sound okay?
No, you sound fine. I felt bad. I thought you might be like driving somewhere. Or something.
I just went to the car because this jackhammering is going on. God damn.
Isn't one of the selling points for one of those cars is like it's like a studio?
The particular car that Deuce is in, yeah.
Big time. Yeah. That's big time.
Well, the appearance fee. I think the check must have cleared.
Shut up.
They sent us the fee for Morgan. It was like
yeah,
only on a budget. How you doing, bro?
I'm good, man. Kenny's killing me right now, though.
What I do?
We can save it for when we get back.
Oh, there you go.
Boy.
Okay,
that's a pro.
That's a pro. That's the
way
we
get back. Miss you guys though.
Yeah, miss you, man. We're back in about 70 seconds or so. Are you working tonight outside of the radio stuff?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm going to be on pre and post with Drapes and Chelsea Gray.
And Morgan's in Orlando?
Yeah, she's in Orlando for Showcase. So she's missing the game Friday, too. So, yeah. Wait, what's today?
Saturday.
Today's Saturday. Saturday, I'm hosting with Chelsea.
Okay. Very good.
Yeah.
The Sixers were moving downtown Philadelphia, and it's farther away than if they would have moved to Jersey.
Yeah. Yeah. We looked it up. It's actually hella far. It's not even remotely close to where the Wells Fargo Center is. Philadelphia, home of WrestleMania
40, huh?
14?
14 was Boston.
15.
Maybe. 15 was LA, wasn't it?
What was 15? What was the main event?
15 was Rock in Austin again.
Maybe that was. I thought 15.
Wait, what was 14?
14
was Sean and Rock. So yeah, 15 was Rock in Austin. We're coming back right here.
Okay.
Back here with Deuce Mason, who is not live from the Deuce and Mo podcast studio. He's joining us from his car which
is a studio.
As he said, there was jackhammering going on outside here.
Whoa,
that's what he said.
Hey, Joe, that's just what it is.
All I'm
that's
doing
just what it is.
Look, I'm trying to convey to the radio
We
audience.
don't really throw flags on gas. Do we want to set that precedent?
He said it.
Wow.
True.
Wow. Will you grow up, pal?
Play on.
This is why Deuce is sick of you. This is why Deuce says you're killing me right now. First of all, welcome back. We're thrilled that you're here with us. Your podcast partner is out doing some great work in Orlando, so she's gonna obviously miss our conversation and miss the next couple of Kings games. But you're gonna hold everything down for the pod. And you said Kenny is killing you, so let's start with it because that's my life, pal.
Yeah, Kenny, you keep talking about the offense. Lean into the offense. That's what they're doing. They're 4-3 since Monk entered the starting lineup, which was the right move. Number 1 in offense, number 3 in scoring, 9th in 3-point percentage, 3rd in assists, fewest turnovers per game. It's not the offense. I think we like get into this mode where we like, oh man, why aren't they doing this? Oh, closing games. It's the same issues we all know. They don't have enough size. And when you have a game where Keegan doesn't play and Trey doesn't play and Herter, all those guys that's like the size you have on the team. Everyone's 6'7" and above. And then you've got people like DeMar DeRozan trying to check Aaron Gordon or Doug McDermott on Porter. They can't get stops. And then last game, they're ball watching like crazy, getting backdoored left and right, pause. And then 76 points in the paint. It's not the offense. It's like they need to clean up defensively, 1. 2, they just need more size. It's all the stuff we've been talking about for like 2+ years.
Yeah. Before you respond, Casey, please, before you respond, because Deuce needs this information too. From Sean Cunningham, according to sources, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis, Kevin Herter will all be available to play tonight when the Kings host the Lakers. However, Trey Lyles did experience some soreness this morning. He will get treatment prior to the game and is now listed as questionable. There was a lot of positive momentum with Trey Lyles in recent days. As just yesterday, he talked about being ready to return to action from his calf strain. Kings downgrading him to questionable is out in abundance of caution, I'm told. Again, that's courtesy of our friend Sean Cunningham at Fox 40. I thought that was important enough to pass along. Go ahead, Casey.
Absolutely. Look, like I always say, it's a number of different things, right? It's not one simple thing. But I'm gonna ask you right now. This is all I'm saying. What is the best? This is who it is. You don't know if anybody gonna trade with you. You don't know if anything gonna happen. What is the best course of action for this team to win?
This is what they're doing, and this is what it's going to look like. They're going to have moments where they have awesome scoring outputs, but in a tight game, what's a good team going to do? Denver went Jokic, Murray pick and roll, and they went 7 of 7, 21 points in the final 3:55. You can't get 1 or 2 stops? 1 or 2 stops? You get 1 or 2 stops to win the game.
Real quick, to be fair to the conversation, and I think people miss this when we talk about this specific game. Denver didn't stop nobody. Denver didn't stop. They left open a wide open DeMar DeRozan, and he fumbled the ball.
Yep.
Denver didn't stop anybody. They
have their own issues. No, and I'm with you. Denver has their own issues. I'm just talking about Sacramento's perspective, though, is like they have to find a way to get. There's too many stretches where it's like that first quarter. It was too easy. They got inside the paint at will, second chance opportunities, backdoor layups, and it's like these things are actually correctable with some of the guys on the roster too. Like you should not be ball watching the entire game, like just staring at Jokic and allowing your man to get behind you and have an easy score at the rim. Like that, those are things. If that happens once or twice, sure, but you got to be locked in. So I think there are details that they can just clean up internally. That will help, but I think long term, like, sure, they can score, and it's fun. I love the changes they've made with Monk in the lineup and how he's been playing and what that's done for everybody. It's also helped that now that, like, the last 5-6 games that Murray and Herter are closer to 40% from 3. So I think you're seeing, like, the best version. Now they got to figure out a way to clean up those details, and I don't think it's there yet.
Real quick, just fundamentally, yes. Defense needs to be better. Just need to be better in general with this team. But once again, when I say lean into the offense, I'm talking about what you have. Like we can't keep wishing upon a star for some random person that's going to come here and change everything. You have what you have. What is the best if you were to coach the personnel you have, what is the best course of action that you can get the most out of the personnel you have. And
I think that's what they're
doing.
That's what they're doing. I mean, like I said, since Monk's been in the lineup, they're scoring 126 a game. There's two. It's. I mean, their offense is clicking right now. It's can they? And the other thing too, I would say, is the one area in closing with the offense I want to get better is I felt like in that Denver game, they missed some good looks, but also like we can't have a quarter where Monk only gets 2 shots. He's too important, and I feel like I understand DeMar and Fox are the clutch guys and the closers. That's fine, but it doesn't have to be force-fed to them either. Just run your offense. Let's get a good look. I know Malik Monk with the ball in his hands can create for others. I know he can create an awesome ISO situation for DeMar DeRozan. I know he can get Fox a catch-and-shoot opportunity. I go into we talk about the Jokic-Murray pick-and-roll being lethal. I think the Sabonis Monk pick and roll is lethal, and there's so much that you can get out of that. So do more of that down the stretch games too.
Mm-hmm. So Deuce, you are of the belief that this roster is good enough to get where they want to go. They just need to fine tune some things internally.
No, I mean, I think this is no, I don't. I think they have to make a move. I don't think it has to be like a massive swing for a star or anything like that. I mean, I think they could add Dorian Finney-Smith would help this team dramatically. Like he would come in, and plus he has a toughness. He's a dog. Like he talks. Like I love that type of personality. People talking about Cam Johnson. I think it's just going to be too expensive, you know. I'm like, okay, I've heard the Keegan conversation too. I just don't see how trading Keegan for a Jeremy Grant or a Cam Johnson makes sense. Like to me, I need Keegan on this team and add with Keegan, not give up Keegan. I think he has been really good defensively, although, there's been some games throughout this stretch where I don't think he's looked good. I don't know how much that is because of his foot, but I think overall he has meant a lot to this team defensively and rebounding, and getting another wing would be nice because you don't have to play this guy 40 minutes a night. Like, got to take some pressure off of him and Sabonis. They just need more size.
They do. I think they need to get where they want to go and the expectations that they have for themselves and that a lot of us had for them. Yeah, they probably do need some help. I don't think they need any help to be better than what they are right now. Like they have enough to be 3 games over 500. Okay. They don't need to go get somebody else out there. And once again, if they need to go get somebody else to be 3 games over 500, then what were we talking about for months about this team? Like, why were we excited? Why were we hyped up? Because the roster was the roster at that point, and when everybody was like, "No, this team, oh man, we're excited, we got DeRozan." Like, and then what are we upset for? Because we should have known at that point they ain't got enough to be a 500 team. Like anybody say, are they enough to? Do they have enough to be a 500 team? Nobody was saying that 2 months ago.
No, you're right on that. And I mean, yeah, they have enough to do that, but I'm talking about like raising expectations a little bit. I know it's like, hey, just get back to the playoffs again. That's a great goal. Yeah, but I think everybody wants more than that. You didn't get DeMar DeRozan just to get back to the first round of playoffs. I think you have to continue to tinker. And yeah, I was excited about DeRozan too. I was excited what he could bring. I still love what he has brought to the team. But I think we all acknowledge that they still have the same weaknesses. Like that's the problem is like we were all going, okay, is there anything else? Is there going to be another wing? Like what's going to happen? And yeah, this team should be good enough. We saw the record with 3-9 in games decided by 5 points or less. Like there's plenty of swing games in there. I don't think the Monk injury early on helped things. He missed 7 games. DeRozan misses some games. This stretch is just important, right? Like this stretch until they leave for Boston. They don't go outside California until they play Boston on January 10th. There's a lot of games in Sacramento, some in LA, one in San Francisco. You have to take advantage of this opportunity ahead and start like you got to win probably the next 3 games, right? You got the Lakers twice and the Pacers. You got to win all 3 of these games and start winning at home. Because that's the other thing. It's like this home record's a joke. I mean, you're not not a playoff team if you're below 500 at home.
No, you're definitely not. And when you're a game below 500, when you're 2 games below 500 at home, it has a lot of people asking questions. And one of them is, about De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox on the Draymond Green show. Mike Brown seemingly talking to De'Aaron Fox directly through you guys at his media scrum yesterday. What did you make of what Mike had to say, and do you think he has a point about De'Aaron Fox? Does De'Aaron need to find that next gear, so to speak?
Yeah. I mean, if De'Aaron, first of all, I love what Mike said, and Mike's been pretty consistent about challenging De'Aaron since he got here. I think Mike Brown has helped elevate De'Aaron to another level. I think he's gotten more out of him, maybe realized what Fox is capable of. And I loved what he said, because some of the issues in that Denver game, it's like you're looking at De'Aaron a little bit like, hey, man, when you come out and set the tone defensively, when you're like getting after guys and you're talking and you're chippy, everybody's thriving off that. The people in the arena, your teammates, you're getting stops, you're getting out and running, you're playing your best basketball. But when you're getting carved up, someone's got to like take responsibility. And if you want to be like elite in this game, then you got to do it consistently. I mean, I think he's a beyond talented player, but to be a superstar in this league, you have to do it literally 95% of the nights you play. And I think there are times we watch and go, man, if De'Aaron could have just turned it on a little earlier. And it's not to say that that's an easy thing to do, right? That's what makes the superstar special, is because they have the ability to fight through the mental fatigue, the physical wear and tear when you're playing. And there's so much pressure on Fox to push the pace, get to the basket, hit shots, play defense. But that's what it's about, like, if you want to reach that greatness. So I like that Mike challenged him, and I guarantee you he said it probably a little more in his face, like when they were one-on-one with each other. And I expect De'Aaron to show up in a big way tonight. And as far as what De'Aaron said on Draymond's thing, to me, it's nothing new, and it doesn't surprise me. I think he would love to get a Supermax. That would be awesome. But I also think, yeah, I mean, that's a lot of money, right? And so I knew he wasn't going to sign the extension. That would be a dumb business decision. And then for him, yeah, he's at the phase of his career, 27, 28, his birthday's tomorrow. Like, he's thinking long-term, going, okay, I want to win. Am I going to be able to do it here? Are they going to put enough around me? I've sacrificed. I watched them draft Davion Mitchell and Tyrese Halliburton when I was here. I heard my names in trade rumors. I had coaching change after coaching change. We're finally in a good spot, but like, can we accelerate this a little bit? And it's definitely, it's concerning, like, long-term, because I want Fox to be here, but I think he can control what his play on the court, and then hopefully the front office can, add to and tinker with this lineup and this team to take them to another level.
Here's the frustrating part. If I'm De'Aaron Fox a little bit, and we spoke for like an hour. What are you drinking over there? What is that? Coffee? Iced coffee? What is that?
A little espresso,
Oh, I see. Look, come on, man. That Deuce ain't playing, man.
Anytime you get a drink that's layered with multiple colors, that's pretty fire. That's pretty fire right there.
Yeah, I see him, man. I see him champagning and campaigning with his that's what he's doing. But so we spent like an hour talking about Fox, being this leader and this is the way of the land, and heavy is the head that wears the crown, all this other stuff. But the things that we talk about, and even Mike Brown talked about, like, hey, like, our team is struggling defensively. Like, you got to be the one that anchors all this. And if I'm De'Aaron Fox, I'm like, I get you, coach, but people that are looked at as being higher than me in the pantheon of current NBA players, your Dame Lillards, Lucas, Jalen Brunson, John Morant, I promise you, none of their coaches are asking them to do that. And everything is fine. Ja don't play no defense, none, and they are able to just float around on offense and be aggressive and do all this other stuff, and then hide and guard the weakest shooter in the corner. Yeah. It's like, man, come on, man. Like, I'm listening. I hear you, coach. I'm trying to take on all the responsibility I can, but in your opinion, Deuce, why do those guys seem to get a pass for that, and De'Aaron's asked to do more?
I mean, it's a roster construction issue. Like Dame, he's got Giannis and Lopez behind him, right? You can get away with some stuff. They have some more length, Same with Memphis. They've got wings. They've got size that maybe you can get away with that. This team doesn't have that. They don't have Sabonis. Love the guy. He plays hard. I loved how he played against Jokic the other night. He's not blocking shots. He's got like a 6'10" wingspan. His arms are not long at all. And then your wing situation, as we talked about, Keegan Murray is like your wing, right? Like, that's it. So the margin of error for this team is so slim. And I think that's why we're having all these conversations. Oh, can Fox do this? Can this do this? What about the offense late in game? Oh, lean into this offense or defense, whatever. Is because it's just how the roster is like constructed. And so, yeah, he's asked to do a lot, but I think he's capable of it. I still think he's an underrated player. And I know I've heard you say this before, Kenny. Like, I do agree with you. I think he's probably the best two-way point guard in the league, right? With the amount of pressure, or one of the best when it comes to his ability to go get buckets, to put pressure on the defense, and then also defend on the other end and defend multiple positions. Like you said, they're not hiding him, right? He is defending some of the best guys. But yeah, it's kind of unfortunate for him. I mean, he probably needs some help to take some pressure off of him too, so he's not relied upon to do so much. Because I think he gets a lot of the blame sometimes. Like all of a sudden he'll be inefficient for a stretch. And it's like, oh, he's coasting. It's like, no, he's just missing shots, and he's still competing defensively, but he's asked to do a ton. We've said the same thing about Keegan Murray, right? Like Keegan this year, for the most part, hasn't been able to knock down shots consistently, but he's being asked to play 40 minutes a night, defend multiple positions, crash. Oh, and we need you to hit open shots. It sure would be nice if you had another wing so the guy could play, like, I don't know, 33, 34 minutes a night, and maybe he doesn't have to take on the responsibility of guarding some of the best guys in the league.
Are you buying into the Twitter conversation about De'Aaron is starting to work his way out of Sacramento?
No. I think
because this is your boy. He's been to your house. Like the whole family
that is
has
his
been
boy.
over.
That
we
is
can't.
His boy. Yeah.
How many times have you watched Poppy? Have you babysat Poppy?
Uncle Deuce.
Uncle.
All I know is after we did that podcast and he retweeted it. He's like, just friends hanging out. I'm like, friends? I don't even have your number. I don't even like. We're like that. I'm like, okay, cool. If you want to call me your friend. I think he's keeping his options open. Why would he sign the extension now? Of course
it makes zero financial sense to sign the extension before next year.
Right. And so like some of the comments he made to Draymond, I mean, he made those same comments to Sam Amick of The Athletic like before the season too. I mean, how many times do you have the opportunity to potentially be a free agent? You want to kind of control your destiny a little bit. And so if he wants to put a little pressure on them, good. Yeah, and there's also pressure on him to perform too, because at this point he's not going to be a supermax guy. Like the team's not winning enough, and you know, if he's inconsistent, it's just not. You're not going to be an All NBA guy.
Some of the other discourse going on with this team that I don't know. I don't subscribe to, and I'm kind of frustrated by. But it's this notion that DeMar DeRozan is kind of like the problem. You know, there's the ball sticking to him in the offense, and he doesn't do much. Maybe we should think about bringing him off the bench. I mean, do you subscribe to any of that? You know, I think DeMar's been perfectly fine to start the season, but do you think any of that is valid?
No, I don't get why you would bring him off the bench. I think early in the season, it definitely it felt clunky at times. Like he wasn't adapting to the style of play. You know, and the Kings weren't used to slowing it down and playing ISO ball with him. But I think they figured it out. I think he's playing with better pace. I think they're picking the spots to set him up in isolation situations as opposed to him bringing up the ball. I think that's the other benefit with Monk in the starting lineup is let Monk or Fox bring up the ball and initiate. And DeMar, I felt was doing that more so in the early stages of the season. I think watching DeMar, the problem is the Kings have so many weaknesses. You don't look at DeMar as the one that was solving all their weaknesses. But one of their weaknesses was having another guy that can go get you a bucket. And I think him being out there, scoring 20 every single night for the most part, it just makes the Kings so much more difficult to defend offensively. Sabonis is having the most efficient year of his career. I think that in large part is because you add someone like DeMar on the floor too. There's just so many weapons that the Sacramento Kings have. They make it's really challenging to guard. But, you know, it's like I don't know how they get better, you know, with trades. It's you don't think you're moving DeMar, you're not moving Fox, you're not moving Sabonis. You don't want to move Monk. You don't want to move Keegan. Like, there's only so many guys you can move. And so, like, I don't know. I feel like they're in a tough spot with that.
Well, it's like you said, and we kind of said this yesterday, and we all kind of agree. Like, you want to get some players in there, right? Like, you want a Cam Johnson or a Finney Smith, but how do you do that without giving up somebody? Because that's the depth is the issue. Like, you want to just add, and if you were able to absorb contract or just give draft picks and keep Herter or Lyles, like that would be ideal. But how do you make a trade for somebody without giving up one of the players? So that's the conundrum they're kind of in. That may have Evan Carter on the way back. That may help.
I'm just like, where does he fit in too? You know, you're just trying to, all right, so Keon not playing, is Herter, like they have to clean it up. It's just not balanced. And I think we've all talked about that too. Like, I'm sure Devin may be able to help. And in this league, you need athleticism, you need length. And I don't think the Kings have a ton of that on this team. So I think that will help. I don't know. It's so funny. I get in these spots during the season, these dark spots where I go, okay, I feel like I'm desperate. And all of a sudden, I'm like, okay. All of a sudden, I'm like, Kyle Kuzma, man. I know he's having a down year, but man,
don't say Kyle makes you. It's desperate when you go to Kyle Kuzma. I think he could help.
I've just seen him play this year. It looks awful. It's like he's having the worst of his career.
Yeah, he's been bad this year. Well, he's been bad.
But then I'm looking, like you were just talking about, I'm like, ooh, maybe he's cheap. You know, maybe could you get Kuzma and Valanciunas?
Oh my God! Oh, Deuce is.
I'm getting crazy. Kuzma,
I don't know how you get one of them. Deuce somehow landed both of them.
Kuzma's deal goes down. You know, I mean, I feel like we all have the Kuzma's contract memorized by now. But you look at his side, I'm like, okay, could he just buy in here? Like, he did the Washington thing. There's no way he's having fun right now. Did he come to a winning situation, get up and down the floor? There's not a ton of pressure on him to come in and score 20 a game. If you get buy in and be like, hey, Kuz, we just need you to be our defensive, like, weak side rim protector, get up and down the floor. We'll throw you lobs, get you dunks, man that second unit. We'll get you going with Fox in that second unit. I don't know.
I'm all for it. You ain't got to convince me. I'm all for it. Let's take a chance.
Well, that's the type of move that I think could be, like, in terms of cost, I don't think it's as expensive as it was last year, where Cam Johnson is, like, playing out of his mind right now. He's staying on the floor. You're like, okay, like, the Nets are going to ask for, like, 7 first-round picks. And then it's like, are you really better at that point? You know, it's just, that's the one. And then Dorian Finney-Smith will cost you less, but, you know, I think a lot of people like him.
He's the guy. He's the guy. He fits the profile. He's not going to be as expensive.
Dorian Finney-Smith?
Yeah, he's not going to be as expensive. He can help you in a major way. He can shoot. He can defend. He's a traditional 3-and-D guy. He's the guy.
And he's going to buy in. He's going to buy into his role. Like, the Kings don't need someone that can that's going to score 20 a game. They need someone that's capable of knocking down some shots when open and then playing defense.
We missed you, Deuce. I feel bad that you're sitting in your car and you got a busy day ahead. So we're going to let you go prepare for your multiple jobs that you have to execute tonight.
I appreciate you guys. I missed you guys.
You're the man, dude. I'm gonna say what's up to you if I see you out there tonight, man.
All right, man. Yeah, come say hi. You'll probably be courtside, so I'll try to find a way to get.
Watch out for the security, like the hidden security.
I
like
literally just said I was gonna come say what's up, so that means I'm in the same
can
area.
You tell your security guard first so Deuce doesn't get shot trying to do his job?
This guy was in the Row 1 club, like, with filet mignon. He had, like, it was crazy.
Hey, you guys don't listen to the media.
Dude,
I'm an everyday man, just like you.
You had everything. You had seafood. It was like stacked plate.
Well, look, last time we went to our Tribal Chiefs backstage, they had gumbo back there. It was bomb too.
Damn,
man.
That was some good stuff.
We'll be there Sunday.
Man, living the Kenny life is nice, man. That's crazy.
It's crazy, man. Most people can only imagine. I'm lucky. I get to tag along every once in a while.
Yeah.
But most people don't. They can't imagine.
I can't. I'll try to talk to security and get to you, man.
Yeah, there you go. Appreciate you, Deuce.
All right, see you guys.
Deuce Mason doing TV tonight. Of course, the Deuce and Mo podcast as well that airs every single. I assume Morgan is just going to tap in from Orlando.
Yeah.
They do not miss episodes,
No.
even when Kings.
Those are frustrating, but you got to do it.
Watch it. What was funny is I think it was I should have said this to him. The Denver game. He had because I think Deuce and I are similar in a lot of aspects, and it was after the Denver game, and I didn't even notice it. Like I put it up, and they're maybe 4 minutes into the podcast, like the actual podcast. They have the pre-show and then the pod, and he noticed. I think someone in the chat pointed it out that the score was wrong. He had the Kings winning, like he obviously knew the Kings up, but the graphic said Kings 130, Denver 129, and I could see Deuce trying to calm himself down as he realized he got that wrong, and like that, I was like, "Oh, me and Deuce are the same person."
That was a tough night for everybody.
Yeah, no one was thinking clearly that night, and I don't think Trysta was thinking clearly with that trade proposal she had yesterday. I mentioned this a little bit ago. I've got some thoughts on that. Plus, we talked to Ice Cube last night.
Yeah.
And we are going to run. We talked to Ice Cube on video last night, and you're going to hear and see that conversation in its entirety. And it was a good one. You'll hear what the KSFM audience won't hear coming up later on this hour on Sacramento's number one for hip hop and R&B, Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Just like his.
Got the word I'm not traveling anywhere this weekend, so I'm just sticking myself to the couch, watching football all day.
Oh, that's lit. Hold on. Let me get up in there. Pause. All right. Kicking it with KC here. Shout out to my man, Hong, my man, Nit over at Phenom. Big ups to them. Go check them out. Right down the steps from the Golden One Center down in Doco. Go check them out. Nice kicks. They're having their end of the year awards and all this other stuff for shoes and everything. Very, very good, little setup they have going on. But this is the one I wanted to talk about on here. And it says, which shoe will win best basketball sneaker of the year? The nominees are the Adidas AE1s, the Sabrina 2s, the Harden Volume 8, which actually isn't a bad shoe, the Antakai 1, and the Nike Book 1. Now, mind you, I can't have a vote because I only have one of these shoes. I do have a pair of Book 1s, and they're fantastic. But if I did have a vote, I think the AE1s have just been all over the place all year long. I see them. Sabrina's have too, but you see the kids, they want the AE1s. Any team that has like Adidas ties, they got some AE1s. It's the shoe of the year. It's the basketball shoe of the year. I gotta salute them on that. The Sabrinas, like I said, they're everywhere. And the Book 1s, I love the Book 1s. I am a big supporter of the Book 1s. But if I had a vote, I give it to the Adidas AE1s. Let us know what you think, though, man. Who would you vote for best basketball sneaker of the year? Hit me up. Let me know. Just kicking it with KC. There we go. I don't know, Secure. They got one with them AE1s. They got one. Chatty House after party, i.e. Manning. That's a great run. I was thinking about it the other day because people were like, "Who's had a better 3 or 4 album, start off to their career than Kendrick?" Kendrick's is up there. It's one of them ones. But I was thinking, I think I even tweeted it out. Because of everything that's gone on later in his career, I think people forget. But I don't know if anybody's touching Kanye. I don't know. And Ice Cube may be one of them ones that is. But those first 3 from Kanye, man, oh man.
Give me the college dropout, late registration, then graduation. One of them I didn't like, and I can't.
I think you don't like
which one.
late registration.
I think you're right. That's the one with "Touch the Sky."
Mm-hmm. Gold Digger, Drive Slow.
Yeah, I like the album in its totality. I didn't like it as much as the other ones.
Drive Slow, homie.
Try something here, real.
Dave, you good, big dog? My man.
Oh, shoot.
I disagree. I actually aged better than people gave it credit for.
Yeah, y'all don't mind me. I'm gonna try a little technical thing here.
Fantastic.
Nope, that ain't it.
Oh, my goodness.
That ain't it. That ain't it. That ain't it. God damn it.
You know what's crazy too is I think Yeezus actually aged a little better than people give it credit. Yeezus ain't a dope album. I'm not saying that. But Yeezus has about 4 or 5 songs that it's like, he's kind of fire. Compared to like how people talked about it. They're like, it's trash. It's not a trash album.
All right, man. We're here. Our conversation with Ice Cube coming up here right near the top of the hour. Then Matt George coming up to help us get us ready for Kings and Lakers tonight, G1C.
Remind me, I don't have anything to write down with, but remind me, Kings Lakers at the Golden One Center. I had something to say about that. But that can hold on for just a second because you've been trying to tell us for about an hour what you did not like about our girl TK's trade proposal the other day and my thoughts about it too. Or yeah, whatever. Go ahead. I want to know. I'm interested.
Yeah, I think you're both stupid. The crux of the idea is Trysta said, I've got the perfect player for the Sacramento Kings, and it said it's gonna hurt. He said it's Jeremy Grant, but you've got to trade Keegan Murray, and I think it was Kevin and Trey, if I remember.
Yep.
It's like, all right, that's cute. That decimates the Sacramento Kings. Like they can't do that. Like you need guys in return, and it's not the bum who doesn't play, with all due respect to the bum who doesn't play. Like that's not going to work. That's not what this team needs to get better. I'm with Deuce in the idea that you need someone to add to Keegan Murray. Then I directed my frustration towards you.
What'd I do?
Well,
I
because
agreed with you the entire time.
I don't think that you did, because you posed the old famous Kenny Caraway question: will Keegan Murray ever be better than Jeremy Grant? And I think which, by the way, I don't think that question matters. The question is Keegan Murray better than Jeremy Grant now, and what Jeremy Grant can be for Sacramento? And the question, I think, is yes. And I also think Keegan Murray can be better than Jeremy Grant. Jeremy Grant, to me, and I'll listen to anyone's retort. I know he had good years in Detroit. It was Detroit. Jeremy Grant to me was incredible in Oklahoma City.
Mhm.
And I think there was a little bit of overlap with Carmelo. And if I remember correctly, the famous, who, me? They want to move me to the bench? That was because Jeremy Grant.
Mhm.
That was the question that reporter posed because Jeremy Grant was playing so well. That's where I feel like he was really at the peak. And again, I am a Carmelo Anthony fan. I do think that Oklahoma City Thunder team would have been better if Jeremy Grant had stayed in the starting lineup and Carmelo Anthony had been coming off the bench. Like, he was really, really good at the time. To me, that was the peak of his powers. That was like, this is Jeremy Grant at his peak. He's a very, very, very good player and he's helping a team win.
Mhm.
They went a different direction. Things kind of went the way that they went. Jeremy Grant obviously moves on, and he puts up numbers in different places that he goes. In terms of what he could be for Sacramento right now, I don't think that Jeremy Grant would be a 20-point per game player in Sacramento right now. I think he would essentially be what Keegan Murray is, except more expensive and older. This isn't a criticism of Jeremy Grant. I am a Jeremy Grant fan. It goes back to the question that I asked you, or maybe asked both of you. I can't remember. But is the idea of trading Keegan, Kevin, and Trey a match of talent or a match of salary? And it's clearly a match of salary. You don't need to trade all three of those players to match Jeremy Grant's talent. And that's the question I think we need to start asking ourselves when we evaluate these trade proposals. Are we trading three players to match a player's contract or to match their talent? Because if it's not to match their talent, throw this thing out the window. It doesn't work because you're putting your team at a greater deficit than you were before the deal.
Well,
I didn't like it.
Mhm.
Now I hate it. And I'm low-key mad at both of you.
Well, don't be mad at me. I don't think I think today, Jeremy Grant is a better player than Keegan Murray.
Okay.
Jeremy Grant
Is Jeremy Grant I'll use your old Mikal Bridges question.
Uh-huh.
Jeremy Grant on the Sacramento Kings. He's better than Keegan Murray?
This year, yes.
Okay.
He's a better shooter than Keegan has been this year.
Okay.
And there's the jury. I want to see Keegan do it a little bit more consistently to believe that he's that 41% 3-point shooter we saw his rookie year. You know what I mean? I think he is a good 3-point shooter. I think he's well above what he's shown so far this year. But I'm looking at Jeremy Grant, in his career as a 3-point shooter. We got 38, 40, 40, 35, 35, 38, 39. Like, I think Jeremy Grant is a better 3-point shooter than Keegan Murray right now. Or we don't even have to be that definitive. He's equal. It's not a negative. We could say it that way. I think James was talking about yesterday, is a much better rebounder. I think the defense is a little closer than we all would have hoped and we probably would have liked. And I think Jeremy Grant is a better creator offensively. He can score at all three levels. He can handle the ball. He can finish. He gets to the line.
Mm-hmm.
So today, I think he's better. One of the reasons why I wouldn't have made the deal was, like you had mentioned, you're giving up your issue is depth, and you're giving up so many people for one person that maybe even if you want to agree with me, it's not like Jeremy Grant is leaps and bounds better than Keegan Murray. They're about the same player with a couple of differences here and there. I'm not giving up three players for that. You know what I mean? Then you have the contract situation.
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't have done the deal, but I also wouldn't have dismissed it as quick as everybody else did. And when I'm thinking about the player for player swap, I think Jeremy's a little better than Keegan Murray today. So that's where that came from.
I still don't like it. But what I really hate is I really hate that that's where we are. Now let's trade three guys, including, I know Keegan's production this year is a little frustrating, and I think part of the reason it's a little frustrating is our own expectations. I know he's 24.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's an older young player,
Yeah.
right? He's an older, less tenured player. I mean, we're talking 3 years in the league. I think Keegan Murray still has all of the tools to be very, very good, like very, very good. And I don't want to see that materialize elsewhere.
Mm.
I get my jokes off, and they're struggling, which is just something I was just dead wrong about this year. I think Tyrese is very good.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's an incredible point guard. I think he's a great basketball player. I hate watching him emerge like this outside of Sacramento. It was for the best. I'm not questioning that. Like we get to watch Domantas Sabonis every night. Like he is a star,
Mm-hmm.
a stud. I don't want to watch Keegan become that elsewhere. And I think he can. Maybe not to the level Tyrese is, but I thought Keegan could wind up being one of the better two-way players in the entire league. And I still think Keegan Murray can be one of the better two-way players in the entire league. I don't know why it's been such a struggle this year to find his shot and his footing a little bit. I do think he's a little more aggressive offensively than he has been, like, as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
You always point out that's how averages work. There are some times where he shoots 6. There's sometimes where he shoots 14, 15, but I think he's a lot closer to the 14 or 15 on a night-to-night basis than he is the 6. I wish there was a stat that I could look up that would tell me actually how many times he's shooting per game, but I'm in the midst of a deep conversation with you right now, so I'm not going to look that up. But you get what I'm saying. I still think Keegan can be the guy, and you're going to have to move me, like really, really move me in any sort of trade proposal that involves Keegan Murray.
I feel the same way. I don't feel well.
No, history says otherwise.
Well, no. Well,
Christina Warner legitimately texted me, said, "Could you tell your boy to stop trading Keegan Murray?"
To trade Keegan Murray, number one, it's got to be somebody that I think is better than Keegan Murray for sure, and it's gonna have to be one of them. Like a perennial all-star guy, like I mentioned yesterday, Brandon Ingram. You know, he's an all-star. Like we're talking about those kind of guys. I don't see it for a guy, even like Jeremy Grant. And now your contract comes into play. Like I'm not willing to take on everything that comes with Jeremy Grant for Keegan Murray. I'm not gonna do that. Cam Johnson, Keegan Murray, they're about the same player. Like there's no need for me to make that deal.
Yeah.
I need to be upgrading in a major way now. Where I think a lot of people here in Sacramento and myself kind of part ways with how we see Keegan Murray is I do think there are some upgrades for Keegan Murray. Like I think Keegan is good, and I like him how he is. Like I like him as fourth, fifth option. He's going to average 13, 14 points per game, maybe 15. Sometimes if you get him the ball enough, he's got 25 in a game or something like that. I don't see Keegan as if all these players left and it was him and De'Aaron, we'd be good because Keegan is that dude. He's a psychic. I don't think he's that type of player. He's got too many deficiencies in his offensive game that I don't think are going to change. That I don't see him in that light. But that doesn't mean I don't like him for his role right now. I think he's great in his role right now with the Kings. I love this role for him. I liked going to get somebody like DeMar so you could take a little bit of pressure off him on the offensive end so he can just be, catch and shoot / type guy. Like I don't really want him to be a creator because I don't think that's a strong suit for him.
Let's get to our man Lewis here, the Elk Grove
Hey.
Talk Line 916-909-1320. What's up, Lewis?
Oh man, hey fellas, happy holidays to y'all, man, and you know what I mean. It's been a wonderful year, all of that. Let me get right to it. Wow, Kenny, you sort of really hit on some stuff there. I love what you were just saying. It's the truth. You know what I mean? I mean, Keegan, he's a great young man. He's a good shooter, all of those things. But truth of the matter is nope. He's not maybe what we thought he was, but he is that lockdown defender. So if he's going to be, that 3 and D, and then he'll also, flush a basket for you when you need it, I'm right there with it. And every team needs that. And so I'm right there for that. what I really called about was to just sort of say what I don't understand what Fox is talking about. I would think he's smarter than to say, hey, I want to be here, but I want to win. I would think he's smarter than that. You know what I mean? And so it's a little disappointing coming off of him, choosing not to take a max deal that we offered to him. Right. So I'm just like, and so really, I just kind of want to, say to I just want to, sort of just express that, like, De'Aaron, I don't feel like that's cool. If you listening, no, that's not the right thing to be doing. Why can't we win, right? Why can't this team win, right? Why can't this team win? When you look at it on paper, we should be winning. So it's just a little weird to me to say we can't win here when on paper we're winning.
Thank you, Lewis.
Lewis, call it more often, man. I enjoy when Lewis calls it, man. I guess we let him rock today too. He can't be guilty. Look, we let him go for like 3-4 minutes.
Well,
he can't call back talking about why you guys got to let me talk more.
I played off of the host.
The great
in
thing
the
is,
chat. Looked like you guys were enjoying what Lewis had to say.
The great thing, there's so much great stuff there from Lewis. The great part was he came in, made a strong point, and then said, "What I really called for."
Yeah, Chad looked like they were loving the call. So
that's what broke me when he said that, man. He said what I really called for was.
So
shout out to my man Tony. Hey, put it on a shirt. RBOS.
There it is. Real Brothers in Sacramento.
The
Lewis,
small O too, by the way. Yeah,
the small O is clutch.
Yeah.
Lewis, whether De'Aaron makes All NBA or not, it was not financially responsible for him to sign a contract extension last offseason. Mm-hmm. If he makes All NBA, he signs a massive, massive, massive contract extension this offseason. If he doesn't, he still signs a significantly bigger contract than he would have last year. Mm. It was the first year he was eligible. The Sacramento Kings, and this is why I hate the way that this was covered, both by Draymond, by was it Andre Iguodala in his podcast?
Yeah, that was bad. Him and
Iggy knows better. Like
Turner,
bro, this was your job for years. Like you know better. Mm-hmm. You don't sign the contract extension because you get a larger one the next year. Mm-hmm. It's a simple finance game. If I told every single one of you, hey, we're offering you a contract to be a part of the Chatty House. It's Kenny Caraway money. It's 3 years, $100 million.
Kenny Caraway money.
But as a Chatty House member, if you hit all Chatty House next year, you get 5 years, $500 million. And even if you don't, you get 4 years, $175 million. Mm-hmm. It's simple math. It's no different. Remove your Kings jersey and your feelings. It's the same exact situation that we were cussing Tim Bontemps out about last year when he was rallying for the Cleveland Cavaliers to trade Donovan Mitchell. Mm-hmm. It made no sense for Donovan Mitchell to sign a contract extension last year. What did he do this offseason? He signed a massive contract extension. Yeah. Hopefully De'Aaron does the same thing.
I hope he does too. I think he will. I think De'Aaron, I think he'll stay in Sacramento. I think they'll figure this out. I also think that the Kings are going to get to the playoffs this year. Like how I feel about the Kings and what they could be. Do I think they're winning 52 games? No, not necessarily, but I still think they're a playoff team. I think they're a top 6 team, and I think they'll figure some stuff out with this season. And with that being said, I think it'll be enough to show De'Aaron Fox how serious they are about potentially winning and feel better about what's going on, and he'll stay.
Let's talk to Troy here. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line 916-909-1320. What's up, Troy?
What's going on, fellas? Merry Christmas, happy holidays.
Yes, sir.
Merry Christmas, my guy.
Yes, indeed. I just want to go real quick. I got a great Doug Christie story, man. About 10 years ago, I worked in a senior citizen home as a cook. I won a radio contest on that no-name radio show that was back in the days. And Doug Christie came to the place, man, and he bought food. He was so loving to these old people, man. He signed autographs. It was when his daughter was first pregnant. She signed autographs. They took pictures and everything. And it just hit me a little while ago, man. That man, he touched a lot of people that day. And I just want to, if he's listening, if he's out there, man, I just want to tell him thank you. Even though it was 10 years ago, it still fills my heart with joy just to think about the love and the passion, the compassion he showed. So, Doug, thank you, brother.
Man, that's good stuff, Troy. That's the type of person Doug is. Yeah. He said his daughter, right?
I think
Troy's daughter.
I think.
'Cause
Well,
I don't think, does Doug have a daughter?
I don't think he does.
I
But
don't
maybe
think
he was
does
talking
either.
about his own.
Yeah, that's what I think he was talking about. I was trying to think, is Doug got a daughter? I don't think he does. I don't know, but hey, DC a good dude, man.
Oh, absolutely.
Very, very good dude.
Absolutely. DC, if he was still playing, he'd be in my Prize Picks lineup.
Go ahead, get your stuff.
Well,
off.
you know, I
was gonna say DC's you talk about the player the Kings need. It's Doug Christie.
No, facts.
It's literally Doug Christie, the player.
He'd be
that's
perfect.
the guy. Put the jersey on from the commercial. Get the seaweed bath and get out there for 15.
He would be perfect. Man, if we could find
legitimately the exact player the Sacramento Kings need.
100%. And like I said, if he was playing, he'd be in my lineup for like some steals or rebounds, even points in a certain degree. But I got my Prize Picks lineup ready to go. Beam Money is ready to go.
Hold up. Just for fun. Man, this screen is delayed. God damn it.
Great cash, homie. Hey, by the way,
System's on vacation.
By the way, we haven't said it, but prayers up, Randy Moss, man. Come on, man.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, prayers up, Randy Moss,
Yeah,
man.
absolutely.
Big ups to him, man. But yes, Prize Picks, Beam Money, ready to go down today as the Kings take on the Lakers. And, you know, we've talked a lot about De'Aaron Fox in the last 24 hours or so. His more or less is at 24 and a half. De'Aaron going to have 30 tonight. De'Aaron having 30 tonight. I'm taking more on that.
Against the Lakers. Hold up. Let's go back here. Just real quick. October 26th, De'Aaron Fox, 28. Okay.
He getting 30 tonight.
Okay.
More on 24 and a half. Then you got Malik Monk, and I went to the Demon. It's Demon time. It's Demon time. They've got Malik at 3.5 3-pointers made. I went more. Malik gonna be cooking
Malik
tonight.
Monk, 2 of 7 the last time they played the Lakers.
He gonna be cooking tonight. I went Demon time more with Malik Monk. And then, you know, we always talk about how Anthony Davis, well, nothing left to do but Cole. Domas Maitati. You know, that's what we always talk about. Hey, how about you guys work together on this lineup, huh? How about that? Domantas Sabonis, Anthony Davis, combined rebounds, 25.5. Give me more on that. Those are two of the best rebounders in the game. More than 25.5 rebounds. And then, you know, I got tired of going more. And I saw a little Max Christie there with 7.5 points. Give me less. Give me less. Sorry, Max. Give me less. De'Aaron Fox, 24.5 points. Give me more. Malik Monk, Demon time.
Did you hit the Demon for De'Aaron?
No, but I do think he's going to have 30. What's the Demon, like 29.5?
29.5.
Yeah, I do think he's going to have 30, but I played it safe.
All right, I hit the more button because I ain't a bitch. So, whatever.
Malik Monk, more than 3.5 3-pointers. Domantas Sabonis and Anthony Davis combining for more than 25.5 points. And sorry, little Max Christie, if you're listening over at the Sawyer right now, you're going to have less than 7.5 points. That's big money for your boy.
What AD
Prize
have?
Picks. Shout out to my people over at Prize Picks. When you put in that code KIFM, that promo code, it'll get you $50 with your first $5 lineup. You must be present in certain states, though. PrizePicks.com is where you need to go for more information. Run your game. We cooking. Last time we had B Money, it got voided out because Christian Brown got hurt. or Ryan Brown, one of the two.
Both of them. That was funny. It was so stupid that I corrected you too, because we were on KSFM. Literally, no one cares.
I know Ryan Braun. Who was Ryan Brown?
Because it's Christian Brown, right?
Yeah.
They got LeBron at 30 points and rebounds tonight.
I looked at LeBron's point
He
total.
had 32, 14, and 10 the last time they played.
I looked at LeBron's point total, and I wanted to go less, but it's at 22 and a half. I said, I'm not going to do that, but I want to go less. So you combine that with, you said points and rebounds is what that is, right?
Yeah.
So about 21 points, 8 rebounds or so. That's not even getting it. You might want to consider going less. I stayed away.
Really? Oh, man. Oh, man.
I don't know, though. I stayed away.
Oh, man. I don't know what to do. Oh, man, let's go to commercial. You'll hear our conversation with Ice Cube when D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. All right. If I remove KC, put this up. That didn't do it. That did it. All right. That's what we're doing. And then, where am I at? Nope. That doesn't do what I wanted to do. You kill the mic, but I can't kill the camera. Stop mic and cam. No, we can't do that. Well, I guess we'll just do it like this. Can I make this? Let's see.
Can StreamYard only play them if there's a certain amount of time?
Yes. Yeah, it has to be less than 10 minutes.
It's trash.
I'll do that. And that kind of removes me from the I wonder if I leave KC up. Did that do the same thing? Yep. Okay. All right, we'll do that. That's what we'll do. There we go. Now we're cooking. All right. Man, I got to get these prize picks in. I don't know what to do. They got Bron at. I ain't. Man, that's a sucker move to take a block shot. How many steals LeBron have against the Kings? LeBron even stealing the ball? No, LeBron's not stealing the ball right now. Get out of here. Max Christie. He was terrible against the Kings last time. I think I'm gonna go less on Max Christie. I think I'm gonna take the Kenny Caraway bet. Yeah, I'm gonna go less. I need to get someone else in this game, though. I don't like the Max Christie pick. I need to get another king that I could rely on in this game. Kings. Who are we going with here? Let me get some Domas numbers. Domas. Can Domas hit 2 threes tonight? Can Keegan hit 3 threes tonight? No, I'm not gonna take that one. Got Malik. I need a Domas. Domas, 3.5 offensive rebounds, 10 defensive rebounds, 12.5 field goal attempts, 19.5 rebounds and assists, 33 points and rebounds, points and assists. Man, this is tough. Domas had a God bless him. Triple-double the last time they played. I think I'll go Domas points and rebounds. Let's finalize this lineup. Got 2 demons out there. Flex plays were 360. Ooh, power plays were. I'm not taking the power play. I don't have that kind of. I don't have that kind of courage. Let's go for it. We're going big, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get them demons. Come on, Kings. Okay. Got a couple of demons out there. Yeah, this will be the first game I'm stressed over because this will bring me some. This will bring me some Christmas.
Hey, Kenny, you can hear me?
Oh yeah, I was like, who else talking?
I can hear him.
Oh.
But hold on, so you came in here with the off-white, right?
Man,
yeah, I did.
Yep.
So
yep.
For Christmas, like you got me with some hand-me-downs, or
I mean, look, I don't.
That's a fair question. I mean, if we're,
I know
I'm
you got,
still
I know
wearing
if
the
this
stuff.
what you rocking here, I know you have something old.
Well, I mean,
Why aren't you asking
the
me,
young brother out? I'm just supporting a black-owned company, man. You're supporting a significantly more expensive black-owned company.
Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Wait. The guy just had damn near the same sweater on the other day.
No one knows what you're talking about, sir.
Go to YouTube.
No one knows.
I'm watching that day, so
see.
I'm poor. Don't listen to this. I'm poor. I hold on to everything I have. Like I said, man, just go out to Atlanta, have a good time, be able to cover the game the next day.
No,
you know what I mean?
let's try this again. Go out to Atlanta, be safe, have a good time.
In that order?
Yes, it's Atlanta, dog. It's Atlanta, dog.
We ain't even talked about that. Went to goddamn Olympics.
Yeah, right.
What? That looked like a fantastic experience.
Shout out to our people over at Sky River Casino. Great place to spend the holidays because that's what people do. Casino gonna be jumping.
It is.
That's gonna be jumping,
man. Shout out to their New Year's Eve extravaganza. It's always a good time.
Absolutely, absolutely. We were just going over Prize Picks a couple of minutes ago, and this is the first.
What kind of money is it?
What's that?
What kind of money is it? The Prize Picks?
Christmas money?
No.
Beam money. Are you happy?
I am. Clip that.
Don't. Absolutely do not. Kings and Lakers for the first time since October 26th. So we were looking over some of the numbers. This was, again, one of them games. This was a 131-127 loss that the Sacramento Kings experienced. Trey Lyles played in this one. It doesn't look like he's going to play tonight. He was downgraded to questionable after thinking he was going to be able to go today because he experienced some soreness coming out of shoot-around. Sean Cunningham reported earlier. Kevin Huerter, Domantas Sabonis, and Keegan Murray all expected to play. We heard from Keegan Murray. He said he was expected to play. All of those guys finished with double digits. As a matter of fact, Amar, Domas, and De'Aaron all finished with 20-plus points. It was Domas leading the way with a triple-double, 29, 12, and 10. De'Aaron, low-key, double-double, 28 and 10. DeMar DeRozan had 23 points in that one. Unfortunately, Anthony Davis hit 1-3, and it was a killer. It was one of those ones that I think it was Domas guarding him, had a visible reaction to. He looked like, you've got to be kidding me. An incredibly contested shot on his part, and just much like Ant-Man. It was a hell of a shot by Anthony Davis.
You said that was late game Only 3-pointer he made. Where did I hear that before? Oh, we've been talking about this all week.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Those are frustrating situations, man, because
those are big time players.
Big time players who
got
made
one shot to
big-time
hit.
shots, man. And, you know, you in the case of the Anthony Davis shot, that's the shot I wanted. LeBron couldn't be stopped. Double him in the post. Don't let him get the shot off. Get it to Anthony Davis. Let him shoot a three. If he hits
A contested three.
a contested three. If he hits it, you tip your hat. I'm with that. The Jokic one was very, very frustrating.
Yeah,
because
he
you were
was
up 2, and like I said,
there was no one within 10 feet of him.
No, and it was miscommunication. It was not understanding time and possession. Well, I shouldn't say that. I don't know what maybe the coaches told them. Like, that's how we're defending that. But I would have just said, all right, well, there are no threes that are going up right now. You can tie the game. You can't put me down 1. And yeah, that was just easy. That was shooting fish in a barrel.
And that was the Kings' second straight loss to start the season. Of course, they won the next 2, and this is the one that Kings fans need. This is the one, another one that the Sacramento Kings need, and it just feels like that is an ongoing theme here with it's just an ongoing theme with what's been a frustrating season to start. But, and I don't mean to, you just try to present another side of this equation. The Bucks roster did not change.
Nope.
They turned it around after, I can't remember what the number was. I think it was 3-8 or 2-8, and they turned it around where they're 14-11 now. They, you might not care about it, but they won the NBA Cup, and they have reason to feel good about where they are. Chris Middleton returned, kind of finding his way in the groove of everything, but it wasn't a massive trade. They didn't blow anything up. Dame said, I think it was Dame, or maybe it was Giannis. One of the 2 stars said the other day, we're not now the team we were at the beginning of the year. Like, we had to figure some things out. We had to, settle in as a squad, and we've been able to do that. We still have things that we need to do better. I think whichever one of the 2 was, we still have a lot of things that we have to get better at, but we're happy with the direction that we're moving in. There's one team to look at if you're Sacramento or if you're Mike Brown. It's Doc, and it's the Milwaukee Bucks. Again, and I point them out because it wasn't a trade.
Right.
They figured it out to a certain degree, and I think they're back to being contenders in the East. Now that I see them playing the way that they are, I believe in Giannis and Dame. And that's, to me, that's kind of where you look for inspiration if you're Mike Brown in Sacramento.
And I think this Kings team is capable. I just
Definitely.
really do. I think they're capable. And we've all gone back and forth about the holes and the deficiencies that they have on this roster, and I don't think anybody who said that is necessarily wrong. But I'm looking at what they do have on the roster, and they have enough on the roster to be a better team.
They do.
And I think they can turn it around if they just, sharpen a couple things up. The funny thing is, you look at all the metrics, and all the metrics say they should have a better record. Now you've got to fix the only metric that matters, and that's the win-loss column. And what a better way than start tonight. I was thinking about Kings, Lakers, Golden One Center, how I felt about that, and just like, oh man, like, I don't feel good. I don't feel confident going into this game because of the way the Kings have been playing.
Understandable.
And, it took me back to, I was like, I wonder what the crowd's going to feel like or whatever. Took me back to, did we call this, I know people talk about puke guy, but Kings Lakers, was this the worst game in the history of the Golden One Center? You were there that night, weren't you?
The takeover,
the collapse / takeover. Remember the Kings were up like 20, 21, and they ended up losing by like 15.
It was bad. Yeah, it was bad.
And
that was bad.
And people weren't even angry. They were, we talked about it the next day on the show. They weren't necessarily angry. They were just hurt. They were like, at the time, it was like, this team ain't going to be good no more. This was before Beam Team 1. And they were just hurt that this is what we're doing.
It felt like the lowest of the low.
Yeah.
Yeah. It felt like the
And
lowest.
that was the
of
first
low.
time. Not funny. It's the first time Alvin told us.
Well, we're not going to quit. We're not going to quit. You know who else isn't going to quit? It's Ice Cube.
Hey.
We had the opportunity to talk to the hip hop legend last night, and you're going to get the opportunity to hear what they won't hear on KSFM, and that's the conversation in its entirety. Ice Cube.
Yo, what's happening with you?
Oh man,
What's good, Cube?
Good.
All good. How y'all feeling?
Man, we good, man. We appreciate your time. We had a discussion. I love for you to weigh in on. This wound up being like a 90-minute discussion on the show the other day. We were talking about the greatest entertainers in the history of hip hop, and we were just creating like the best to ever do it. And I was making a pretty strong argument for Ice Cube, but like Ice Cube, LL, Ice-T, they was at the top of the list. And in terms of the complete catalog of hip hop and television and movies, man, what's that list look like for you?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm biased, but I think I've done more than anybody when it comes to, you know, movies for sure, you know, in writing and producing and directing and coming up with classics.
Yeah.
You know, I think I don't know if anybody got me beat there. You know, I've done some pretty good things in music too. So, you know, I'm gonna have to put myself at the top of that list.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. So Cube, I had you up near the top. The one that I couldn't figure out, and I couldn't figure out which one had a little more weight. You had the movies, and the box office sales were crazy. But you look at Ice-T, and that man is on USA probably 70 times a day with that Law and Order. You know, people have no idea what hip hop is. They know who he is from that. And I was just like, man, that network is crazy. But like you said, the movie catalog, I think that clearly goes to you.
I mean, without a doubt. I mean, like, I've actually written classic movies and produced them. Movies that's still quoted to this day. Not just one franchise, but several. And so I don't think you could beat that with a stick. And, you know, as far as sports, I think I got them beat too by having the big three.
Absolutely.
We call you a basketball Hall of Famer.
Huh?
When we introduce Ice Cube, we talk about Ice Cube, the NBA, the basketball Hall of Famer.
Yeah, you know, that's a major accomplishment that I never expected. You know, especially this early in my, you know, venture into sports. You know, it's been less than 10 years. And it's amazing. You know, I find myself in, you know, in these situations that I never even thought about, like Basketball Hall of Fame. And how could you equate that even to a rapper in any way, shape, or form?
Right.
So, yeah, I'm proud of my resume. I'll hold it up against anybody.
A little bit more on the basketball thing, man. You really changed the game because you had a vision for the 3-on-3, you know, for the Big Three League and the style of play, you know, that game of 3-on-3 half court. You had a vision for that. And now if you look at it, look, man, people are getting gold medals off of that. And that started with you. I remember when you started that, man, the Big Three and just the idea of competitive 3-on-3 half court basketball. Like I said, it's in the Olympics. And now you have the women with Unrivaled putting that league together, doing it as well, man. You really did change the game with that.
Yeah, we're proud of what we've done, you know, with the game of basketball, you know, especially the 3-on-3 format. To me, it's a better game to watch because, you know, guys play defense. You know, it's a real battle for the bucket. And I think that's missing in the 5-on-5 game, especially nowadays. You know, they're kind of hard to watch. So, you know, we got this style, and our game is a sprint. You know, we was the first ones saying, you know, first to a set point win. You know, why do we have to run all these garbage minutes why do we have to run minutes at all? You know, first team that scored the points win. And so, you know, you got a game that's a full sprint where other games are kind of clock managed. So everybody has a pace. And so I think it's just a more pleasing game to watch. We got cool little wrinkles like our 4-point shot, bring the fire, you know, and just being more innovative and doing something that the fans really dig. Even trash talking, you know, you know, why did we take that out the game? We took a little bit of competitiveness out the game by, you know, eliminating trash talking and people being able to show their emotions during the course of the game. You know, so proud of what we've done.
At 41 years old, I'm definitely in the let me play in the big 3 league. I don't need to be in the NBA, man. I don't need to be running up and down the court, man. Put me in the half court and do that.
Everybody say that till they come to a game and check it out. You know, you don't want to be out there, man. Trust me.
Oh no, it's physical. It's physical, man.
Game.
Them boys is playing.
Physical,
yeah.
You know? It's a hardcore game. You know, we call it the big 3, not the little 3. So dudes is really going at it, and we love it. You know, seeing 7-footers battle. You know, that's what the game is about.
Yeah, and at some point, Katino Mobley gonna lay your ass out. You just have to deal with it. Like,
without a doubt, you know, they know every trick in the book. You know what I'm saying? And they use it on each other. You know, it's fascinating to watch these dudes use all these little tricks of the trade to get a bucket. And you know, I'm very happy with the league, and we're going into our 8th year, and it's just getting better and better every year.
So with all that said, we just talked about your accolades in the world of sports, being a, you know, basketball Hall of Famer and the incredible stuff you did in cinema. But why make Man Down? Why go back to music after all of that?
I never left music. It's been something that I've been doing constantly, but I've been an independent artist for a long, long time. And so when you're independent, sometimes the focus ain't on the music because, you know, usually the big boys got all the algorithm, so to speak, you know, for lack of a better word. So
that's probably the perfect word.
Yeah, you know, but so if you really look, you know, I released Laugh Now, Cry Later in 06. I released Raw Footage in 08. I think 2010 or around 2010, 2012. I did I Am the West. Came back, we did the Mount Westmore project. That was cool.
Fire.
And then, you know, now it's time for a solo record. I love music. You know, I'm a B-boy at heart. So this is still my hobby. It's still fun. It's still something that I enjoy creating, songs. And I don't know if I'll ever stop. There's no reason to stop. You know, there's no reason to move on. My day one fans really love this record. And that's who I did it for. You know, I didn't overthink it. I'm like, I'm going to do something that my day one's going to love. And everybody else got to get in where they fit in.
Yeah. When starting to work on Man Down, is it one of those things where you're always ready so you don't have to get ready? Or, you know, you hear comedians sometimes when they're starting a special, they go to the little hole in the wall clubs to work on their craft. Or if you're an athlete and you haven't played in a while, you work on, you know, getting back into the groove of things. Did you have to do that with the rhymes, or it's just what you do?
Yeah, I'm always, you know, doing songs. You know what I mean? I'm always getting beats, writing lyrics, you know, hooks, you know, in the studio recording. You know what I mean? When I got something that's tight, I tuck it, keep going. You know, when you look up and you got 10, 11 of them that's tight, you like, okay, it might be album time. So then you start working on music that's going to complete the sound of the album. But I'm always doing music, you know what I mean? To me, if you want to really be in this, you got to stay sharp. And the key is, to me, is I understand my audience. So I'm not reaching for other audiences. You know what I'm saying? I'm just hyper serving the people that like what I do. And, you know, that's sufficient enough for me, because artists, you know, sometimes you start reaching so much, and, you know, I'm not 25, so trying to do music like 25-year-olds don't make sense to me. You know what I'm saying? Me, I do music, you know, West Coast quintessential Ice Cube music is, to me, my path to success.
I love that, like, you've been in the game as long as you have, and you've never done a retirement album. It feels like everybody has done. Yeah, this the last one. I think your boy Short has like 7 of them.
Hell yeah, you know, man, he got more retirement albums than he do regular albums.
But you just gonna keep making music until one day it's like, I'm done.
I might not never be done. You know, why should I stop? Like,
I'm with it.
It's not the sports game. You know, it's not like I'm gonna blow out a knee or tear my Achilles or, you know, anything like that. It's about, you know, being inspired by music, by situations, being able to put it together in a dope song form. Rock the mic, you know what I'm saying? Try to be sharp with the lyrics. You know, it's too fun to retire. Like, what the hell you gonna do? Go fishing? Like, what you gonna retire and do? Like
Right.
What's better than rocking the mic? You know what I mean? Jumping on stage, doing, you know, songs that people dig. You know, to me, it's like dream come true.
That sounds like your next movie with Kevin Hart, like a rapper that retires and goes fishing.
Yeah, go fishing with Kevin Hart. Use him as a bait.
Hey, Q, real quick, man. It's around Christmas time. So does anybody, I guess it's not really a DVD anymore, but on the streaming service, they pop in that Christmas classic Friday After Next, because that is a Christmas movie. That is one that you put on every Christmas holiday, man. Yeah. When's the last time you watched that one?
Probably a couple of Christmases ago. You know, I go back every now and then and check them out, or they'd be on TV, and you know, TV version is cool. Sometimes I'll catch it on cable. Sometimes they playing them back to back to back to back all weekend. So, you know, I check them out. You know, I still laugh at them. They funny to me too.
Me too.
To me, it's what it is. What people love about Friday and the Friday movies is anybody and everybody can experience it. Like, we've all went through our own versions of that movie, you know, just hanging out with your crazy friend or your crazy cousin, and y'all just had one of them days where you was just laughing all day, and, you know, something memorable went down. And that's Friday. You know, it's a movie of just you know, trying to hustle and survive, get through the neighborhood, you know, living just enough for the city type of life, and something crazy go down, and it's memorable. And so everybody done lived that over and over and over again, you know, so they can relate to the movie.
Cube, we appreciate you. I've said this to Casey. I've said this on the show many times. The first 4 albums you put out, counting Straight Outta Compton, I think is the greatest stretch of albums that have ever been put out in hip hop. So with the accolades for Friday and basketball and the big 3, those four albums, man, they're untouchable, man. So salute. You're a big part of the reason I love hip hop, man, and we appreciate you.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you guys. You know what I mean? Like, hip hop wouldn't be where it is without, you know, people like you guys, you know, curating it, pushing it out, you know what I mean, dissecting it, analyzing it, you know what I mean, giving your perspective, your history, your knowledge of the game to the people. You know, it's very important that people who know, you know, let the people, you know, coming behind y'all know what's up.
Yes, sir. And Cube, bring that big 3 back in the sack, man. You know what I'm saying? I haven't been in sack in a couple summers, man. This summer, bring that big 3 to sack, baby.
And man, I keep you in mind for sure. We had fun, so I keep you in mind.
We appreciate you, man. Thank you, brother.
All right. Take it easy.
Yes, sir.
Oh, man, the legend.
Feel like Sean Cunningham. Man.
Hip Hop DX's Sean Cunningham.
Yeah, man, good stuff there from
man.
From Ice Cube. Very good stuff. Had a chance to meet him one time thanks to Amy Trask when the Big Three pulled up to Oracle. It is a tremendous live event.
I love for
it
to
is
come
a
to Sac. I
really,
haven't
really
been
good
yet.
live
I
event.
want to see it.
Yeah, they make it a lot of fun, man. So shout out Cube. Shout out Jason Jones if you're listening. I think you'd appreciate that. We'll come back. Well, from Ice Cube to Matt George. Why not? Matt George joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. That's tremendous.
Hey Jesse, do me a favor real quick. Pull up your camera. Yo, Dev, man, come on, man. While you're here, man, you gotta spit a little something, man. You gotta talk. You gotta talk a little bit. Got my man Devin. ASU, he's not a grad yet, but he's about to graduate. What's good, man? What's good? How you feeling, man? Is the biggest thing going on in your world the college football playoff? Well,
a word? Word. Yep.
Okay, now we're good. All right, my fault. My fault. I was a little unprepared.
You're good.
So say your question one more time. You said college football playoff?
Saying, yeah, is that the biggest thing going on right now in your world? Like,
I'm excited about it. Going out to Atlanta, obviously we talked about that, but getting to go to a game at Mercedes-Benz Stadium, a college football playoff game, there's going to be a lot of media there. Probably, we talked about this, me and my homies, it's probably going to be the least amount of media of all the playoff games just because they don't respect Arizona State.
Yeah. But Texas is going to be there. Well, if Texas wins.
Well, if Texas, I think Texas is going to be there. So even if ASU loses, it's going to be a cool experience for me to just be around a lot of professional media, things like that. So that's going to be cool.
That's going to be dope, man. Real quick, man. How was the Olympic experience, man? I know that was crazy.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you go out there. I sent you videos. We went to Team USA men's basketball practice, so that was cool.
Were you at the game, at the gold medal game?
So I was just telling Jesse this. We didn't get tickets to like the actual game, but we were at a French restaurant right next door to the stadium. Like it was like a little like a Doco area, right? Okay. And there was an American restaurant and a French restaurant, and the American restaurant was too crowded, so we went to the French restaurant because we wanted to eat. Yeah. And I don't know if y'all seen that TikTok where it's like the French commentator was like, "The devil named Curry is killing us," or something like. I don't know if you've seen that.
I think I heard about that. Yeah.
Like that's dead ass like how it was like in the restaurant. Like they were like, you could see the dread with each Curry three at the end. That's and then crazy. The fourth one, the one that he hit over the double team, we went screaming out the restaurant. I was like, does nobody want to guard, bro? I ain't gonna lie, I was talking my shit as if I was on the team. And then we went out, and then there was just like that American restaurant right next to us. They like spilled out into the streets, and it was
that's pretty cool. I would have never thought they would have had that type of atmosphere like around.
Yeah,
that's dope. France gonna be trying to get their get back in 28. They're gonna be trying to get their get back. I mean,
every year they get a little bit closer, and that's gonna be Prime Wemby. So
yeah, well, once they get rid of Rudy, everything will be good.
Maybe D Fox can make the USA team by 28.
How adorable!
How old is he gonna be in 28? How old is he gonna be in 28? They said in my Chris 29? Brown's cousin. That's crazy.
Get out of that chat, boy. You'll get lost. You'll get lost in there. Get out of that.
Man, I'm gonna let Jesse do his job, man. But we had to let you get on the ones and twos real quick.
Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all.
Yes, sir. Matthew.
Hello.
What's up, buddy?
Matty McQueen. I need to put that on the shirt. Matty McQueen.
You good, man?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Excellent, man. We are excellent.
Anthony Towns returns to Minnesota tonight.
Oh man, that's right. You said that the other day.
Gonna get a standing O. He's gonna do. I love that meme.
He deserves it.
I love that meme when Cat. I don't know what happened, but he was kissing everybody goodbye and going into the tunnel with the Timberwolves his jersey on or whatever. Like, what has ever happened in your career where that's how you should be walking off the court in Minnesota? When would that ever happen? But thank you. Love you. Yes. We got football tonight too.
That's right. Yeah, Chargers and Broncos, right?
Yeah.
Chargers and Broncos. Matt, you leaving for the arena as soon as we're done?
As soon as we're done, hopping in the car.
There you go. There you
About to
go.
say you don't have far to go, but you're at home. My bad.
I'm in Roseville.
There you go, Andrew. Andrew ran into Dave McMenamin and his prime video filming skills, and Sam Amick, who, well, Sam probably just got in trouble for his name being on the screen. Sorry, Sam.
He's gonna get an invoice.
Docked. Not allowed to say your name over there. Oh, man. Need a win tonight, Matt.
Got that right. Got that right. Are the Kings wearing their throwback purples tonight?
I don't know. I thought I saw they were wearing black.
Are they?
Oh, they are. Oh, the Sacramento joint. Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying. Against the Lakers, that's a good decision.
Oh man, somebody getting punched. Somebody getting punched. Who's doing the punching?
They got to bring that court out for one of the Lakers games, right?
You would think, yeah. Let me go to my boy King's Uni Watcher.
Because NBC Kings on NBCS has a picture of Fox in it, but it's like the graphic, not like a actual photo of him. So
King's Uni Tracker, excuse me, got it wrong. What they saying, man? What they saying? Yeah, they're wearing. Oh man, it's somebody really getting punched. It's the Sacramento with the yellow Lakers jersey.
Let's go.
Boy.
Let's
go. Wow.
Somebody getting
that's
socked
a
up
good
today.
look. That's good planning right there.
Yes.
Somebody getting socked up today. Let's go.
That is good planning right there.
Well done. That's how it should be every time these teams play. Purple versus yellow. Or black versus yellow.
Now the Kings are 0-2 in the classic jerseys. So
That don't count.
they're 5-4 in the white jerseys, 3-2 in the statements, which might be my favorites. And I'm all out on those Kings, the Royale Kings. Those are trash. I get so disappointed when I see them wearing those.
Yeah, I don't like those either.
It's almost like they should just stick to their colors. Stop trying to be the Royals so much.
Or go back to the 1992 Kings joints that they did a couple years ago. I like that with the Kings cursive, across the front.
Just give everybody what they want and give the C-Web all back.
Well, I don't know which one of you uncovered that, but apparently there's a fight happening at the Golden One Center tonight because of the jerseys.
Somebody getting socked up on the Lakers today.
And Matt, keep the camera fixated on Doug Christie the entire game. Just keep the camera zeroed in on the bench. Don't worry about cutting highlights and all that stuff later. You want the moment where Doug pops up from the bench and hits center court.
All I'm saying is the Kings have a Fox and the Lakers have a Christie. That's all I'm saying. Max Christie and De'Aaron Fox. That's all I'm saying.
Max Christie ain't bothered nobody.
And Max Christie's going to be guarding De'Aaron Fox tonight. Max Christie has been starting as of
We got
late.
him getting less than
So does-
7.5. We got him getting socked up.
Wait, wouldn't that mean De'Aaron's getting punched?
We flipped it.
We'll flip it. The Kings will do both
Because
sides.
if Max Christie punches De'Aaron Fox, the Golden One Center might riot.
What the radio audience does, we discovered during the break that the Kings will be wearing their classic Sacramento throwbacks, the purple joints, and the Lakers are wearing their yellow Laker jerseys tonight. It's the same color, jersey combination the night Doug Christie socked up Rick Fox.
In a preseason game, by the way. It was a preseason
And then they
game.
fought in the alley.
Wasn't it in Las Vegas?
No,
Where
it was
it?
in Staples.
It was at Staples.
Yeah,
Okay.
then they fought in the alley. That was some good stuff. That would help out.
Oh, Al Biacani there, trying to pull them apart.
Al was in the middle of the.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
He's if you look close enough, he's the little guy. He's the little guy getting thrown around. And then and didn't Jackie have the loaded sensational scary purse where she's swinging it, and Shaq in like a seersucker suit, like short suit, trying to pull everybody apart.
No, Shaq was getting involved. Shaq was trying to
getting involved.
Well, no,
Yeah,
he
right.
was
in
like
the tunnel.
He came like big dog or whatever.
No, he was in the tunnel. He was trying to get involved too.
Because the whole Kings bench left.
This was a
That's right.
preseason game.
That's right. It gets a shot of the Kings bench. Nobody there. Oh, that was great.
That was one of the all-time moments. Let's recreate it tonight.
Well, no, we're not advocating for that.
Hey,
It wouldn't hurt. But we're
I
not
think
advocating
the Kings
for
won
it.
that game. So
Well, all right. Do what you got to do then. Do what you got to do. Matt, how doom and gloom for it is you following that loss after the loss to the Denver Nuggets on Monday?
I don't know if I was doom and gloom. A lot of people were calling it the worst loss of the season. I disagree because there was so much from that game to be positive about, although I was in no way calling it any kind of moral victory or anything like that. I think it was it stung, but it wasn't a doom and gloom reaction. It was just a reminder of, yeah, this team still is far away from where they need to be. And the fact that like it was almost it was an annoyance in the sense that I'm the kind of person that if I put hard work into something and it doesn't work out or it doesn't go well, or if I work on something and then it's a rough draft and I have to go back and like re-edit it or rewrite it, it annoys the crap out of me. Right. I just don't like when things don't work out when I put the work in. So watching the Kings battle all the way back from 22 down and have an 8-point lead with 3 minutes to go for it to just be erased and all of that is nothing. It's just gone. That was frustrating. Then it made me think, like, how many times has this happened already this season? Like the Kings had a 60-point game from De'Aaron Fox in a loss. The Kings had a monster triple-double from Domantas Sabonis against the Lakers game 2 of the season in a loss. The Kings battled back, forced overtime in Toronto. Domantas Sabonis also had a triple-double in that game in a loss. And then they have the Denver Nuggets comeback. It's just this Kings team, for whatever reason, has just not been able to take advantage of massive performances and big opportunities that's in front of them. And then you look at the fact that this team is 3-9 in games decided by 5 or fewer points. That's the reason why you look at the numbers, you look at the stats, you see the Kings are top half of the league in offense and defense. They have a positive plus minus or positive points differential, and yet they're 12th in the West. It's because all these close games that is supposed to be an area of strength for the Sacramento Kings, they are not able to close out games. And Mike Brown points more to the start of games and the first quarter and starting quarters as a reason for that. The reality is, too, the execution down the stretch has just not been good enough. And like, I think Fox made the right pass to Domas. Domas made the right drop off to a cutting DeMar DeRozan, and you don't want to harp on a mistake because it happens, but DeMar dropped the ball. You lost the game because DeMar dropped the ball on a cut that he just did successfully with a dunk the last possession going the other way. So it's just one of those things where these little things keep rearing their ugly head and biting the Kings, and the losses are adding up because of it.
In any way, are you encouraged wouldn't be the right word, but do you look at close losses and, being able to fight back against, better teams and good teams and things of that nature and say, they're not that far away. They're not far away. Are you able to do that with some of these losses, or is it bottom line wins and losses were too late in the season for, hope? We need to get new, some different players in here or whatever. Like, do those close losses say anything to you in a positive way?
No. I want to try and find a way to say yes to that question, but no. The reality is the most important number, even if all the numbers show you're doing well in certain areas, the most important number is a win or a loss, and the Kings are losing basketball games more often than they're winning. And they're losing winnable games, frequently losing games on their home floor, frequently losing games because they're making the same damn mistakes every single night, frequently losing games because the head coach is coming to the podium after the game and saying they are losing because they don't have the attention to detail that they need, or they're taking plays off, or they're coming out of the gate slow, starting quarters slow, right? This team should 100% be better than what they are, but should doesn't really matter anymore. And we're getting to the point where I know there's still plenty of season left, guys, and the Kings could go on a 3 or 4 game win streak and suddenly be in 8th place in the West. Like, that's how close this mix is. So that is encouraging, except what has this Sacramento Kings team shown consistently that suggests that they're going to be able to do that? I think the Sacramento Kings will get a good win and then follow it up with a bad loss, because that's what they've been doing all season long. Like, that's what this team is shown to be. And until somebody on the floor decides it's going to be freaking different, it's not going to be different, because Mike Brown went back to his frequent timeouts. He called 2 timeouts in the first 5 or 6 minutes of the game against Denver to get this team to refocus up. They still were down 20 at the end of the first quarter. He took a quick timeout early in the second quarter when the Kings got off to a sloppy start to start the second quarter. Thankfully, the team finally woke up, because for some reason, this Kings team has to get into a mode of desperation or pissed off to decide to play hard. It doesn't make sense. So until this team decides, somebody on the floor, whether it's De'Aaron Fox or Domantas Sabonis or Jay Crowder or whoever the hell, until somebody on the floor decides to pull everybody together and go, we need to focus up and we need to hit these areas hard, we need to not take plays off. Until someone on the floor decides to do that, nothing's going to be different. And this is why I don't blame Mike Brown. I see everybody in the comment section jumping on Mike Brown. And yes, Mike Brown has made mistakes. Absolutely. He's had questionable decisions with his rotation. And Mike will also be the first guy to tell you that clip that went viral earlier this week, or went viral yesterday, of Mike kind of calling out De'Aaron Fox or talking about De'Aaron Fox. A part of that clip that nobody talks about is Mike also goes, it's on me too. Like, he goes, it starts with me, but Fox has to be that on the floor too. So Mike is taking responsibility for what he can take responsibility for. But what more can a head coach do than tell you, we need to box out, we need to crash the glass, we need to give 110% in this area? And if his players aren't doing it, and he's using 3 timeouts in the first 15 minutes of the game to try and refocus them, and they're still not doing it, how can we blame the coach and the coaching staff for that? And I'm sorry, if you need the head coach to fire you up at a pregame speech to get you to be ready to play, you're not a good basketball team. You're not. So the Sacramento Kings, whether it's De'Aaron Fox or whoever on the floor, need to decide they're going to be different. And they haven't shown that at any point this season consistently enough for me to believe that they're going to be able to turn this season around. That's the way this team is at.
You said that's who the team has shown to be this year. Like, kind of win games, lose one. Isn't that who they've shown to be for the last year and some change now? Because they did this last year, right?
It's kind of who they've shown. And this is not fair, but because he's the longest tenured King, it's what we have to look at. We've been having this conversation about on-court leadership since De'Aaron Fox came into the league. And I know De'Aaron is not the leader that is going to pull you aside like Draymond Green does. And Draymond Green is a name that frequently gets brought up by Mike Brown. Now, I'm not saying Mike is saying De'Aaron Fox has to be like Draymond Green. Mike Brown has also used a story, or told a story a couple of times, about LeBron James when he had young LeBron in Cleveland, how LeBron would hold guys accountable when things weren't going right. LeBron would pull everybody together and go, you do this, we're refocusing on the team we are and what we've been working on. Fox may not be that guy. But what Mike said yesterday that I thought was so powerful is Fox can't be the guy when things are not going well, or when they're not executing, or they're not doing the little things that they need to be doing. Fox can't be the guy that go along with that. If Fox is a leader by example, which is what we believe De'Aaron Fox to be, if he's a leader by example, then if he's not setting the example of boxing out and crashing the glass and giving 110%, then there's no chance in hell the team's going to, if he's not willing to do that. Now, I think De'Aaron, more often than not, has put in the effort this season. De'Aaron has been sensational defensively this season, I feel. So I feel he is trying to lead by example on the defensive end of the floor. But when you look at a game where the Kings are missing Keegan Murray against a bad Denver Nuggets team, and they're down by 20 points in the first quarter, they're coming out flat. You look at the scoreboard and you see 4 points for De'Aaron Fox. I don't think that's a coincidence. And it's not De'Aaron Fox's fault. But Mike calling this out and Mike pointing this out is 100% correct. Because De'Aaron, if he's going to be the superstar that he wants to be paid like, and he's certainly trying to be with his buddies at Clutch Sports when he's going on Draymond Green's podcast and saying, and I have no problem with him saying the organization needs to kind of prove to me that we're going to be a winning organization for me to re-sign. I have no issue with him saying that at all, except he's largely responsible for the organization getting there. He can control that right now. So if Fox wants to be a leader by example, then lead by example. Box out, crash the glass, play hard. That way, when somebody clearly isn't stepping up and playing to that level, everybody in the arena can see it, and Mike Brown will know who to take out and who to replace.
Let me ask both of you guys a question that I didn't even really think about till right now. Did Mike Brown need to say that to us?
I thought it was refreshing.
If he's having that conversation with De'Aaron, we have a job to. This has helped for 2 days.
Mhm.
You know, it has absolutely
It's been
helped.
fantastic.
Yeah, it's been great for our job. But I'm of the belief it don't matter if he say that he don't need to say that to the public or to the media. He needs to have that conversation with De'Aaron.
Do you think
Fox.
he has?
I think he has, and that's where.
But
you can make the argument that's where it needs to end.
But how many? Go ahead, Matt.
I'll just say this though, because this is important. Luke Lautz called De'Aaron Fox out earlier this season. He didn't do it publicly because he's an assistant coach. But De'Aaron was the one that told us Luke Lautz challenged him. And Mike Brown also told us Luke Lautz challenged Fox. You know how Fox responded to that challenge? Scored 109 points in the next 2 games. The 2 games after he got called out, he scored 60 and then 49. And Luke Lautz's challenge to him was get to the paint, touch the paint, attack. And De'Aaron went off and responded to it. So I have no issue at all with Mike Brown doing this. And
that's 2 different things though, Matt. Luke Lautz talked to De'Aaron Fox. Luke Lautz didn't talk. He's an assistant coach. I get it. But he didn't say all this to the media. He talked to De'Aaron Fox. I think Mike Brown did talk. I think he said everything that he said to us, to the public, to De'Aaron Fox. And I don't have a problem with him necessarily saying it. I'm just kind of asking the question, did he need to do that? Did he need to say that there?
He's done that for like 6 or 7 other players on this roster. Why wouldn't he do it for De'Aaron Fox, who he says and everybody else says he coaches Fox and Sabonis harder than anybody else on that team? So if he's going to say what he said about Keon Ellis publicly, or Kevin Huerter publicly, or insert player here publicly, then yeah, he should be able to say that about De'Aaron Fox, especially when it's 100% true. And it's not the first time he said something like that publicly about Fox. He said at the end of the year that the Kings made the playoffs, after they got eliminated, he said in a press conference that year that De'Aaron Fox is on the cusp of being a superstar. He just has to bring it every single night. It's kind of the same message that he sent this year. Mike has said this before. It's nothing new. And I also don't think it would bother Fox, or it bothers Fox that it's being said.
Do you think Mike shouldn't have?
I wouldn't say he shouldn't have. I just don't think it was necessary. Like unless Matt George said, "Hey, what do you think about De'Aaron Fox's leadership right now?" Then you're asking a direct question. The way we saw it, it seems like he kind of just said it. Matt, you were there, so
I wasn't there.
So I don't know. I still don't know if it was like in response to a direct question about De'Aaron Fox, but it comes off on as he's like, I'm gonna say this regardless. Like, Mike, what'd you have for breakfast? Well, let me tell you this. De'Aaron Fox needs to be better.
I think it was an answer to a question involving like the slow starts in that first quarter. Like, I think that was, and he's 100% right, because again, the eye test will show you and the numbers will show you Kings got off to a slow start. So did De'Aaron Fox, and De'Aaron needs to set the tone. They've also said publicly, Malik Monk and Mike Brown have said publicly that like Mike challenged Fox like 2 weeks ago to play pissed off more or get to that mode more. And we kind of took it as, it's kind of funny, except this is what we've been talking about Fox for like 4 or 5 years. Pissed off De'Aaron Fox is cool. It's fun. When De'Aaron Fox is pissed off, he's unstoppable. It's great. Don't piss off De'Aaron Fox. It's fun for us to say that, except why does it take a superstar, or who's supposed to be your superstar? Why does it take Dylan Brooks chirping at him to get him there? Why can't he get himself there? Again, I don't have any problem with Mike pointing that out, and he has before.
Once again, I guess my biggest thing is I don't have a problem with them saying it, but I am of the belief that I don't need to tell everybody family business. I just need to tell you, De'Aaron. So if like it to me, it doesn't, I loved hearing it. We saw the reaction yesterday when I first heard it. I loved what he was saying. Everything he was saying was right, but it's not getting extra points because he told the media. Like the only thing that matters is that he talked to De'Aaron Fox. And if he talked to De'Aaron Fox, that's it. He don't need to tell us anything. He doesn't need to say that to us or anything. And I'm not saying he's wrong for it. I'm just saying, like, I just asked the question, did he need to tell us that? Did he need to say that to all of us in that setting? I'm just asking the question. I say no.
I don't think he needed to. I also don't think Mike needs to say anything. I think Mike's personality, Mike is a naturally, and trust me when I say this, Mike is a naturally transparent coach. Mike shares things and walks us through things publicly and privately that most coaches would not do. And that is a blessing when you're covering it. It's a blessing to have those conversations with somebody. How many times have we seen those clips from practice of someone will ask a question about something schematically, and Mike starts grabbing media members and putting them in different places to walk them through verbatim what he's trying to do and what the Kings are trying to do. Like, this is the kind of coach that Mike is. If it's on his mind and he thinks it's important, Mike is going to share it. And I think De'Aaron Fox understands he's not calling Fox out. He's not singling Fox out as Fox was the problem. Fox is the reason why we lost. Mike is just speaking his mind about what needs to happen for this team to get to where they're trying to be. And he's talked about a lot of different things. I think talking about Fox's element of it is an important thing to do. Plus, De'Aaron Fox has said before and after Mike Brown was hired that he wants to be coached this way. Maybe not necessarily the way that Mike has said things to the media, but De'Aaron has wanted to be coached hard, and he never really was until Mike got here. And we've seen how it's changed De'Aaron for the better, especially on the defensive end of the ball. So there's no reason to believe that there's any issue, in my opinion, there's no reason to believe there's any issue with Mike saying what he said. And it, in any way, kind of betraying the trust of Fox or putting Fox in a negative light, because I don't think that was the point. And anybody who kind of listens to it or watches it, I think, understands that.
I agree.
So with all of that said, and I realize what Mike said yesterday is a big catalyst to all of this, but Matt, this team is a game below 500. They clawed their way back to 500.
Yep.
Before losing that game on Monday. I think we all believe they're playing below expectations, our expectations, their own expectations. But is De'Aaron really the first person we need to look at as an issue?
Oh, no. But the problem is there's not one issue. There's a multitude of issues. And this Kings team loses games or has bad nights in so many different ways, right? I think the first thing we need to look at is not on the court. The first thing we need to look at is the front office. And I've been a big fan and big supporter and big believer in Monte McNair, and for the most part, have liked the moves that he's made. But Monte McNair, I think, has done a terrible job of putting this roster together that complements the coach and addresses what this team needs. And I allowed myself to have kind of the wool pulled over my eyes a little bit with the DeMar DeRozan signing, which I still stand by was a great signing. DeMar DeRozan to Sacramento was a really, really good move. But the fact that De'Aaron Fox is also going on Draymond Green's podcast, and this was refreshing for Fox to say, by the way. Fox said, yeah, Mike Brown's losing whatever hair he has left because we're not playing defense, and it's personnel-based because we're too small. I'm glad Fox is saying it because we're all saying it, and we're all seeing the same thing. So the first person I'm looking at, if there's anybody's seat that's hot, it damn sure shouldn't be Mike Brown. I don't think it should be anybody. I don't think anybody's seat should be hot at this point. But Monte McNair in that front office better be feeling the pressure, because magically their defensive issues of being too small, struggling with physicality, and not being able to defend the three, magically they didn't go away because you added a 20-point per game scorer in DeMar DeRozan. So there's a multitude of issues. But I do think that, because we've had this conversation before in the media area during Kings games, looking around going, where is the 60-point version of Fox? And it's not necessarily the number, but it's the aggressiveness. When Fox is that way and he chooses to be that way, he's unstoppable. There's nothing you can do. So when he's not that, it's easy to see and easy to question, where is that? Why is that? And I understand it's difficult, and Mike has shared, it's difficult to play that way for 82 games, especially with how hard Fox is playing on the defensive end. It's difficult to play that way, 100%. But again, as the superstar, as the guy that's now publicly twice said the organization needs to do this for me to resign, it's right to point out and focus on when you're not always holding up your end of the bargain. More often than not, Fox does, and he's a star, and he's not the problem with this team. But when the Kings are struggling and the Kings need to win games, especially at home, and they've had this consistent problem of starting games slow or not having the right energy at home, and you look at your star point guard and he's part of the issue, or at least he's not being what you need on that given night, it's going to be talked about more than Keon Ellis or Kevin Huerter or rotational player A, B, C.
That was actually probably the one part about that interview and any of Fox's responses that I wasn't a fan of, because we can debate whether he was right or wrong, but hey man, like, stop looking for somebody on a white horse to come save you guys. This is who you are. This is what it is. And because you're a little shorter than Team B or whatever, that gives you no excuse to get lit up and give up 25 3-pointers and not defend. It's a gateway to an excuse. And I'm not saying Fox was making an excuse. I'm saying that's a gateway to an excuse. It should, like, you can realize what's going on, like, hey, we're small or whatever the case may be, but it's unacceptable. Some of the things that we're doing on defense, and we need to improve. We can't wait for somebody to come in and save us. And I think that's one of the messages that maybe Mike Brown was trying to get across as well in his response. And that's one of the things I think about when everybody, and I'm not saying anybody's wrong, but just saying, like, when they talk about, oh, they need this and that, man, stop, handle business before you wait for somebody to come around and come save you. Like, my thing for the last 2 days has been, this team, regardless of what they need, should be better than what they are right now. And that, I think that should be their focus. How do who we have in this locker room fix what we have and stop waiting for Monty or somebody else to come do something with this roster? Because it may never come. Then what happens?
Casey, Mike Brown would agree 110% with what you said. That's the thing. Now, I think Mike also has made it clear through his actions that he wants more and he needs more for the way he wants to play. And I think he's made it clear through his words saying defense, 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 and Monty's words saying offense, 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 that there's a disconnect with this roster construction. That being said, Mike is not looking at this roster and going, oh, this is the best we can be defensively. No. Like, Mike will, I firmly believe Mike would push this team and hold this team to an accountability level on defense that's a higher bar and higher expectation than who they are as a players and who they are as a roster, and lose his job because of it, rather than just go, all right, this is what we are. Let's just try and score 135 points a night. Like, that, what you said is how Mike feels and what he believes. And he's said that to us publicly. So you're 100% right. This team cannot wait for someone to come in and save them. They absolutely should be better than how they are playing. That being said, this roster is a flawed roster. This roster has issues. And Monty damn sure can't sit on his hands again during the trade deadline. And that sounds harsh to say, because I'm sure he tried to make plenty of phone calls last season and nothing went through. But the reality is, it's a results league. Monty can't stay quiet and go through another quiet trade deadline and then turn to this roster and go, well, we should just be scoring more. Because clearly that's not the only problem with this team.
There's a good shift of strategy on Monty's part. So who's the answer? Like, that's, I think, what Kings fans are debating and discussing and trade machining and twittering, and like, who is it? Who makes the team better in your eyes?
I mean, I think any one of Cam Johnson or Dorian Finney-Smith helps address this team. What the Kings do not need, I feel, is they don't need a big swing. They don't need another Tyrese Halliburton, Domantas Sabonis move. They don't. However, if there's hesitation for Monty McNair, I understand this hesitation. Monty is all about flexibility. right? And Monty has been very consistent with his actions and his words as to who he is. He's told us who he is from the very beginning, and he stayed true to it. When Monty felt like he's had to make a move, he's made a move to his credit. Went out and got DeRozan, the DeMontis Sabonis, Tyrese Halliburton trade. So he's not afraid to pull the trigger on something big if it's there. That being said, this team, the way I understand his hesitation could be if you make a move for a Cam Johnson. And from what I understand, it's like Brooklyn wants a couple of firsts. In my opinion, give the couple firsts and bring him in. If that's who Mike Brown wants, if that's who the team wants, if that's who you really believe can help this team address their issues, because like we talked about earlier, Casey, they are close. If that's who you feel, then pay the price. But if you do that, let's say you go out and you go get Cam Johnson and Dorian Finney-Smith and it costs you 2 first-round picks. Okay, now the idea of a Karl Anthony Towns and multiple pick, I'm not saying Cat specifically, but that New York Knicks, Minnesota Timberwolves trade with multiple first-round picks being involved or anything, that's off the table now. Now you've lost your flexibility to make a massive, massive swing. But at this point, I don't think you need to make a massive swing anymore. So Cam Johnson is there. Cam Johnson, I don't think fixes the Sacramento Kings, but he addresses it and makes them a lot better. So if he's there and it costs you 2 second or first round picks plus matching salary, which would be like Herter and Lyles, if that's what it takes, if you really truly believe, if the organization really truly believes that Cam Johnson can address what this team needs, then go out and do it. I would rather live with it not working than the Kings not doing it and watching the Warriors or another team in the West do it and then go on another big run and knock you out because you were too afraid to pull the trigger. That's where I feel we're at. Plus, there's always a name out there that we don't even talk about that becomes available between now and the trade deadline.
Yeah. How you feeling about this team tonight, specifically? Do you think they have enough to bounce back, get a win, maybe a couple wins, maybe a few wins over the next week or so? Like, how do you feel about them? Because I talked to, Damian about it earlier, and Monday, that was a tough one. That was a punch in the gut. But they won 4 of 6, I think was the number at that point, or would have been 4 or 5.
No, they'd won. They were 4-1 over their last 5 before they lost that game.
So they had won 4 of 6, and they're playing better. Not where everybody thinks they are, but as of late, they have been playing better. Do you think that still can be the case, or was Monday just too much of a microcosm of this team?
There are 2 traits about this team that I trust wholeheartedly. The first trait is that they're never out of a basketball game. Never. Like it feels like they're never out of it. No, truly.
It's true, but we don't need to exercise this every freaking game.
I understand 100%. You're 100% right. 100%. The way that I said on the podcast was they're never out, but it always feels like they're down. And that can't happen.
That's it. Yeah.
So there's that element that I trust. And the other thing that I trust is, and this has been consistent through the the Mike Brown era here in Sacramento, the Kings tend to follow up bad losses with good performances. It tends to wake them up. Not always, but more often than not, we've seen the Kings respond to a bad loss or a bad performance with something good. And the fact that they've had multiple days to work this, we've had public comments from Mike Brown and De'Aaron Fox, and De'Aaron Fox has been challenged. I do expect a better version. I expect a win tonight for the Sacramento Kings. I'll be completely honest with you. I expect a win. I was breaking this game down with the Locked On Lakers guys, the Kamenetsky brothers. And one thing they pointed out to me that was really encouraging is that plays right into the Kings' hands is the Lakers are doing 2 things terribly right now. They're terrible at guarding transition, and they're terrible at taking care of the basketball. The one thing the Kings have done really well over the last month is turn their opponents over. So if the Kings can play right into that and turn the Lakers over and get out in transition, I think they have a really, really good chance to win this game. What I want to see the Kings avoid is get rid of those 5-minute stretches at the beginning of quarters or beginning of halves or whenever. Get rid of that 5-minute. I know basketball is a game of runs, but get rid of that 5-minute stretch where you just fall apart or stop executing. If something's working, do it from start to finish of this game. Don't get bored of it. And that's been an issue with this team.
Well,
but I think they win.
Put together a complete game, man. I think we're all looking for that.
You catch that, Matt throws in. I think they win.
No, I think they win.
If we can just hold LeBron to 18,
well,
straight points instead of 97 that he
win.
scored.
You win. Yeah.
Hey, Matt, did you know LeBron played his first game in Sacramento?
I did not actually.
Yeah,
No, even if I was there, I did not know
big
that.
time. Yeah. that's
Did
big
you?
time.
Apparently, there was a question asked by our boy Tone at Shoot Around today. Tone asked LeBron if he remembers the first autograph he signed in Sacramento, because apparently there's a fan coming to the game tonight, and she claims to have the first autograph ever signed by LeBron. So Tone asked this question to LeBron, and I guess asked like multiple follow-ups.
What did LeBron say?
LeBron probably said something
Oh,
along the
you
lines
weren't
of,
there.
I don't remember. I wasn't there, but from what I heard, he like
LeBron probably said, "Huh?" Well, it's on the internet. We'll watch it.
Apparently, Tone was like, "Oh, but well, if we got to link you guys up, like maybe it's true." Like,
oh, Tone. Well,
oh, Tony,
what a moment! What a moment!
Just as long as you don't stand in front of my damn camera. Then
I don't know how that wasn't the top moment in the first 1,000 episodes of
That was an all-timer. That was
just Tone standing up and turning around right in Matt George's shot. I can't remember. You had to air that? Did you air that?
Yes, I had to. I know, because it was Mike Brown and Rasay taking over Domas's press conference.
Right.
And the sound bites were so good. I was like, I have to use it. But Tone stood up in the middle. That was the same night that I gave you a tour of the Chase Center because they wouldn't stop playing loud music. That was a terrible night.
That was
that was an
great
all-time night.
That is iconic. Absolutely iconic. Man, I'm hoping to hear a couple of Young Zell songs tomorrow, man.
Me too, man. We need that.
Yes,
we
indeed.
need that.
Yes, indeed. Thanks to Matt George, as always, his great work over at ABC 10, Locked on Kings podcast. Make sure you're following everything our man Matt George does. And we've got the Kings and the Lakers tonight. We will be back to cover it all tomorrow morning, beginning at 10 a.m. We're going to head over to 102.5. You want more sports content? We got Thursday night football on the way. Chargers and Broncos coming up next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings like the beam.
Great stuff, Matt.
I remember your guys' show vividly after that game, because it wasn't just a Tone moment, but it was at that time, the Kings were not playing good basketball and the vibes were not great. And then they won that game in Golden State, and all of a sudden the vibes were all great again. And everybody was happy. And Mike Brown was asking Domantas Sabonis why he didn't play why he didn't play JaVale McGee in that game. Do you remember that? Mike asked Domas why he didn't play JaVale McGee. Such a weird.
That was the game where De'Aaron picked Steph at the end, right?
I think so. Yeah.
That was
Warriors
Harrison,
fans will tell you he lost
Harrison
the ball.
37.
No, Harrison went off. Harrison cooked in that game.
Oh,
because that was the game I asked Harrison after the game. I was like, HB, is it tough to like not have any plays drawn up for you? And it looked like I opened the floodgates. He was like, yes, finally I can talk about this. Damn it, it's tough.
Guys, we're shutting down. We got to switch to the other station. Have a great night. We will see you tomorrow.